Surrounding Eridel were 4 eggs the size of watermelons. One of them was a pitch-black color that was so dark that if one were to look at it, they would almost think that they were looking at a hole in the fabric of reality. The only thing that truly prevented this was the beautiful gray patterns that covered the entire egg. They were swirly and elegant and seemed to dizzy the senses if you stared at it for too long. And on top of that, the egg radiated a strong aura of death, darkness, corruption, and space. Clearly, whatever was inside had a strong affinity with those specific laws. However, there were also 2 other abstruse feelings that could be sensed from the egg, but they were not laws. They were intents. Namely the intent of wolf, which in itself was crazy, along with the intent of omniscience. A strange but versatile intent. But the fact that there was not only 1, but 2 intents at all, especially when coming from an unborn life form such as this, was absolutely mind-blowing. Intents were extremely powerful and were able to accomplish many things. Their power came from how well the user comprehended them, and how well she could use their imagination to enforce their intent on reality. It was often said that they were even harder to grasp than the laws themselves, but if one was able to comprehend an intent, they would find out that even if they weren't as powerful as a law on their own, they were much more useful. So it could be imagined how crazy it would be when an intent achieves its natural state, which was to be paired with a law. Something this unborn being had already achieved. The next egg was the color of sand and had beige-colored cloud-like patterns covering its shell. From the egg, a strong feeling of heat and dryness could be felt, causing the space around it to distort with its intensity. From the looks of this, it could be said that the egg contained the laws of sand, the laws of corruption, the intent of heat, the intent of desolation, and the intent of withering. The terrifying intent of desolation and even withering, the being born from this egg, was not to be messed with at all. The third egg was silver-colored with fear-inducing red streak-like patterns that crisscrossed to form incomprehensible symbols all over the egg. This egg constantly released piercing waves of wind, and an almost overwhelming feeling of sharpness and chaos that made one feel like their eyes would be lacerated away from them if they stared for too long. In this egg, there were the laws of corruption that all of these eggs seem to have, the laws of wind, the shocking laws of destruction, the intent of sharpness, and the intent of swords. Clearly, whatever came out of this egg was going to be an unparalleled juggernaut. The 4th and final egg was a navy blue-colored one that was patterned with yellow stars. Just like the sand-colored egg, the atmosphere around it shimmered about as if the egg was extremely hot, but unlike the sand-colored egg, this one didn't give off any heat but instead an elusive feeling. On top of that, the golden sparks that would flicker around the egg here and there complemented the elusive shimmers and made the egg look exceedingly ethereal. But as for its true specialties, the egg had the customary laws of corruption, the laws of illusion, the laws of soul, the laws of lightning, the laws of time, the intent of domination, and the intent of seduction. It actually had 5 laws along with 2 intents, making it arguably the most terrifying egg out of all of them. This egg would definitely give birth to a being that would cause chaos anywhere it went. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Eridel said as smiled at the 4 eggs with visible pride. Ah, but perhaps a change in name would be appropriate? They have nothing to do with horsemen after all, or horses for that matter. Eridel mused as he once again began stroking his chin. The 4 knights of the apocalypse? The 4 riders? The 4 gods? Well, that one wouldn't be too far-fetched. But, semantics, I'll just leave the names as they are. Now as for who's going first, Eridel said as he eyed each of the eggs, trying to make a decision. It has to be this one, Eridel said as he finally locked his attention onto the navy blue egg covered in yellow stars. The egg stopped orbiting him and floated to a position that was 2 meters in front of him. As the most peculiar, it certainly has the right of being the oldest. Well then, I suppose this is goodbye for now. I do not know what you will turn out to be, but you have inherited some memories from me and will surely be able to accomplish what you were born to do. Do not disappoint me. Eridel said, knowing that the unborn being within was very much alive and capable of hearing him, even if it could not understand him yet. Go forth, horseman of conquest, Eridel said as swiped his hands through the air, sending the egg flying towards the Eonix world even though he didn't make contact with it. The egg, which was revealed to be the horseman of conquest, picked up speed as the gravity of the planet dragged it down. Soon, it would collide with the planet's built-in magic shield, which was no doubt made to be resistant to damage. How could an egg withstand being thrown at it at that kind of speed? Was the horseman of conquest going to die before it could even be born? No. Of course not. The egg seamlessly passed through the shield as if it didn't exist, pierced through the atmosphere of the planet, and broke through the clouds in the sky without a single drop in speed. Looking at the gloating grin on Eridel's face, it was very clear that the apparent uselessness of the magic shield had something to do with him. The egg fell towards the direction of a city like a shooting star with a streak of blue light that attracted the eyes of the citizens within, causing a ruckus to begin as everyone grabbed the attention of their friends and pointed towards the unknown object with fascination and excitement, not yet knowing that it was heading straight for them. Not yet knowing what was coming for them. Shiite. The sound of the unknown object piercing through the air as it got closer to the city was heard when the citizens of the city finally recognized that they were probably in danger and should probably start fleeing. It started off slow at first, about 100 or so people speed walking out of the group of masses, but then more and more people caught on and eventually everyone started running, causing a stampede to begin as everybody tried to escape from the unpredictable landing point of the unknown object. Even those that didn't know what was going on were forced to start moving or be knocked to the ground and stomped on by hundreds of people. In the matter of seconds there was absolute chaos. However, it wasn't all that bad. There were even people screaming out loud with excitement, caught up in the intense emotions of the environment but not in agreement with the fact that there was actually any danger. These people were mostly children who raised up their hands and squealed with laughter as their parents tried to suppress them, the teenagers who were jogging relatively silently but had looks of interest and curiosity on their faces as they turned back to the unknown object every now and then, and the rare few adults in safe locations that laughed at the situation with varying emotions, even if they too gave wary looks at the unknown object. There was something about chaos paired with the belief that you weren't actually going to be harmed that seemed to raise the excitement in certain people. SHIIIIIIIIIIIIIBOOM. But unfortunately for these people, they were not nearly as safe as they thought they were. A tall building that was reminiscent of a skyscraper directly exploded as the unknown object crashed into it. Not a slow collapse or half-damaged half-okay status that was left questionable, the entire building was reduced to debris in a single blow, immediately causing casualties as those within and those in the vicinity lost their lives to the ricketing pieces. Nearly 1,000 dead in a single moment. And it wasn't over yet. A high-pitched keening sound that sounded like the crying of a strange creature came out of the pile of debris with shocking intensity that caused the air to visibly vibrate. Looking at such a thing, one might have thought that sound would cause instantaneous damage to the ears of the citizens, who were running even more desperately than before with not a single expression of excitement, but instead, a strange scene started to play out as those that were closest to the sound completely stopped running. Their eyes took on vacant looks as if their souls had been snuffed out with a few even having saliva drip out of their mouths. But then all of a sudden, expressions of absolute fervor and adoration twisted their faces as their eyes turned pink with their pupils turning into white-colored hearts. They all looked towards the direction of the piercing sound with their obsessed faces, not caring about their friends or family members who tried to drag them away and just glanced over with their clearly enthralled eyes. Just when it was looking like they were going to do that forever, they suddenly started running towards the source of the sound as if they were running towards the world's most grandest treasure with their lives on the line, disregarding anything or anyone that was in their path even if it got them killed. The sight of this caused even more terror to pervade the fleeing citizens when they realized how similar this scene was to some of their popular horror fiction stories, causing them to begin running even more crazily with hopes for safety. Some of the more quick-witted ones even made the decision to use their communication or media devices to seek external help, but alas, to their absolute despair they realized that for some reason their devices had ceased all function, leaving them and the entire city isolated from the rest of the world. If before they had ran to find a safe shelter, now they ran to escape the city entirely. Which of course, only escalated the situation because now vehicles were involved. CRRRRBOOM. Hunk. Crash. SCRRRRR. It was an absolutely apocalyptic scene in the matter of minutes. People cursing at each other, piles of debris began piling up, fires were started as a result of bad crashes, fights broke out when someone got in the way of a delinquent and someone was just murdered. It looked like there were a few depraved people who were using this opportunity to resolve grudges. Unfortunately, this only caused the citizens to become more crazed, nullifying the effects that the brave local security teams were trying to achieve. It was utter chaos. And the cause of all this was, peacefully devouring the bodies of completely passive Eonixians. When the Eonixians who had finally made it to the source of the wailing, they had found the scene of the most abnormal creature they had ever seen surrounded by what looked like blue egg shells. The creature was a strange mass of tentacles with sharp snapping mouths that could be found here and there. And although it was only the size of a tennis ball, the creature was so terrifying that just looking at it caused soul damage. To a cultivator, this wouldn't have meant much because they had the means to nullify or block the damage. But to a mortal, how could a mortal possibly deal with damage to their souls? As soon as the enthralled Eonixians caught sight of what was clearly the horsemen of conquest, their minds, which were already in a fragile state, fractured beyond redemption, losing all hope of returning to what they used to be. When the creature saw them, it squealed and clicked excitedly before extending its many tentacles in their direction like a baby that had seen its parents carrying food. The enthralled Eonixians saw this and their faces became dopey with silly smiles, rushing to the creature with even greater fervor than before and almost fighting to pick it up. The first one to pick it up was a purple-skinned girl, who must have had red and blue parents, with long black hair, a curvaceous figure and the same singular pink eye with a white heart-shaped pupil that the others around her had. By Eonixian standards, she was a great beauty. The girl held the squealing creature to her face and got a chunk of it bitten right off. Ha ha ha, it's so cute, the girl said as she looked at the other citizens around her with a gloating look on her face, proud that she had been the first one to pick up the great one and feed it with her flesh. This girl had just had a chunk her cheek bitten off and was smiling with pride. What's more was that the other citizens around her had clear looks of jealousy, almost seething with rage that they were not in her position. In fact, the only reason that they hadn't jumped her already was because of the fact that they would rather kill themselves than disturb the Great One's meal. Utter madness. But the horsemen of conquest didn't seem to think so. In fact, all the mouths patterned over its body seemed to be grinning as they voraciously tore chunks of flesh from the smiling Eonixian that only had adoration in her eyes. It was very much obvious that whether or not the girl was healthy before she was enthralled, she was now very much retarded. But was she so far gone that she did not feel a single bit of pain? Riyayip, Niam Niam Niam. So Kip, please eat every last bit of me, my lord. Apparently so. Eventually she had gotten her wish and every last piece of her flesh was devoured, even if she had died long before then. It was quite the terrifying sight. However, what was even more attention-dragging was the reaction that Conquest was having to the body it had just consumed. Whoosh! A strange energy that had never been seen before was radiating off the creature in billowing waves, causing dust clouds to fly about with its ferocious intensity. There were vaguely familiar laws that could be sensed from the energy, such as the laws of lightning, soul and corruption, but the energy itself was completely unprecedented. On top of that, the presence of a soul, which was certainly not there before, could be faintly sensed. It was completely raw and woefully incomplete, but the fact that this being who for some reason did not have a soul before could begin the creation of one just by eating a single mortal was preposterous. Was there such a good thing? And another thing to note was that creature of conquest had grown a bit bigger and had a slight change in appearance. At this point, it was obvious to see that it had the same ability to derive strength from its food the way beasts did, and perhaps to an even greater extent. Even if its level of power was barely that of the first stage of the first realm, this creature was utterly dangerous. However, instead of fleeing for safety, the enthralled Eonixians gleefully prostrated themselves in a manner of absolute subservience, singing praises of majesty and godliness, and presenting their lives as nourishment for their lord in hopes that they could become one with it. The creature of conquest squealed happily in response, pleased that it had such faithful food donors. But for some reason the creature's voice was slightly higher in pitch than it was before, even bearing a faint smoothness that reminded one of, at the very least, a feminine abomination, if not a female enlightened being. Could it be that the result of it consuming a female as its first meal had set the previously unidentified gender of the creature? It was indeed a possibility, but the creature didn't seem to be affected and was only excitedly extending its many tentacles that sparked with faint lightning, in all directions, tearing chunks of flesh from everyone around it and gobbling it all down. One might even say that the strange wiggling it was doing was a happy dance. The entire series of events was witnessed by Eridel and nothing had escaped his attention. He had managed to reconfigure the runes within the magic shield, preventing it from alerting anyone of Conquest's arrival and preventing anyone from leaving. He had also made sure Conquest would arrive in the most optimal location that would give it the best chances of overall success, and he had even disabled all the technology within the city, preventing anyone from recording or calling for help. By the time that it had eaten all of the citizens within the city, it would have a full-fledged soul and all the memories of those that it had devoured, and his inheritance. With this knowledge, it should be able to take care of itself, and avoid situations that would drag the attention of the entire world until it was ready. Nothing had escaped Eridel's calculations. The only thing that remained unpredictable was the final showdown between Conquest and those 30 or so Realm 5 beings. But Eridel was sure that when Conquest began using its laws of corruption to convert the Eonixians into otherworldly mutated beings that could cultivate, and consequently promoting the world into a mid-world, it would have achieved its final step as just a creature of Conquest, and take the next step as the true horseman of Conquest. The god of Conquest. Or rather, the evil god of Conquest. By that time, what was a mere fifth realm being? On to the next, I suppose, Eridel thought as he gave one last look at the Eonix world with grand aspirations. However, he still had 4 more worlds to visit and time was of the essence. The Sharona world should be this way. After flicking through the compiled knowledge of the galaxy that he gained from Gaia, he looked over in a certain direction before turning into a streak of golden light that flashed through space. This is going to be another long flight. North Continent, Forest of Death, Abomination Pit. Deep underneath the Forest of Death was a large cave that extended for 1,000 meters in every cardinal direction. Within this cave, a disgustingly dense aura of undeath permeated the air like a deadly miasma. There were many other elements that could be sensed from the aura, but it was the laws of undeath that sung the loudest. However, despite the apparent potency of the aura, it seemed to be restricted by an unknown force that prevented it from reaching out of the cave. Normally such a cave would have been too dark for anything to be seen, but fortunately there was a beautiful source of light that illuminated the cave with a spectacular golden color. They were chains that crisscrossed all over the place before concentrating on something that sat motionless in the center of the cave. They were crystal-like in appearance and shone radiantly like stars in the night. However, the thing that these chains were constricting was not beautiful. It was a huge gelatin-like mass that was gray in color and relatively spherical in shape, but pulsed in places and constricted in others. It was a slime. But more specifically, the Abomination of the North. The Abomination of the North, also known as the Slime Abomination, had been sealed here for quite some time now, unable to cultivate or even initiate the process to break through to the fourth realm, most of its powers sealed and its aura unable to penetrate through the restrictive cave. It was even incapable of extending its bloodline will past the cave to reach its descendants. If it hadn't been knocked out senseless by that ridiculous ray of light, then even if its bloodline will wasn't unable to breach this cave, the connection would have already been made and it could have possibly controlled them to get rid of these hateful chains. But no, the connections had been severed as a result of the strange attack from the sky, and it couldn't reconnect them unless the chains were gone. Perhaps if its descendants were kind enough to come here and free it, it could have used its bloodline will as progenitor to forcefully enslave them again. But none of the original undead were foolish and they were certainly not kind. Even though they could sense the abomination's predicament and even location, they didn't dare to help and kept a large distance away from it, even preventing the other converted undead from going there in fear that they would cause an irreparable mistake. The Abomination of the North was helpless. However, after 13+ years of solitude, an opportunity was finally at hand. Abominations completely lacked souls, so those 13+ years didn't affect it in the slightest. It was as mentally strong as it was before its imprisonment, since it used its many brains to think, and it was perfectly receptive to the beautiful opportunity that was coming its way. An unknown life form that it had never sensed before was quickly moving in its direction. The being was extremely weakened and seemed to be fleeing from its attackers, but the slime abomination couldn't sense anyone else, so it guessed that the attackers must have given up as soon as they knew the destination of the victim. Everybody avoided this place after all. But for some reason, the near-ironclad rule to never enter the abomination's pit was about to be broken. 1 minute later, whoosh! Bursting into the scene was a strange creature that the slime abomination had never seen before despite touring the entire North Continent. The figure looked like a humanoid-shaped mist that was pitch black where a head should be, and dark gray everywhere else. The creature had 2 illusory horns on each side of its head and held a strange cylinder-shaped item that was see-through in most places, glass, and solid thick black in others, metal, in its left hand. The creature radiated an aura that the slime abomination had felt before on rare occasions, but nevertheless it was still a cause of surprise. After all, it was 100% sure that it had caused every one of its kind to be extinct. A monster. That's what the creature was. Just like the slime abomination before it became the entity that struck fear into the hearts of the entire North Continent. There weren't many of such beings on the continent, so it was simple for the slime abomination to call their numbers to zero. But who would have thought that another one would appear right here in this great time of need? Glee coursed through its non-existent heart as the prospect of freedom became closer and closer. On the other hand, the Wraith King was having a very bad time. Ever since he had fled from the South Continent, he had been suffering loss, after loss, after loss. It was an extremely aggravating experience. The first place he had fled to was an isolated island that had no life forms on it, which meant there was no way for him to kill anyone and gain strength, so he had to migrate and look for a better environment. The next place he had arrived in was an even bigger island that even had a few life forms on it, but they were all weak and quickly went extinct, forcing the Wraith King to once again keep it pushing. The next place took quite a while to get to, but when he did get there, he was extremely pleased. The expansive land was comparable to the South Continent and was filled with many powerful beasts. Even if the territory he was in was filled with abundant sand, the powerful beasts were extremely lucrative. At that time, he didn't know that the place was called the Celestial Desert of the Central Continent. Home to the celestial beast, Apis. The Wraith King was having the time of his life. After being suppressed by Azura and the savage earthen ogre tribe for so long, this was the best thing he could have asked for. Dominion over a large territory and a large amount of prey to increase his strength. It was wonderful. Alas, the end of all good times came much quicker than he thought it would. One day he was doing what he did best, cutting down beasts with his deathly scythe and absorbing the resulting killing essence. But then all of a sudden, bang! Something had crashed into his body and sent him flying. Boom! His body had crashed into a distant mountain, and it was all he could do not to phase out of existence. And when he had finally gathered the energy to look up, the shock that ran through him almost finished him off then and there. An elephant. An elephant that was over 500 meters tall. Looking at the gigantic trunk that had a faint golden glow to it, the Wraith King knew that that was what had struck him, because regular physical attacks wouldn't be able to touch him. Knowing that he was heavily outclassed, he used his innate teleporting ability and ran away, vowing to get revenge whenever he was strong enough. But thinking of the colossal size of the elephant, even he knew it was a tall order. After some more traveling and killing whatever he could on the way, he arrived at the entrance of a grand forest that contained a tree that shot up far above the clouds. Only the branches filled with multicolored leaves and strange cocoon-like things prevented it from looking like one huge sky-piercing pillar. The forest was practically overflowing with magic energy, and it even contained other elements. Namely water, ice, life, wood, lightning, and fire. It was a sacred land. A land that was guaranteed to be filled with all sorts of treasures. However, the Wraith King wasn't dumb. He had learnt from his experience with Celestial Apis that with great territories came great territory owners. He had already learned this in the South Continent, but with his excitement at finding a large land filled with adequate resources after many years at sea, coupled with his instinctual disdain for beasts that he gained after slaughtering them to extinction in the south, he had completely overlooked the possibility of a local hegemony. This time he wouldn't make a mistake. He would go in there with the stealth he had mastered over the years, kill the best of what could, absorb the killing essence, take a treasure or two if they were on sight, then flee. Oh, how foolish and naive he had been. But to be fair, there was no way for him to know that as soon as he walked into the forest, the firstborn of the heavens would appear right in front of him. Teleportation. He had thought at the time, filled with shock, that someone else, especially what looked like a human, had his ability. However, he was instantly filled with disdain. A mere human adolescent dared to appear in front of him so nonchalantly? He completely disregarded the pale white skin, light green hair and strange material wrapped in her body that he had seen no other human have, and prepared to attack. She was a human, so she was weak. But before he could even ready his scythe, her childish yet melodious voice rang out as she pointed her palm at him. I don't like monsters. Please go away. Boom. He was sent flying once again. The next place he had arrived in was jungle somewhere up north with high-reaching trees that blocked the sun. The place was filled with all sorts of luscious fruits and herbs that were filled with bountiful essence, but to a monster, especially one that technically lacked a physical body like him, such things were useless. However, the beasts within were not. This was the place where he achieved the most success. He had managed to slaughter all sorts of powerful beasts and subjugated the weaker ones, planning on fattening them up with essence-filled foods before slaughtering them. He did the same with the humans within too. After a couple of years went by, he had finally accumulated enough killing essence to reach the peak of the third realm, just one step away from becoming a greater demon. Everything was perfect. But then one day, the only being who could face him to a standstill, the only being who kept thwarting his plans time and time again, and the only being who had managed to keep him from taking control of the entire jungle, went through a colossal fate-changing breakthrough. Although he had achieved hegemony in the jungle, there was one peculiar monkey who had lustrous black fur and a scar over its left eye. This monkey had an extremely tough body and that normally would have meant nothing, but when the monkey glowed with a golden aura that gave off the feeling of light and metal, its heavy thumping fists would rain all over his body, causing him great agony. Even though he usually had a great advantage over such close combat fighters thanks to his previous tussles with Babunda, his long scythe, and his teleporting ability, this advantage was rendered useless when he fought against the stupidly fast monkey that possessed otherworldly reflexes and battle instincts. So it had been a standstill this entire time. He terrorized the jungle and the Monkey King protected it. But just when he was filled with glee at the prospect that it wouldn't take much longer to become a greater demon, the ambient magical energy around him experienced a great shift, fleeing the vicinity and flowing to the other side of the forest where he knew the Monkey King was. Such a thing didn't make sense and was a little worrying. He couldn't allow anything to interrupt his future breakthrough, so he needed to investigate whether or not that the sudden change was a threat. If the Monkey King was pulling off something strange, he needed to stop it immediately. But just when he was flying towards the cause of the sudden ruckus, a feeling of absolute danger flooded his soul, causing him to freeze. Boom! Boom! The jungle shook all around him as an explosion went off in the destination of his investigation. Having a bad premonition, he quickly looked up to see if his ghastly prediction was true, and it was. Although it was hard to see through the canopy of the jungle, the glaring golden light of the unforgettable tribulation lights was not something he would mistake for something else. This could only mean that somebody was undergoing a tribulation, but who else in this jungle could it be if not the King of Monkeys? His arch-nemesis, only second to Azura himself. Filled with anger that his fated enemy would reach the fourth realm before him, he tried to rush towards him in hopes of disrupting the tribulation, because if he didn't do it now and the monkey successfully evolved, then there was no doubt that he would be forcefully kicked out once again. Alas, each meter he managed to cross only added to the sense of danger cascading his mind. Eventually, his body refused to move any closer and he could only watch with desperation as the last strike sounded out, rocking the entire jungle and cementing his fate. But he refused to give up. This jungle was too bountiful to abandon without a fight. So he used his fastest speed to reach the Monkey King's location, hoping that the bout with the tribulation lights would have left him extremely weakened. Soon, he arrived at a giant lake that had a massive island in the center, but the island held an even huger mountain that took up 90% of its space with only the coast being flat-landed. It was quite the magnificent sight and was sure to be one of the best natural territories in the world, but that was not why the Wraith King had been looking on with speechlessness. The real reason was because of the 400-meter-tall golden monkey that lay spread-eagle upon the canopy of trees like it was a bed. The monkey's newly golden fur glistened like the finest of silk and was extremely eye-catching, but what was even more eye-catching was the new accessories on his body that seemed to have come out of nowhere. Wrapped around his wrists were two thick wristbands that seemed to have been condensed out of golden light, shining with a gentle intensity that whilst bright, didn't cause any discomfort to the eyes. He also had what seemed to be a necklace of prayer beads, and a strangely designed metal headband, that were all made of the same condensed light material. Last but not least was the strange neon bright runes that were patterned all over its fur like a tattoo. They too were golden in color. The beast was absolutely magnificent. Even if it was clearly unconscious, it radiated a powerful and profound aura that felt like harmony, peace and majesty. And yet, there was a strange undertone to it that made it feel like all that peace and harmony could switch into a bottomless wrath in an instant. The Wraith King gritted his teeth. He was very familiar with this feeling and he wasn't happy about seeing it again. He wasn't sure what made them different from other beasts, but he was sure that this monkey, and the elephant back in the desert, were of the same kind. Unfortunately, it didn't cross his mind to ask the system. Instead, he teleported to the Monkey King's neck with his scythe raised high. He wanted to see how exactly this stupid monkey would defend against him whilst unconscious. Whoosh! He slammed down with his scythe. Ting! The sound of metal bashing against metal was heard when his scythe connected with the monkey's neck, causing shock and fear to course through his soul. He quickly turned back to the monkey's face to see if he had woken, and encountered the most terrifying eyes he had ever seen glaring right back. The eyes had the regular white sclera, but they lacked any kind of pupil and left the ridiculously bright irises to look like two golden suns. The Wraith King knew he was in trouble and wanted to flee, but before he could even teleport away. Bang! Hush! He was sent flying with a slap. 2 years later he had made it to the North Continent. By then he was already a greater demon and was much stronger than before. He even gained an enlightened form that reduced his previous 10-meter-tall wraith body to a 2-meter-tall physical body. He had pale white skin, ghostly silver hair that defied gravity, the same smoky hooded cloak that his wraith body had, and completely white eyes that had no irises or pupils. Although he was handsome, it would take a peculiar woman to get past all of that eeriness. When he had arrived in the continent, he had been appalled by the overall strength and lack of diversity in the beasts. Most of them were in the upper stages of the first realm to the lower stages of the second realm, with the elites being in the middle stages and the cream of the crop being at the upper stages. Very, very few were in the third realm, and it was extremely disappointing to him, who needed to kill stronger enemies to increase his strength. This was completely unlike the other continents that he had visited, whose beasts had average strengths at the upper stages of the second realm. He couldn't understand why, and it was quite aggravating. It was only later on did he find out that it was because of the fact that 90% of all the beast ancestors that he was used to fighting had all been wiped out, and the beasts he was seeing now were all the younger generations. As for the lack of diversity, well, that could only be explained by the fact that quite a majority of the species had gone extinct. Despite the disappointment that the Wraith King felt in the continent, he still decided to wander the lands in hopes that he could at least find special treasures before leaving. He'd seen his fair share of trinkets in his adventures, but he'd never been able to possess one. Since his birth, the only treasure he had ever owned was his Demon King armament, and it was quite disappointing. The lantern that he almost always carried in his left hand didn't count since it could be considered a part of his body. So he trekked around the southern sector of the continent with little to no excitement until he reached the western sector. And what he found was a terrifying forest that was filled with an overwhelming amount of putrid magic energy of the likes that he had never seen before. It was even denser than the magic energy found in the forest with the gigantic tree. Maybe there was something about trees that created such high levels of ambient magic energy, because he could see another gigantic tree right in the middle of this forest. And although it wasn't as big as the tree found in the forest from the previous continent, it was still the second biggest one he had ever seen. But that wasn't the point. The point was that not only did this place have an overflowing amount of magic energy, but its elemental nature also contained elements that were compatible with him. And thanks to the fact that he was a greater demon who could now absorb magical/demonic energy from the air, the deathly and miasmic aura of the forest was like the sacredest of all sacred lands to him. Filled with glee, the Wraith King decided to enter despite knowing such a place would be laden with dangers. But he was a greater demon now, and there weren't many things in this world that could harm him anymore, and even in the slim chance that there was something that could harm him within the forest, he could always just run away as he always did. He couldn't allow himself to give up such an opportunity because of fear. Nearly drunk with glee at the prospect of greater strength, he flew right in without hesitation as he circulated the basic cultivation technique he had gained from his greater demon inheritance. And what joy! The corrupted ambient magical energy was extremely compatible with him and was already improving his cultivation by leaps and bounds, even if, in reality, he was still exceedingly far away from the second stage of the greater demon realm. He didn't know what it was, but similar to the vast power boost that he gained when he broke through to the fourth realm, the amount of essence needed to make even one breakthrough was just too tremendous. Sometimes he would even catch himself thinking that it almost wasn't worth it. But in a place like this, there was no longer a problem. He had truly struck gold. Letting out a ghostly laugh that sounded like it came from multiple directions, he flew even faster to the area that had the densest amount of magic energy, thinking about all the faces of those that had wronged him as he pummeled them to the ground with the strength he was soon to gain. I will make such a thing a really dash. Boom! He was sent flying. But this time it wasn't as far. He crashed into a tree only 100 meters away and nearly broke his back, reminding him of why he didn't like his pitiful physical form. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't absorb essence from the air without it, he would never use it. Quickly switching into his wraith form, he readied his scythe and looked towards the His scythe. Feeling the lack of weight in his palm, his ghostly cloak flickered with confusion. Where was his scythe? What kind of creature are you? Came the dry crackling voice ahead of him. He quickly turned his attention towards the source of the voice and was astonished to see another one of those creepy half-dead humans right in front of him. He had long since come into contact with irregularly strong humans that looked like walking corpses, with some of them even having half or all of their flesh missing, especially when he had arrived in the western sector. He knew that they were still humans instead of some kind of abnormal creature in enlightened form, but he also knew that they were not the same humans that he was so used to seeing at all. Talk less of their atrocious appearances, merely their smells were different from the telltale scent of the average human. And he wasn't talking about the decaying smell of a corpse, even if that too was there. It was this smell amongst other things like aura and magic signature that let him know that the thing before him, even though it looked like the most perfect human he had ever seen, was one of those walking corpses. It had pasty white skin that was paler than his, when he was in his enlightened form, flat black eyes, a bald head, a muscular figure that was over 2 meters tall, an irking bright white grin, and a scythe carried in its right hand. A scythe? Can you not speak? The undead said as it caressed its jaws with its free left hand. I want my scythe back, the Wraith King said with barely suppressed rage. He knew that he was in a position of vast disadvantage and that he must humble himself, even if this was the first ever time that his scythe had been stolen from him. Thinking of the strength and speed that the creature had shown thus far, he knew that he was probably having the most dangerous encounter of his life, and that he must be very, very careful. Readying himself, he said, I want dash. I heard you the first time, strange creature. But I like this thing and it belongs to me now, the walking dead creature spoke as it folded its arms across its chest. The Wraith King gritted his teeth with sheer frustration before bursting out in anger. Then die, he screamed as he pointed his lantern of doom towards the creature, shooting out tens of smoky black skulls that zigzagged in its direction with a sharp sound. However, instead of bracing itself, the creature merely raised an eyebrow with curiosity as if it were looking at a harmless experiment. Boom. 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 The skulls slammed into the unreactive creature, causing a dense black explosion to obscure its body. But not even waiting for the last skull to connect, the Wraith King teleported to the undead creature and reached for his scythe with his highest possible speed. He knew that he had no chance of defeating the creature, but he was hoping that he could use his racial treasure, the Lantern of Doom, to distract it or even hurt it whilst he stole back his scythe. After that, he would run away for the nth time. Alas, it seemed that fate had different plans for him this time. Just as his fingers had wrapped around the scythe and excitement coupled with a hint of disdain was beginning to rise in his incorporeal heart, his sense of sight caught the terrifying image of the completely unharmed creature as it stared straight into his soul with an emotionless gaze. Bang! Before he could even react, he was sent flying with an attack that he was incapable of seeing. Again. Boom! The Wraith King once again crashed into a tree, cursing the fact that he was unable to phase through the world's physical objects despite being able to do so to physical life forms as long as they didn't summon forth any energy. The undead creature had mysteriously appeared before him once again and slammed its fist his body. Unfortunately, being flown away wasn't going to help him this time. Bang! His body smacked back into the tree behind him and his mind blanked once again as pain racked his body. How, he inwardly screamed when he regained his bearings. How could he be so wait, could it be that he can teleport like M-? Bang! The Wraith King's mind was once more sent into oblivion with a mighty blow. At this point, his body was flickering and had become transparent, looking like it was going to be snuffed out of existence with just a couple more blows. But he was certainly not going to let that happen. As soon as his mind regained function he immediately teleported 1,000 meters away, not even caring about the scythe that he had left behind. What kind of creature is that? The Wraith King inwardly exclaimed with fear as he turned his head towards his previous location, only to catch the anxiety-inducing sight of the undead creature crouching down to the point that its backside rested on its ankles and emotionless eyes that stared right back at him. Strangely enough, its thigh muscles seemed to be expanding like a balloon as engorged veins appeared like writhing snakes. The Wraith King didn't trust it at all and immediately started the procedure to teleport once more. What is it? Whoosh! Before a quarter of a second could even tick, the undead creature had already appeared a shy 2 meters away from him with its left arm extended out, looking like it was going to slice right through him. BVVVT. This is way too much trouble. I must flee, the Wraith King thought as he appeared another 1,000 meters away, not even waiting for an initiative before teleporting once again. He had been saved by the proverbial bell this time, but who knew if the strange creature had any extra tricks. Even if his precious armament must be left behind, there would always be other days. If he stayed behind, the only thing he would be claiming would be death. The Wraith King's ethereal cloak flickered as rage warred with fear in his mind. North Continent, Forest of Death, Abomination Pit. Present time, year 140. That is how he found himself in this current situation. Even though he had been repeatedly teleporting throughout the uncanny forest, the terrifying undead creature had been almost neck to him the entire time with raw speed alone. There were even other similar undead creatures that had joined the chase, and it was quite frightening, but for some reason, they all stopped chasing him when he reached the vicinity to this peculiar cave's entrance. He wasn't dumb and knew that whatever was preventing them from coming any closer wasn't something he could deal with. He even stopped running in hopes that if he waited long enough, his attackers would give up and he could avoid having to delve deeper. Alas, even though the additional undead creatures that had joined the chase left after 2 boring days, his original attacker did not. He had noticed the dubious and annoyed looks the other similarly strong undead had cast at it, and he was sure that they too had been wondering why it was trying so hard to chase him. From their perspective, it must have looked like his original attacker was greedily coveting his treasures or even the essence that his body held, but he couldn't for the life of him guess why, when the others were showing clear intent that the threat of what lay within the cave outweighed the essence of another fourth realm being. He had already long dispelled his lantern and there was no other treasure to be seen, so it was extremely strange to see the undead's behavior. After that 3 days passed, but instead of the creature looking wary, it looked even more greedy. It showed visible signs of tension and looked like it was going to spring forwards at any moment. So, deciding that he had no more options, he ran into the cave. At that time he was thinking that he should just hang around inside one of the hallways and wait for the undead creature to leave. But that idea was vetoed when he felt the aura of the undead creature become volatile, as if it was going to snap at any moment. So he ran as far as he could whilst he cursed his luck. When he reached a tall archway that seemed to have a golden light source on the other side, a little bit of excitement coursed through his mind. After all, such things didn't normally exist and there was no one on the planet, to his knowledge, that could make such things, so when they did exist, they normally hid great secrets. Or great danger. It was the latter part that quenched his excitement, but he had already burst into the opening, presenting him the ethereal sight of luminous golden chains that crisscrossed all over the place. Each of the chain links were a meter long and they twinkled like the starry night. It was an absolutely glorious sight. But when he looked at where the chains seemed to be concentrating, his thoughts froze. Wrapped in the golden chains, a hideous thing looked right back at him. It was a huge jelly-like mass that was gray in color and roughly spherical in shape. It pulsed grotesquely as transparent fluids oozed out of its body and air bubbles popped all over its body. Truly ugly. But that wasn't what caused fear to grip his mind. No, instead, it was the petrifying aura that suddenly erupted all around him like a gigantic storm. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even think straight and his softly billowing body fell into a stasis. Shockingly enough, the aura wasn't even that strong. His spirit sense was telling him that the abnormal slime creature was only at the peak of the 3rd realm. But for some reason, the rest of his mind and body seemed to disagree. Perhaps it had to do something with the nausea-inducing amount of elements he could feel within the aura, or perhaps it was the reality-twisting quality of the aura that he was sure would have turned those furry creatures he liked to bully into static bushes. Madness. That was the feeling that was slowly encroaching his soul and he was barely able to defend against it. He had only felt like this once before and the rage that came with the thought slightly pushed it away. I'm not the same as before, and the azure of back then wasn't even that great. RRAAH, bellowed the Wraith King as he switched into his enlightened form, hoping that addition of physical flesh would protect his soul. And indeed it did. The waves of confusion and disorientation crashing against his consciousness were reduced to a significant degree, but unfortunately, he didn't know that that was exactly what the appalling creature was waiting for. A sticky and suffocating feeling suddenly enveloped his head, but before he could even give birth the feeling of fear, his thoughts were vanquished and his consciousness faded. Lole Galaxy, Desolate Region, Sharona World Outer Space. Year 146. I have finally arrived, said a figure wrapped in white robes and golden light as it floated above a low world. This was of course Eridel. He had spent an entire 6 years traveling from the Eonix world to the Sharona world and he had only just arrived. It was a pretty uneventful journey, but it gave him a lot of time to think of his future plans and further consolidate his will and mind without the instincts of his planetary body interfering. Still, he couldn't help but feel a smidgen of excitement at the prospect of interacting with a new world, even if it would be brief. The world before him was mostly purple in color and was no doubt a result of the purple seas. But make no mistake, if you poured the water here into a cup, it would be as colorless as any other, only, the integral laws of this world that dictated the way light and color would affect it were a little different. Other than that, the residential enlightened beings of this world were also quite eye-catching. They looked like the humans of his world, but they were much, much bigger, reaching a domineering height of 4 to 5 meters. And they were all bald irrespective of gender. He could actually see someone that had reached a terrifying 12 meters tall, but his face was funny, he was extremely skinny, and his bone formation was a little disfigured. Eridel was pretty sure that the person had the gigantism disorder, which he found quite funny, but he didn't bother to check. A giant with gigantism. Ha! Lastly, the world had 30 Realm 5 protectors just like the Eonix world, which he thought was going to become recurring, and the same blue magic shield laced with shining runes. However, Eridel was pretty sure that the creator of both shields were one and the same because they carried the same runes, potency, lifespan, and most importantly, magic signature. What a greedy bastard, he didn't even give full ownership of the shields to the new owners, Eridel thought with a smirk. But in truth, he already knew this. Gaia had already told him that the person who sold the magic shields of the 10 low worlds was the Segothia world's god of space who also doubled as a formation master. Although she didn't know all the details of the trade, Eridel could guess from the extra religions that were on this world and the last. The Eonix world, which was owned by the Midnight Requiem, should rightfully believe in the two gods who owned it. The god of undeath and the goddess of music. However, there was a third god statue that he had found there, and he was currently looking at its replica in this world. How ambitious. Not bad, not bad. But unfortunately, your goals to unite the desolate region won't be coming to fruition. Eridel thought as he gave a gloating grin at the male statue. Well then, he said as he turned his gaze towards the 3 eggs orbiting around him. Who's up next? How about you? Eridel said as he eyed the silver egg with red crisscrossing patterns, radiating a chaotic and sharp aura. Sure, why not? A place like this would do well to raise a good juggernaut. Raising his right arm, the egg separated from the others and floated up in response as if it were a magnet. Swish, he swiped his arm down in one sharp movement and sent the egg speeding towards the Sharona world like it was a shooting star. However, surrounding the egg was a golden glow that mysteriously disappeared when it made contact with the magic shield. Obviously, this was the same countermeasure that Eridel had used against the Eonix world's magic shield, rendering it useless. The egg followed a similar process as its predecessor, breaking through the clouds and crashing into a small town whose residents were already fleeing with shock. But unlike the creature of conquest, there was no high keening cry that besotted the defenseless mortals around it. No, the creature of war was going to have to do it on its own. Zuuwum. Floating above the shattered debris of a broken building was a menacing knife that audibly hummed with power. It was mostly silver in color, but there were a few red designs that patterned the blade along with a faint crimson glow. The hilt was also entirely red. It looked quite ethereal, and if one were dumb, they would even think of the knife as delicate. But there was nothing delicate about the sharp chaotic aura it was releasing and the crazy billowing winds that carved grooves into the surrounding bricks. Suddenly, the knife moved. But it barely moved 20 centimeters before it suddenly wobbled and dipped in altitude. This continued to happen as it flew, and it was clear that flying was a new experience for it. But eventually it got the hang of it, and the amount of times where it faltered were becoming far in between. A minute later, it was starting to pick up speed when a 5-meter-tall male giant entered its sight. The giant was a middle-aged man with a large scruffy beard and tattered clothes that smelled. He had shoes with gaping maws and bleary eyes that stared at the empty bottle in his hand. He was obviously homeless. Zuuwum. Was that? The homeless man groaned drunkenly when he heard the strange humming sound that was consistently growing in volume. However, when he looked around and saw the knife peacefully floating towards him, he threw his bottle to the ground in apparent rage. Fackin' blimey. Dis fucking shit keeps making me ear and see staff. Fack, said the homeless man with a reddening face as he roughed his hand through his dry hair and trudged off. All dat screaming and booming too, das a new one. Hiccup. Erg. What will I see next? Go dash. Shick. Thud. The homeless giant suddenly slumped to the ground with a knife buried within his skull. He didn't even have time to resist before death had already claimed him. But perhaps it could be considered a small mercy. The knife, or to be more accurate the creature of war, floated back into the air with blood and brain matter trickling down its blade. It was an extremely ominous sight. However, the following sequence of events was even more terrifying. Whoosh! A colorless light abruptly rose from the giant's corpse and coalesced above the body. It then took on the form of the giant and seemed to be silently screaming as it was sucked into the knife like a ghost trapped by a magic bottle. That was his soul. The giant's soul had just been summoned and consumed by the creature of war. Zuuwum. The knife's humming suddenly increased in intensity in tandem with the crimson glow as the chaotic aura and sharp winds that had oddly disappeared before burst back into existence with atrocious force. The giant's corpse was torn to pieces and the two opposing buildings that created the alleyway exploded. Boom! The knife itself grew a few centimeters and the semblance of a soul seemed to have come out of nowhere, radiating a nefarious intent that seemed to desire more of what it had just consumed. Clearly, it had grown in strength. But who would have thought that it had the ability to consume souls? Whoosh! The creature of war suddenly flew off into the distance with shocking speed, destroying the surroundings with its terrifying winds that had become thick enough to be visible, creating the terrifying sight of a knife surrounded by faint crimson winds that destroyed everything in its vicinity. Shortly after, horrified screams could be heard before they were cut off one by one. Sorry mortals, but such is life. Pray that you can be reincarnated into the Iridius world or something and all will be well, Eridel said flippantly as he gazed at the carnage that the creature of war was conducting with a carefree expression. But then he turned his eyes towards the array of god statues and a grin adorned his face. Ignoring the god of space, these are the three gods that lead the Chimera Templars, the third strongest faction in the Sagothia world. The god of fire, the goddess of light, and the goddess of swords. Unfortunately, they too will have their hard-earned world stolen by me. Ah, what an evil bastard I am. Somebody please stop me before I go too far, Eridel said as he covered his face with his palm, but it failed to cover the wide grin that peeked out of the edges. Ha 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 ha, ha well then, Eridel said as he dropped his hand and turned his eyes to the two remaining eggs. Shall we? Iridius world, new unknown continent, mountain range in the center. When the Iridius world evolved into a mid-world, there were many new continents that had formed in tandem with its growth. Some of them were originally giant islands that had explosively grown in size, but there were a few of them that had actually broken off from the four main continents. The central continent did not experience this. And this continent was one of them. Year 150. This particular continent was a piece of land that had separated from the west continent and expanded in size thanks to the world's evolution. Although it wasn't anywhere near as big as the west continent, it was still quite big and had produced many lives in the past 23 years. But the crazy thing was that this continent had been conquered. Lunar continent, sacred moon hallowed lands, celestial mountain. The lunar continent was the name that the residents of the continent had been told to call their continent when it had been conquered by the powerful faction called the Divine Moon Syndicate. The sacred moon hallowed lands was the name of the mountain range at the center of the continent at which they mainly resided, and the celestial mountain was the gigantic 10,000-meter tall mountain right in the middle. Sitting at the peak of this mountain was as a 320-meter tall and 500-meter long male lion with pristine white fur that glowed like the moon. His mane was lustrously thick and just as white but had silver streaks running down till his chest that glistened like hidden treasures. His eyes were like two identical moons with a tinge of blue, and every time he took a breath, the incomprehensible runes that patterned his entire body would light up before returning back to normal. And lastly, he had 4 silver ankle cuffs that were wrapped around his ankles. Currently, this gigantic lion, which was obviously a celestial beast, was looking at his status page as he waited for the other 5 leaders of the Divine Moon Syndicate. Status. Name, Zion. Titles, Lion Emperor, Celestial Beast, Sanctified Lord of the Divine Moon Syndicate, Lunar Moon Kaiser, First Kaiser of the Iridius world, the Moon's first apostle. Race, Lunar Lion. Cultivation, Enlightened Beast, Stage 1. Anatomy Refinement, Stage 2. Combat Strength, Realm 4, Stage 3. Bloodline, Sanctified Lunar Bloodline, Earth Grade. Physique, Moon Apostle Physique, Heaven Grade. Affinities, Moon, 70%, Ice, 100%, Fire, 100%, Metal, 30%. Elements, Ice, Fire. Laws: Moon, 1%, Ice, 3%, Fire, 3%. Innate skills: Lunar bolts, lunar breath, lunar flame fusion, lunar enhancement, metal claws. Contract skills: Divine lunar punishment, divine lunar enhancement. This is all thanks to our divine Lord, the moon whose divine presence shines upon the world at night, the celestial lion thought as he gazed at the sacred moon-hallowed lands below. I am truly lucky. For this, I must make sure that all shall praise the moon. All shall roar, chirp, squeal, scream, neigh or even quack with worship. There is truly nothing greater than the moon, and all must know. This is my divine purpose. Contrary to his lazy seating position, there was a great zeal within his eyes that could not be hidden. Clearly, he held the moon with great regard. He still remembered the moment 23 years ago with perfect clarity. After the world had gone crazy and the continents were divided, he and his pride had to fight nearly every day just to secure resources and territories that they didn't have the opportunity to gain before, because of their flying overlords. It was a wonderful opportunity and he was grateful for the chance to become something much more than just a lowly lion king, but death was becoming way too prevalent and he was becoming sick of having to watch as his super pride slowly dwindled in numbers. But then one day, as he was surveying his territory with a pensive expression, a divine light shot down from the night sky. It crashed against the mountain in the middle of his territory and spread a silver light across his entire vision. He could see nothing but white, but he could feel the intense rumbling beneath his feet and knew that something absolutely abnormal and most likely dangerous was going on. Fear was beginning to parade his heart and thoughts of his pride filled his thoughts. Even if he died, he at least wanted his pride to survive. After all, around 80% of them were his descendants. But just as he was thinking of doing something drastic, a notification from the system pierced through the cloud of fear. Ding! System announcement. You have been offered a contract by the moon. The moon would like to make you an apostle in exchange for eternal servitude, protection, and a copy of your memories. Do you agree? Shock ran through his body like an electric bolt. What was the meaning of this? The moon? Apostle? Eternal servitude? A copy of his memories? No way. But although he wanted to disagree, he wasn't the young impulsive lion that he used to be. If he decided to disagree, would the harmless light that still filled his eyes suddenly decided to claim his life? Because although it wasn't harming him, he could feel the potent might that even surpassed that of the Nine-Flame Queen. He was sure that with just a single thought, his life could vanish. On the other hand, if he decided to accept, would he and his pride be safe? It was an obvious answer. He accepted. He didn't think that whatever was causing his plight would request for eternal servitude if it wanted to kill him. He was a smart lion who had reached the first stage of anatomy refinement during an accident concerning fire and he was able to look into the little details. However, he was certainly not ready for what occurred next. Ding! Congratulations! You have made a contract with the moon. Congratulations! You have become the apostle of the moon. Congratulations! You have gained the heaven grade, moon apostle physique. Congratulations! You have gained the earth grade, sanctified lunar bloodline. Congratulations! You have gained comprehension in the laws of ice and the laws of fire. Congratulations! You had gained the title, the moon's first apostle. Congratulations! You have been named, Zion, by the moon. Congratulations! Your mana has been reforged by the laws of ice. Congratulations! You have surpassed the seeking beast realm, prepare for your tribulation. Congratulations! You have met the requirements for the celestial beast and now have 2 evolutions to pick from. Enlightened beast, gain a humanoid transformation with the ability to absorb essence and utilize runes. Celestial beast, unfortunately, the host is unqualified for this information. The host has 10 seconds to choose before a forced evolution to an enlightened beast. He was very speechless. The power that was flooding his veins was just too exquisite and he could not believe it. But when he was presented with the 2 evolution options, he quickly chose the celestial beast form. Although he would miss out on the chance to absorb essence from the air, he knew that anything rare must surely be greater. He had seen a few enlightened beasts but never a celestial beast, and on top of that, the information for a celestial beast was barred. This must surely mean that the knowledge was too precious. He had learnt this lesson very well when he had tried to inquire about the Purgatory Vermilion bird's bizarre strengthening technique. So celestial beast it was. It was only after the terrible pain that soon followed, that he knew that he had made the greatest decisions of his life. Praise be to the moon. Ah, there they are, the celestial lion thought as he rose to his giant feet. Scaling up the mountain with great speed were 5 indistinguishable figures that were covered in a silver light. The celestial lion watched with impassive eyes before turning his head towards the moon that shone bright against the night sky. His eyes were no longer impassive and a strong adoration could be sensed from his visage. It is time for today's worship, the celestial lion thought as what looked like an attempt of a smile adorned his face. East Continent, the Burning Nines, Sacred Volcano. 3 years later, year 153. Asterisk boop asterisk boop asterisk boop asterisk. Quite some time had passed and the sacred volcano was much larger than it was before, reaching a grand height of 4,500 meters. This was no doubt a combined result of the world's evolution and the siphon essence innate skill that all anomalies seem to have. But more interesting than that was the powerful laws of earth and lava that the volcano was consistently releasing like it was nothing. Clearly, the area around the volcano had long become a sacred land, but the density of which the ambient magical energy had reached was truly impressive. On top of that, instead of it mellowing out the further it spread, it was actually systematically raised the closer you got to the sacred volcano and never reached out of the first circle, causing the special properties of the volcano's ambient magical energy to be concentrated within the 9 circles. For example, if someone were to cross through the invisible dividing barrier of the first circle and enter the second circle, they would feel an abrupt increase in the quality of the ambient magical energy, talk less of if they were to enter the first circle from the outside. However, just as the ambient magical energy increased the closer you got to the 9th circle, so did the heat. So this prevented many beings from delving deep even if they had the courage to do so. But on the flip side, if you were able to spend a lot of time within the hottest circle you could reach, not only would you steadily gain a resistance to heat, but the harsh conditions would also pressure you into advancing in anatomy refinement, and thus allowing you to proceed to the next circle. This created a powerful environment for those who were able to fend off the attacks of the ferocious lava ants and make a living within the 9 circles, which had also expanded in size, producing many battle-hardened elites. A territory like this was to die for, and unfortunately, many often did. Within the sacred volcano, which was located in the middle of the 9th circle, there was a massive cave that was not affected by the constantly flowing lava and was utterly safe in contrast to the environment in other areas of the volcano. But this place was only safe to one particular race, and that was because it was home to the most terrifying being that reigned supreme within the boundaries of the 9 circles. The blazing Ant Empress. This cave was her nest and sanctuary that provided her with the security that she needed to produce the eggs for her colony. Although most would argue that she didn't need such protection because of the fact that despite being a mere 28 years old, she had already reached the Seeking Beast realm, Realm 3, and was also in the 4th stage of anatomy refinement, making her peerless within the 9 circles. Not to mention the terrifying lava ants that had increased in number over the years who wouldn't hesitate to die for her. This was all due to the fact that around 70% of the resources and natural treasures that the colony was able to obtain was fed straight to her so that she could produce more powerful offspring. At this point, she could have decided to lay her eggs out on the edges of the first circle and nobody would have dared to touch her. However, the blazing Ant Empress didn't care about such things and preferred the safety of a secure nest as her instincts dictated. And what better location than the cave provided by her Lord Benefactor, the sacred volcano itself? So here she was, looking at the beautiful white eggs covered in streaks of lava around her with a strong adoration that, although was hard to see on her face, could be seen from the way she would occasionally caress an egg. It was quite hard to look loving when your face was made from chitin. But although the numerous eggs were a marvelous sight to behold, they could not compare to the fantastical beauty of the blazing Ant Empress herself. A domineering height of 30 meters tall that left many of her peers in the dust, a dark red crystal-like chitin that resembled magic rubies and was covered in soul-stirring intricate patterns that streaked across her body like lava, curved and sharp serrated mandibles that snapped every once in a while, amber-like compact eyes that glowed and showed obvious signs of intelligence, spear-like legs that stood securely and surely, a disproportionately large abdomen that could produce many eggs, and 2 long antennae that had glowing tips. Although beautiful in the way lava was beautiful, most would similarly run away from the first sight of her, and they were right to do so. Unlike the way she treated the colony and the sacred volcano itself, she was a cruel, unfeeling creature who considered other life forms as the nutrients she needed for her and her colony. This was because of the fact that the stronger she became, the more talented, powerful, versatile, and intelligent her offspring were when they were born, and this was especially so when she evolved. But because of this, the amount of eggs that she was able to produce per day was rapidly dwindling. It took too much energy to produce new offspring and she was needing more and more nutrients. It had reached the point where the amount of eggs that she was able to produce per day had dropped to 50 and she wasn't happy at all. 800 eggs a day reduced to 50. Utterly atrocious. The growth of her colony brought her great happiness and she hated for it to slow. So as a result of this, the brave adventurers that dared to try their luck in the burning nines often didn't come back. The growth of her colony brought her great happiness and she hated for it to slow. So as a result of this, the brave adventurers that dared to try their luck in the burning nines often didn't come back. However, she couldn't say that the power she gained wasn't worth the loss in egg production. Ever since the day she was born, the only thing she had been able to do was produce eggs and expand her family. But this wasn't a kind world that would allow her and her colony to just exist in peace. No, just like her the other creatures of the world needed nutrition, and her colony, which was voluminous enough to provide value but virtually defenseless, was the perfect prey. And although it was only the smaller and weaker creatures like the rats and the ferrets that actually cared about the nutritional value that they could provide, it wasn't rare for the stronger beasts to kill them just to keep their territories looking nice. After all, most beings couldn't endure the nauseous sight of thousands of ants crawling over each other. So, the first 2 years of life could be considered to be hell. Always running from other life forms and rarely ever finding something to eat. And if it wasn't for the occasional four-limbed creature that stood upright on 2 legs, something that the system informed her was a human, she would have definitely perished long ago. The fact that something that was even bigger than the rats was so weak used to always puzzle her, but she didn't care. They may have been stronger than an individual ant, but they were unable to defend themselves against the combined might of the colony. So they became food. They and the other insectoid creatures were the only things that they could eat, so eat they would. But unlike all the ant queens that had come before her, she had possessed a sharper intellect along with a burning desire to devour her oppressors. All she needed was just a single chance. And it came. In a valley formed by 2 mountains, a mini-war of epic proportions had broken out between a foraging team of the carmine flame deers and a hunting team of the rigid stone bears. They were 2 out of the 5 hegemon races within the mountain range and frequently had hostile altercations. It was so bad that whenever they would meet, a war would immediately break out. And if the carmine flame deers won, they would burn the corpses of their enemies to ashes, usually out of rage, but if the rigid stone bears won, they would devour the corpses of their enemies without leaving a single scrap. However, this time, for the first time ever, at least, according to the Ant Queen's memory, the war had resulted in a total wipeout with none of them surviving, leaving plenty of bountiful spirit beast corpses in their wake. And for the stage 2 magic beast Ant Queen who had stumbled into the climax of the scene, it was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Not wasting a single second, she rushed towards the carcasses with thoughts of power filling her heart. She knew that if she dared to stall, the sweet-smelling blood of the spirit beasts would bring all kinds of attention, and it was for the same reason that she didn't order her colony to drag the carcasses back to their nest. There was no way for the current them to eliminate the trail and resulting smell, so the only way to capitalize on this opportunity was to devour the carcasses immediately. First, she went for the carmine flame deers because she could tell that they were much more tender than the rigid stone bears. Their rough and stiff fur that remained static despite the wind wasn't something that the queen wanted to test. She wasn't even sure that she could eat them. But the soft red bodies of the carmine flame deers? Simply a delicacy. At least, that's what she had initially thought. But reality proved itself to be much different from her daydreams when the queen failed to pierce beast's tough skin. That was when it hit her. How could a mere magic beast devour a spirit beast even if it was dead? It was then that she remembered the many times the colony had tried to defeat their enemies with their sharp mandibles only to receive repetitive failure and countless losses, and despair slowly dawned on her. If their mandibles didn't work before, why should things change just because of the fact that their target was dead? It was hopeless. But fueled by a surge of desperation, the Ant Queen made multiple attempts to find a soft spot that she could take advantage of. The thigh, the chest, the nose, the tongue, but nothing worked. Until she tried the large gash mark on the back of the deer's left hind thigh. Indeed, the thought of trying one of the open wounds on the carcass had not once crossed the Ant Queen's mind. But to be fair, it was to be expected. She had been trying to tear off a chunk of flesh to swallow it herself, so the location she took a bite from shouldn't really have mattered. And indeed it didn't. The bite that she took at the wound failed just like the rest, but when the hot blood gushed into her mouth, all thoughts of flesh vanished. And not for any good reason. The pain of consuming the blood of spirit beast that had an affinity with fire was something that she struggled to recount even till this day. It puzzled her because she had a fantastic memory, but she suspected that the severe reaction that she had to the blood had never actually stored itself in her memories in the first place. But that was foolish, was it not? She didn't really know, but she did remember that instead of retreating quickly when she had regained her bearings, the 2-year-old foolishly brave version of herself started charging towards the remains of what used to be a rigid stone bear. Just like with the carmine flame deer, the ant queen bit at a wound on the rigid stone bear and began gorging on the blood, and despite being torched from head to toe, the blood she had swallowed from the carmine flame deer was beginning to be digested and she was feeling drastic increases in power. The current her didn't notice that she was also taking in a lot of impurities as a result of her actions, but she was loving every bit of the increasing strength. It was just too great. Even as she was crazily rolling about on the floor in an attempt to alleviate the pain caused by the consumption of the rigid stone bear blood, there was only joy in her heart. Thankfully, the rigid stone bear blood wasn't as painful as the carmine flame deer blood, but it was still extremely thick and caused waves of agony as it went down her esophagus. 2 minutes later, she began to feel the positive effects of the rigid stone bear blood, and although the pain had barely receded, the feeling of her cultivation rising was just too wonderful. She had already broken through to the 3rd stage and she was swiftly making her way to the 4th. Her previously 10 centimeters long all-black body was slowly growing and gaining red patterns along in certain parts of her carapace, and going by the feeling in her mandibles, she already felt like she could take on the rats that used to bully her. She was finally obtaining greater power. A ray of euphoria burst through the cloud of pain in her heart as thoughts of revenge already began to impregnate her mind. But then all of a sudden, the environment around her began to change. Hush! The wind became audibly violent as the ambient magical energy turned chaotic, moving in an irregular pattern that had never occurred before. It was extremely worrying, but when the temperature began to rise in heat, and the mountain on her left started to grow in height as its color slowly darkened, the Ant Queen decided to flee immediately. The series of events were too dangerous, and if the rise in the ambient magical energy's density was any indication, this place was about to become swarmed with trouble. On top of that, the panicked signals from the worker ants in her colony reminded her of the fact that even if she had become stronger, and was still becoming stronger, those in her colony were still weak and the chaotic environment was having ever effects on them. The soldier ants were doing okay, but that wouldn't last long. She needed to escape rapidly. But just as she was about to send the signal for the colony to flee to the nest, an abrupt sharp pain coursed through her body and paralyzed it completely. It felt like her innards were burning and cracking at the same time, and it was so painful that she collapsed to the ground. Her colony started clambering all over her body in a desperate attempt to protect her, but all it did was increase her already rising stress. She was dying and she knew it. But how? How could this be? Why now? Why her? All she wanted was power, and she got it. Power was within her grasp, so everything should have been okay. So what the hell is going on? Ding! Condolences, host. The power granted by the blood of a spirit beast is too much for a rank 2 magic beast to withstand. And although you are now a rank 4 magic beast, your body isn't able to keep up. There isn't enough energy left to become an abomination, but there is more than enough left to destroy your body. If things do not change, you will die. What? The queen ant inwardly screamed. She had heard this voice in her head a few times in the past, and even though she wasn't a stranger to telepathic communication, it still managed to always confuse her. But what were the things that it was saying now? The same boon that had granted her power was the same thing that was trying to kill her? What kind of concept was this? How could this be? No, help me! Help me! Ding! The potent energy and impurities that were in the blood have proven not only incompatible, but too high in density for your magic circuits to endure, and unfortunately, you do not possess a medium in your body that I could use to rectify the situation. I have been stabilizing your body for the last 5 minutes and 37 seconds, but I am no longer capable of helping you anymore. Condolences, host. So you knew all this time? Why did you not tell me before? Ding! You did not ask. And that was it. That was all it said in response. The Ant Queen was absolutely livid, but her vision was already beginning to fade and she could no longer feel her body. It was hopeless. But as her life force continued to dwindle and her consciousness gradually lost its grip on reality, different scenes began to appear in her mind. She began to see the entire lives of countless ants as they struggled on a day-to-day basis. She even saw herself through the eyes of her own colony and that of those that had died, but that began to change and she saw the lives of ants she had never seen before. They were all powerless and helpless against their oppressors like she was, but as these lives continued to play and end in her mind in quick succession, she began to notice a change. The overall quality of the ants she was seeing was rising, and instead of only the queen having enough talent to reach stage 2 of the magic beast realm, there were actually some special soldier ants who reached stage 2 too. Some of the queens she was seeing even reached stage 3. Still hopeless against the rest of the food chain, but as long as their colony was big enough, they were at least able to fend off a mischief group of rats. Amazing! She even noticed that the queens that she was seeing had different mental states to the previous ones, they had more emotions and they were almost as furious at their status quo as she was. However, she couldn't help but notice the difference in the environment. The level and amount of the magic herbs, trees and magical energy in the surroundings was actually decreasing. But instead of the talent of the ants decreasing in tandem, it was actually rising, and because of the fact that she was seeing the entirety of their short lives, she knew why. The simple answer was talent. The purity and vigor of the ants that she was currently seeing was heads and shoulders above that of those of the rest, including her colony, and it made her feel ashamed. But at this point, she knew that she was seeing memories of the past. The memories of not only her ancestors, but the memories of everybody connected to her bloodline. And eventually, she saw the life of the first ever queen. The first queen hadn't hatched from an egg like the others and instead had been spawned by magic. Or at least that's what she thought, because from the first scene of the first queen's memories, she had already been an adult. The entire larvae and pupae stage had been skipped. But as the memories continued, the ant queen found herself not only awed by the entire life of the first queen, but also puzzled. The first queen lived a life of blazing ambition and never-ending war, and she was breathtaking. She was smart and highly talented, reaching the 4th stage with just her own bodily talent, and reaching the 5th stage using the flesh and blood of a fire ferret, gaining the affinity for fire as well. She also managed to build up a super colony that contained millions of ants with the help of the thousands of queen ants that she herself had given birth to, and it was extremely glorious. A little later on, the first queen used her stage 5 magic beast power and super-sized colony to take control over a large-sized territory. This was because of the fact that most of the other creatures weren't able to keep up with the stupendous reproduction rate of their colony, and their low numbers that never surpassed 20, were incapable of achieving anything other than becoming food. But after a couple decades, which was the first queen's 60th year, things began to change. The foraging/hunting teams never came back when they left, and it was eventually revealed that their 10,000+ member teams were pretty much unable to deal with the hundreds of beasts that were all as strong as their queen. Fast forward some more and the glorious life of the first queen has been reduced to shambles. Not even able to take control of a small-sized territory, and always having to run. The magnificent and fear-inducing numbers of the super colony, reduced to a 100k plus large colony. It was extremely pitiful. The first queen raged and fought every day to claim back what she lost, but she had reached the limit of her strength. She had not once made a single breakthrough since the last one, and she was losing her touch. In a desperate attempt to overcome this, she tried to devour the blood of a stage 7 Aquarian buffalo that she had luckily found, and died after 2 minutes of unbelievable pain. Which, although unfortunate, was to be expected. How could it be possible for a beast with an affinity for fire to absorb something with an affinity for water? Is that not just asking for death? And so came the end of the memories. But as the Ant Queen's mind gradually restored itself back to normal, she couldn't help but be puzzled by the startling resemblance between herself and the first queen. Down from their appearances to their mentalities, it was almost exactly the same. Weird. When the Ant Queen regained her bearings, she realized that she was still paralyzed on the ground and had completely lost her vision. But she still couldn't help being astonished by the memories she had just seen and was feeling more than a little disorientated. It even took her a while to remember who she herself was, because at this moment, she wasn't really feeling like a single entity. Even at this moment, she was still gaining the updated memories of her colony, watching through their eyes as they clambered over each other in order to protect her, and watching through their eyes as the chaotic environment became too unstable for them to endure, and they lost their lives. It was very, very, very disorientating. And sad. But as time continued to tick and she did her best to cling to life, she began to realize that she seemed to be getting stronger? Or rather, healthier? She couldn't feel any extra strength, but she could feel wisps of life force entering her body even as her own constantly leaked out. It was very strange, but through the eyes of other ants she saw the ants that died wither away as if something had been sucked out of them. It didn't take much from there to realize that the life force that was bolstering her own was coming from those in her colony that were succumbing to death. However, even though she knew this and was sad to see them die, elation filled her heart. After all, no one wanted to die, and their life force was better off helping her rather than dissipating into nothingness. On top of that, if she died, the whole colony would eventually fade away and die too, so it was better for the ants to sacrifice themselves for the greater cause. But all ants knew that, and it need not be said. The only thing that concerned her was the strange mystical connection she seemed to have with her entire bloodline. Apparently, it didn't stop at just an exchange of memories. She wanted to experiment with it further, but she didn't have the time nor the energy. System, can you use this extra life force to save my life? Ding! Yes, I can. However, if the incompatible energy is not cleansed from your body, you will still become an abomination. Will you like me to go ahead? Yes. Yes. Just save me. The Ant Queen didn't care about anything else and only wanted to survive. Ding! Understood. After that things went silent. However, the Ant Queen had a vague feeling that something within her body was twisting around. At another time, she might have been able to detect it, but her body was just too numb and she couldn't be sure. She decided to write it off as the effects of the system's maneuvering, and waited with bated breath. This strange state of limbo continued for an impressive 5 minutes, before things began to change. Her sight was slowly beginning to return to her, and she had even regained some feeling in her legs. It was looking like she would live after all. The Ant Queen was ecstatic and finally started thinking more about her current situation, suddenly remembering that she was in an extremely vulnerable state and needed to start evacuating. She needed to instruct her colony to carry her away. But just before she could, a terrifying shock coursed its way through her body, causing her to collapse into a writhing mess. It was so painful that she had lost all control of her senses for a whole minute, and it was only after that did she realize through the eyes of the ants in her colony what was happening to her body. Her body looked like it was decomposing and reconstructing itself at the same time, elongating in some places and contracting in others, darkening in some places and lightening in others, and it was a very horrific sight. It was then that she remembered what the system had said, and couldn't help but feel fear. Is this what it means to become an abomination? AGH, the Ant Queen thought before a swelling in her abdomen caused her a mind-numbing pain. When she looked through the eyes of another ant, she saw that her shell had popped open, and spat out something that looked like liquid fire, radiating the essences of both fire and earth. What is that? Ding! Congratulations, host. During the process of becoming an abomination, the two originally unrelated essences of fire and earth have fused together to form lava essence. But although the Ant Queen could hear it, the sudden increase in pain had addled her thoughts and made her feel like she was going to die. And on top of that, the strangely active yet desolate energy that was forming within her body was beginning to directly attack her mind, causing her thoughts to deteriorate or think crazy things. So in a desperate attempt to save herself, her befuddled mind decided to employ the only trick that she had left, and without any hesitation in her heart whatsoever, she sent a ruthless order to her colony to kill themselves. She was of the mind that all she needed to retain her sanity was the extra life force from her dying colony members, so without any regards to their lives, she sacrificed them all. Clearly, she wasn't thinking straight. But the order had been sent and it must be obeyed, so in one big wave, all the thousands of ants that had managed to cling to life in the increasingly chaotic environment, keeled over and died. It wasn't one by one, and neither was there some kind of heroic self-stabbing. No. They all just collapsed like they had been deactivated, and it was quite the terrifying sight. Thousands of ants lay dead in one huge pile. It also didn't help that they started to wither just like those that came before them. But they had done their job and their queen had received their bountiful life force. And it was so quantitative that she even began to glow from within, with every breath that she took exhaling life force like it was common carbon dioxide. But that did not stop the abomination transformation. It had restored her sanity like she wanted. But abominations were abominations and it was only a matter of time before her mind was once again eroded. And at that time, there would be no more ants in her colony for her to sacrifice, something which was already causing her massive guilt, to stall the process. The Ant Queen was finished. Or at least, she should have been. Ding! System announcement. You have been offered a contract by the Sacred Volcano. The Sacred Volcano would like to make you an apostle in exchange for eternal servitude, protection, and a copy of your memories. Do you agree? The Ant Queen was shocked, but she didn't dare to think too much and immediately asked the most important question. Will it save me? Ding! Yes. If you form a con-dash. Yes. I agree. I agree. Ding! Congratulations. You have made a contract with the Sacred Volcano. Congratulations. You have become the apostle of the Sacred Volcano. Congratulations. You have gained the heaven grade, Sacred Volcano Apostle Physique. Congratulations. You have gained the earth grade, Rapacious Magmite Bloodline. Congratulations. You have gained comprehension in the laws of fire, the laws of earth, and the laws of lava. Congratulations. You had gained the title, the Sacred Volcano's First Apostle. Congratulations. You have been named, Mephite, by the Sacred Volcano. Congratulations. Your mana has been reforged by the laws of lava. Congratulations. You have become a 5th stage magic beast. Congratulations. You have become a 6th stage magic beast. Congratulations. You have become a 7th stage magic beast. The Ant Queen lay underneath the pile of her dead colony with a dazed expression as an avalanche of blessings were bestowed upon her. Fast forward 26 years and the lowly Ant Queen had become the blazing Ant Empress that she was today, with numerous Ant Queens that she had given birth to and even the rulers of other races within the 9 circles, obeying her every command. Currently, she was making her way down the volcano with numerous spirit beast stage ants following her every step with extreme vigilance. They were very bulky and had large thick abdomens covered in a steely black igneous rock-like material that looked impenetrable, along with lava-like veins running across their bodies, and burning red compact eyes. They were one of the new caste of ants within her colony called the Royal Guardian Ants, whose sole purpose being to protect the queens within the colony and the Empress herself. They were a step above the Guardian Ants and the Night Ants, who were above the Soldier Ants, Architect Ants and the Worker Ants, and only equal to the Juggernaut Ants, ants who were built for the sole purpose of wreaking destruction. It seemed that things were going extremely well for the colony and it was looking like they were steadily making their way to becoming a super colony, and it was all thanks to the Sacred Volcano. A familiar light of reverent zeal appeared in the callous Empress's eyes as a single thought rose above the other simultaneous thoughts running through her mind. All praise the Sacred Volcano. Praise the Empress and 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 the Sacred Volcano. The voice of thousands upon thousands of ants resounded throughout her mind, joining the other hundreds of thousands of thoughts already circulating there. Lowly Galaxy, Desolate Region, Paranoia World Outer Space. Still year 153. Eridel was once again floating above another low world, but this time he didn't waste any time and after a cursory check to make sure things were as they should be, he threw the egg of pestilence at the magic shield along with the golden ball of light that would soon assimilate with the shield and echoed the runes within. After that, he once again flew off. The Paranoia world was a low world that was owned by the Segothia World's Truth Seekers sect, and was ranked second out of the 10 magisterial factions. They were a secret elusive sect that had the mysterious ability to enforce truths, detect lies, and create contracts. Not the all-powerful ones that a world or an Iridius anomaly could make, but just a simple promise that all the parties involved were capable of complying to, and they were called veracity contracts. The only difference that this contract had from a mortal one was that it could not be broken without severe repercussions. 95% of the time, someone who broke one of these veracity contracts just ended up dead, so most people didn't dare to violate it. And it was for this reason that the Truth Seekers were put in charge of the entire world's law enforcement. They weren't very strong, but with their massive influence and backing from all the other magisterial factions, they were able to firmly hold second place. In charge of this faction was the God of Truth alone, but unlike the other magisterial factions who only had a handful of immortals, 3 to 7, there were 12 immortals within the Truth Seekers sect. And if it weren't for the number 1 faction in the Segothia's world, they would have owned the most immortals. Most people speculated that they were obtained through devious contracts, but without proof, there was nothing that could be done. After all, they were the truth seekers. And even if you could technically call upon them to verify a truth for the right price, was there anyone out there who believed that the truth seekers would verify something that could possibly be one of their own most kept secrets? Ludicrous. Anyways, the truth seekers were the most impartial faction in the Sagothia world, and since they left everyone else alone, everyone else left them alone. And like this, it was relatively easy for them to obtain ownership over one of the 10 low worlds in the desolate region. But unfortunately for them, an aberrant existence had set sight on their treasured possession, and they were none the wiser. Karanoia World, Sea of Gold, South Elm City. In the Karanoia's largest desert named the Sea of Gold, there was a large and popular city called Solthelm City. And despite being in the middle of a desert, it was a city filled with opportunity and luxury wherever you looked. However, it had a bad reputation for being high in debauchery, and many husbands had forbidden their wives from visiting without them. But when you looked at the denizens within, who looked no different from humans, dressed in either skimpy or at best small flimsy clothing, for the women, and shirtless with beige-colored harem pants, for the men, who were dancing against each other with obvious lustful intent, the men who refused their wives to go, couldn't really be blamed. But at this point in time, there was a massive festival taking place to celebrate the city's 131st year anniversary, and the entire city was dancing. Music was blaring and the DJs were yelling. It was a lovely scene and everyone was happy. Whoosh! But then all of a sudden, the clouds above were dispersed as a small object burst through it with terrifying speed. Shortly after, a high keening sound was heard and it didn't take much for all of the residents below to be alerted of the incoming danger. Sheer! They looked up with expressions of confusion, wondering what could be making such a sound, with most people guessing that it was some kind of flying aircraft. However, their curious faces twisted, ones filled with fear as they laid eyes on the flying object. A missile! Run! They yelled as a stampede quickly erupted. They all made way for the exits, but there were too many people and a traffic jam quickly took place. Much to their detriment. Boom! The object collided with a tall clock tower, and sent the resulting debris cascading into the sea of residents below. Iowa, screams of fear and pain were heard all over the place as those who were lucky enough to survive wailed with desperation, desperate for their lives to be saved. But there would be no savior. People soon found out that their connections to the outside world had been cut off and that they were effectively stranded in the middle of the desert. Obviously, this just caused another wave of panic, and the danger of the situation racked up to a new high. 3 minutes later, a few of the survivors who had managed to escape the clock tower's untimely demise were able to get up and slowly flee. But one of them stayed behind and cradled the dead body of a little girl that shared his brown hair and green eyes. Clearly, she was either his daughter or sister, but unfortunately, half of her body seemed to be missing. So although the situation in the vicinity was a lot more calm than it was before, especially considering that it didn't seem like any more missiles would be coming down, the grief within the man's heart made him feel like the entire world was collapsing. He cried and rocked the girl's body, desperately seeking for a miracle, hoping for all of this to be a dream and that he would wake up any moment, anything that would deny the reality before him. And oh look, someone had come to end his suffering. Before he could even react, but perhaps it was more true to say that he didn't bother to react, something enveloped his head in one swift movement, and sent his mind into eternal darkness. Time had passed and the people in the surroundings had calmed down since the destruction of the clock tower. After all, the main source of their fear was that some unknown terrorist or even army was raiding the city, which meant that they wouldn't stop at one missile. However, it seems that whoever shot the missile at the clock tower was stopping with only one. It was weird, but they were much more willing to believe that than to believe that someone of unknown origins was plotting to send down more missiles. Still, pacified as they were, they still made way for the city's exits, with some even disregarding their belongings. Mainly because of the fact that most of their gadgets had ceased all function, and it was just too suspicious to ignore. It was best that they fled. However, for those that were injured and consequently slower than everyone else, they got the unprivileged position of witnessing a terrifying sight that would scar them for the rest of their lives. But after seeing such a thing, they themselves no longer knew how long or short that would be. Surrounded by the rubble of the fallen clock tower, a man who desperately rocked the body of his half-complete sister was unaware of the impending doom lurking behind him. But everyone else saw it, and they screamed out with fear. Rising up from the rubble was a strange wiggling mass of sand. It was slime-like in nature but quite small in size, just a tad bit smaller than a watermelon. However, The trauma-inducing waves of power that it radiated caused those in the vicinity to lose control of their faculties, with the hairs on their bodies standing on end. They watched as the abnormal creature snuck up on its unsuspecting victim with silent and strangely bewitching grace, and then, whap! It suddenly lunged forward and completely covered the man's head, blocking his vision along with his access to oxygen. At this point, the more strong-willed people had already run away, with a limp, screaming all the while. But there were still some people left, who were too terrified to move. So all they could do as their legs failed to support them and they crashed to the floor, was watch with terrified eyes as the abnormal entity conducted its work. Some of the more peculiar-minded people were thinking that the creature was purposefully blocking the man's intake of oxygen to kill it, but in the next moment, that notion was dashed away. Barely 3 seconds later, the creature started moving down towards the neck of the man, strangely looking a tad bit bigger, and exposed the man's head for the world to see. Ayewa, somebody screamed as they saw that all that was left of the man's head was an eroded skull that looked like it had seen the passage of many years. This time, the viewers were shocked out of their petrification and began running away in all directions. But little did they know, it was already too late. Central Continent, Western Forest, Dragon Mountain. 4 years later, year 157. The Dragon Mountain had a large amount of caves that the dragons used as homes, and the higher up they went, the bigger and more comfortable they were, courtesy of Eridel's machinations. And as such, the more stronger dragons lived at the top, and the weaker ones at the bottom. Within one of the caves closer to the ground, a relatively large dragon that was 5 meters tall with gray-colored scales was sleeping peacefully, letting out loud snores that rattled the small stones hiding in the corners of his cave. It didn't look like he was going to wake up anytime soon, but someone else thought otherwise. Quick! Quick! The goddess is about to reclaim her divinity and we definitely cannot miss it, yelled an excited female dragon from the outside, causing the sleeping dragon to choke on his snore. Go away, I'm not here. He yawned with his eyes still closed. But then barely 3 seconds later a heavy tail collided with his head. Smack! Theodore, you stupid dullard. Smack! I said the goddess is about to reclaim her divinity. Smack! If you make me miss dash. Rohur! Theodore roared with rage as he leapt to his feet, revealing ordinary black eyes and ordinary fangs. Who dares to Lyria? Standing before him was a heart-palpitating 7-meter-tall dragoness that was covered in fiery red scales. She had alluring amber-colored eyes and, smack! A fiery tail collided with the left side of his face. Damn it, Theodore! You dare to roar at me? Fuck. Alright. I get it, so just stop hitting me already. Theodore yelled with barely suppressed anger. Humph. You're lucky I even bother with yo. Lyria started pompously. If I'm such an eyesore, then leave you bitch. Theodore roared vehemently. There was a moment of silence as the both stared at each other, Theodore's chest heaving up and down and Lyria's tail flopping to the floor. I am sorry, I didn't mean Theodore began as the last remnants of sleep vanished from his system. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. Lyria said with her head cast down, and a remorseful expression on her face. It appeared that she was feeling quite guilty of the situation, and wasn't blaming Theodore at all. They both sank into silence once more, taking a moment to calm down, before they regained their bearings and began to chuckle. You're always cranky when you're tired, Lyria said softly. Humph, you think I don't know you too? You're always cranky when things start going even a little wrong. Wait. What's wrong? Could it be? Theodore asked with a wary expression that bordered on fear, clearly thinking of a worst-case scenario. Has her father found out about our rel dash? Ah, that's right. The goddess. Lyria exclaimed, dispersing his thoughts. The goddess? Yes, the goddess. She's going to be reclaiming her divinity any moment now and we can't miss it, let's go. Lyria screamed before running out of his cave and taking off into the air with her magnificent wings. Really? Theodore yelled with wide eyes before he too flung himself into the air, following Lyria as she made her way up the Dragon Mountain. Why didn't you say so earlier? I did, you idiot. Multiple times too, Lyria said as looked back at Theodore with a look of disdain. At this, Theodore chose to be silent. He was just a stage 4 magic beast with no special bloodline, so his cognitive ability wasn't all that great, and he was fully aware of how worse it became when he was just waking up, so it was probably true that she had told him earlier, but it flew over his head in his drowsiness. TCH, the fact that she also whacked my head a few times must have made it worse. Maybe I would have heard if she hadn't shaken my brains so much. Humph, Theodore thought in an attempt to console himself. Theo, Lyria called out. She had stopped moving forward and was now looking back at the grey dragon whilst she suspended herself in the air with a few periodic flaps. There was an awkward expression on her face as she looked back at Theodore's eyes, and it was clear that what she was about to say next made her uncomfortable. Theodore slowed to a stop and sighed. But before the inner turmoil in his heart could show itself on his face, he put on a grin and said, I know. Don't worry about me, just go. It would be bad if your father saw us together, so you should go first. I'd rather not die just yet. However, Lyria seemed to see right through his facade. Theo, you know dash. Yes, I know. You love me and I love you, blah blah blah. Look, the goddess won't wait for any of us, so just go already. That seemed to get her. She blinked with light surprise, almost as if she had forgotten about the goddess, before she sighed and turned around, flying off into the distance with greater speed than before. Theodore too sighed as he started counting in his head. However, the soul-stirring sight of Lyria in flight was too distracting, so he closed his eyes. The truth was that both Theodore and Lyria were in a romantic relationship. After a mystical encounter in the forest below, both dragons had gone from a relationship that was filled with despise, hatred, and sexual tension, to a loving romantic relationship with only a few clashes here and there. But that was their thing. Lyria was a fire dragon and they were renowned for their volatile and often violent personalities, and he was a snappy, grumpy, rebellious dragon that resented the world for his lack of inborn talent. And although he sometimes regretted how terrible his personality could be, he couldn't deny the chemistry that he had with the fiery dragoness, and he wouldn't trade that away for the world. However, the problem was that Lyria was the daughter of not just an elder dragon, but a supreme dragon. The supreme fire dragon, Osmont, to be exact. Osmont was often regarded as the right hand of the Dragon King himself, and had a large influence over the dwellers of the Western Forest, dragon or not. So how could he allow his own daughter to entertain a talentless trash like Theodore? It would never happen. So for this reason, Theodore, brave as he was in even knowing this and still retaining his relationship with Lyria, still made sure that their relationship was never found out. So in situations like this where they would be seen in public, it was best to act like they didn't know each other. That was why Lyria had flown ahead. It wasn't the first time and it wouldn't be the last. Theodore gritted his teeth and focused on waiting for the appropriate time to start moving. Soon, no matter what I have to do, I will grasp power with my own claws and proudly raise my head above the clouds with Lyria by my side for all to see. So please, Lyria, don't give up on me just yet. Soon, Theodore had reached the lower mid-levels of the Dragon Mountain, but he wasn't looking nearly as excited as he was at the start of this journey. Instead, an aloof and grin was worn on his face, looking very much the part of the lone wolf. But it soon became clear why. Wow, would you look at that, guys? Look who's finally decided to show his face, came the distant jeering voice of a male dragon. Fuck, it's him. Theodore thought with rage and a tad bit of fear, but he did not let it show on his face. All this time, as more and more dragons who had the same destination as him came into view, they would stare at him like as if he were one of the lowly creatures that lived in the forest below, gossiping silently with their friends and laughing each time his flying became a little turbulent. He wasn't a great flyer either. But even if he was used to it, it still managed to irk him each and every time, which was why he was so sullen. However, for the most part, they had left him alone. Until now. Theodore had no doubt that the dragon that he hated the most wouldn't be willing to leave him alone with just a few words. Ha ha ha, why are you flying so fast, my friend? It's been so long, so let's have a chat, shall we? Came the voice of the same male dragon, but this time from a much closer distance. And the few deep laughs that followed after signified that he wasn't alone. Lo and behold, Theodore thought bitterly. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large 12-meter-tall dragon covered in shimmering silver scales arrived in front of Theodore with a powerful gust of wind. He had domineering green eyes, a row of spikes starting from his neck and ending at the tip of his tail, and two thick horns, which was a sign of high testosterone. And going by the aura that he was freely emitting, it was certain that he was at the peak of the magic beast stage, and just a step away from the spirit beast stage. This young dragon could be considered to be the poster child of all male dragon youth and what most aspired to be. The eyes of all the male dragons in the vicinity looked at him with respect or fear, and the females in the vicinity looked at him with either interest, lust or fear as well. But apparently, he only had eyes for the ordinary Theodore before him, whose radiance compared to his was like day and night. "What do you want, Argentino?" Theodore asked with a bland voice whilst secretly preparing for any change in the situation. Not that there was much that a stage 4 magic beast could do to defend against a peak stage 9 one, but it was better than being completely passive. "What? Do friends need a reason to catch up with each other after such a long time? How heartless." Argentino responded, and the other dragons that soon arrived behind him burst out laughing once again. "We are not friends, Argentino, and we will never be friends. Why can't you get it through your thick skull that nobody likes you and only put up a front every time you're around? Even the pack of hyenas behind you are only clinging to you for benefits. But the truth is, you would be treated just like me if it wasn't because of your talent and close connections with the royal family. Nobody likes the descendants of the sinner." Theodore's voice began quiet, but he was rowing at the end. There was a wave of silence that allowed his voice to echo, which made the ordinary-looking Theodore look quite imposing. But there was not one look of respect cast his way. Instead, there were just a lot more expressions of fear as people looked at Argentino, waiting for his reaction. "You!" Argentino yelled as his face twisted into a grimace. But then just a second later, it smoothed out again into a disdainful smile, making it clear that he was pretending. "Little Theo, I must admit, the first time you said something like that, it hurt quite a bit," he said as an essence of wind began to circulate around his body, causing wild winds to push back the dragons behind him. "However, that seems to be the only thing you can say, no? Unfortunately for you, during the 1 year that we haven't seen each other, I have reached the peak of the magic beast stage and have matured quite a lot, whereas you have only broken through 1 stage and entered the 4th. "Oh, does that upset you?" Argentino said as he noticed how Theodore's aloofness began to crack. Sorry. That was not my intention," Argentino said with a noble expression. "The point is that I have long since come to terms with the sins of my bloodline. Yes, it was my supreme grandfather that was captured by those dreadful snakes and caused the creation of those counterfeit dragons, and it was my father who fled from the Dragon Mountain during our latest war. But I am not like them," Argentino yelled with an ambitious expression. In response to this, the dragons in the vicinity had on awkward faces, with a few who even cast looks of hatred before they quickly wiped it away. This included 2 of the dragons that had been laughing with him. However, there were also a few who seemed to respect Argentino for what he was admitting. "With my own 2 claws, I will reignite the glory within my bloodline and Argentino continued before he was rudely interrupted. "Good for you, Argentino, but I am unable to summon forth a single bit of care. My apologies. But what is it that you want from me?" Theodore cut in snappily. Argentino's arms that were slowly rising up paused, and then dropped down to his sides as if he had given up. But a cold light flashed in his eyes before he flew towards Theodore and pressed his snout to the other dragon's ear and started whispering. "I just wanted to ask you. How's Lyria been, Theodore shivered as rage and fear flooded his mind. "She's quite the spectacle, is she not?" Hey, calm down. You don't want people to find out about your relationship with Lyria, right? Fix your face, that's better. Now where was I? Ah, right, as I was saying. Lyria is an amazingly talented dragon who has reached the 6th stage at such a young age, and is completely incompatible with the likes of you. She's even bigger than you. Does that not cause you shame? A female who should be submissive to you is bigger than you. Anyhow, you have done something to grab her attention and she is now frolicking with you. How? I can never know. However, it is best that you make sure to enjoy your remaining time with her, because sooner or later, she will be all mine." Theodore was visibly shaking with rage, but Argentino wasn't done. "Picture this. Lyria's glorious body spread beneath mine with my teeth clamped around her neck. Then, with one mighty thrust I'll dash." Theodore couldn't handle it anymore and burst out with rage. "Argentino, you evil bastard, surrender your life," he roared as struck out with his right claw in a domineering fashion, disregarding the fact that his target was more than double his size. Argentino on the other hand merely flapped his wings and dodged backwards with a calm face. However, Theodore wasn't faring as well. The wind summoned by the flap of Argentino's wings was abnormally powerful, and sent Theodore spiraling down the mountain like a piece of paper in the free fall. "Count your days, Theodore. Count your days," Argentino said with a smirk, before he looked at his followers with a cold emotionless face. "Let's go. The goddess's divinity reclamation will happen any moment now and we can no longer waste any time." Then he disappeared into the distance with a powerful gust of wind that slammed into Theodore. At this, everyone in the vicinity panicked and began zooming towards the 15 peaks of the Dragon Mountain, clearly having forgotten the same thing and just now remembering. However, they didn't forget to talk about the drama that had just occurred, saying things like, "Did you see how the overgrown lizard tried to attack Argentino? And what did Argentino say to make him so mad?" None of them turned back to look at Theodore, who was looking up at them with a shadow draped over his eyes. 30 minutes later, Theodore had finally made it to the top of the Dragon Mountain. Originally, it wouldn't have taken so long for a flying magic beast to reach the top of the mountain from the bottom, but ever since it had become a sacred land it had largely grown in size, and then when the world had evolved it had grown once more, reaching the size that it was now, which was so high that you could barely see the clouds that you had once passed below. Now, even a magic beast dragon like Theodore had to spend arduous effort to reach the top. However, when he did, he couldn't stop elation from rising in his heart and dispelling some of the murky darkness within. The 15 peaks were that spectacular. Not only was it one of the most beautiful sights he had ever seen, but the quality of the ambient magical energy was just sublime. And although he was unable to directly absorb it like the 14 supreme dragons and Dragon King were allegedly able to do, it still made him feel extremely comfortable. But then when he thought about how this was only his third time visiting this place, the darkness within his heart could only grow larger. Because of his low value, he wasn't allowed to come to such places except on special occasions. Disregarding the strange time that the Dragon King himself had requested his presence, which he still till this day thought was one of the reasons that he was so frequently bullied, the only other time he was allowed to come here was when the abnormal yet ridiculously beautiful golden dragon had revealed her identity as the fallen goddess of creation to all. Back then they didn't know what a goddess was, talk less of some kind of goddess of creation. But when she stated that she was the one who created the world, along with the majority of the races, with the dragons being the first race ever created, everyone had been shocked senseless, before immediately disparaging her words and calling her a crazy liar, something they immensely regret nowadays. They questioned why she was so weak, with a few who had been jealous of her special treatment all along accusing her of being so weak that she had to leech off the dragon race. However, the goddess gracefully and magnanimously explained how she had been betrayed by the sinister god of ice. The story was told in such a compelling way that even Theodore felt anger rising within him, unbelieving of how someone could be so evil to someone so kind and innocent. Later on, the goddess spoke about how lucky she was to quickly escape at the last moment and reincarnate as a member of the dragon race. She even winked and said, "Don't tell anyone else that the dragons are my favorite," which obviously caused many to guffaw with pride. Theodore even remembered thinking that the goddess was legit then and there. And it was then that the Dragon King, who had most likely heard the story before, told everyone that they needed to do all that they could to help the goddess take back her divine cave. How embarrassing. Divine cave? Seriously? Now that they had the knowledge that they had now, they realized how insulting and pointedly stupid it was to say such a thing. TCH, stupid king. After that, the goddess told them that they didn't have to do much, and all they had to do was fill the world with creation, create anything that they liked and spread her name. They also had to do something called prayer, which they later found out to be a wonderful thing, but that was it. Apparently, such acts would grant her something called faith energy, and that would give her back some of her power, but it was quite weird. However, when the goddess started teaching them about the different things that they could create, with examples, they were flabbergasted. After that, it didn't take long for their race to be pioneered into a new era where instead of just taking, consuming, and growing, the dragon race started to learn how to stockpile knowledge and use various materials to create all kinds of things. There were culinary arts, the most popular form of creation, sculpting, architecture, music, dancing, alchemy, rune formation, blacksmithing, one of the rarest, and much more. It was wonderful, and it was all thanks to the goddess. Theodore felt passion coursing through his veins when thought about becoming a mighty blacksmith, which was his second biggest dream, but when he remembered what he liked to call low likelihood instead of impossibility, his mood dampened once more. He and Lyria had already decided to become the perfect duo of blacksmith and rune inscriptionist, but whilst the young fire dragoness had already embarked on that journey, he couldn't even get his head in. It was a massive blow to his ego. Theodore sighed, deciding to get his head out of the gutter and focus on looking for what he came for. After utilizing his small size to bypass a sea of flying dragons, no, he wasn't going to be thankful. He eventually ended up at the forefront of the crowd, where he could finally lay eyes on the goddess herself. She had golden scales, light yellow horns and claws that almost seemed like they were carved from light, an imposing height of 20 meters, which Theodore suspected had something to do with a high attainment in anatomy refinement, a feminine figure that caused many in the crowd to feel dazed, and soul-sucking golden eyes that caused all sorts of reactions. Fear, reverence, lust, love. Any of these things could be felt with a single look. She was extremely beautiful, and by common standards, was definitely the most attractive female dragon of all time. But Theodore just really couldn't dig it. Although she was beautiful, when Theodore looked at her, he always thought that she looked too beautiful. Rather than thoughts of lust, her beauty would only inspire a feeling of wonder within him, kind of like when he looked at a spectacular creation. Something to be admired but not touched. On the other hand, Theodore turned his head to the left where he caught the sight of a familiar figure that had plagued almost all of his thoughts since the day he met her. He didn't know why or how, but for the longest time Theodore had always been able to sense Lyria's approximate location. It was like he had a metaphysical map etched within his mind with the dragoness being the only landmark, so when he instinctively looked to his far left, he wasn't surprised to see the bewitching figure of the fire dragoness as she flew stationary in what could only be considered as the VIP section, and unlike when he looked at the impossibly beautiful goddess, naughty thoughts that mainly consisted of pinning and thrusting immediately flooded his mind. But he was quite used to such things occurring whenever he looked at her, and it didn't take long for him to take back control of his thoughts. Surrounding her was her family and the other VIP families of the dragon race. He could see her older sister, Minerva, her younger half-brother, Jericho, her father Osmont, and her new stepmother, Eurin. Minerva and Osmont were full-blooded fire dragons just like Lyria, however, their younger brother was a new type of dragon that had never been seen before. A sand dragon. No one knew the reason for this occurrence, but when the supreme fire dragon, Osmont, mated with his new wife, an earth dragoness, it resulted in the birth of Jericho, the first and only sand dragon. He was an extremely talented youth with affinities with fire, earth and sand, something that they had never encountered before but had taken in stride, and was treated almost as nicely as the royal family and the destruction dragons. Thanks to this, even though he was younger than Lyria, he had surpassed her 6th stage magic beast cultivation and was in the 7th stage, something that Theodore knew secretly irked Lyria. However, even though many people adored him, just as many people were puzzled by his existence. After all, there were many mixed-raced matings every day, but none of them had ever resulted in a hybrid like Jericho, so as a result of this, many people were very interested in the two parents, and waited patiently for them to give birth to another child, wanting to see if they would ever give birth to another powerful hybrid like Jericho. But because of this, many people who weren't in the know found out about the history of Osmont's wife, Eurin. Something that Theodore had already known thanks to Lyria. It turns out that in the last war with the counterfeit dragons, which was 20 or so years ago, Osmont's first wife, Vivian, who was an elder dragon that was almost as strong as her supreme dragon husband, was killed. Most people already knew this, and as a result of that, the supreme fire dragon, Osmont, went crazy. He would always attempt to bring forces to initiate another war after the war that took his wife was already over, but was always stopped by the king who wanted to recuperate from their losses. So since he couldn't defy the king even if he wanted to, he decided to take his anger out on the western forest, laying waste to many lives and even causing a few extinctions, so once again he was stopped by the king, who was being quite lenient because of his pity. Because of this, Osmont had to bottle up his anger, and no one heard from him for about 6 months. But then one day, Osmont had flown out in a rage, unable to handle the wrath that he was unable to suppress, and launched an attack on the eastern dragons by himself. Which was clearly a suicidal attack. But somehow, he had been able to come back alive, even if with serious injuries and possible crippling, making him a hero that many revered till this day. But what most people didn't know was that he hadn't come back alone, and was instead accompanied by a beautiful young earth dragoness. In the war that had occurred before the latest one, a few dragons had been kidnapped and enslaved by the counterfeit dragons, which caused the true dragons to respond in kind. And the earth dragoness that Osmont had somehow saved was a descendant of one of those slaves. The specifics weren't completely known, but apparently, Osmont had liberated the enslaved true dragons that were trapped in the eastern forest, and started another war right in the enemy's home court. It was because of this that the Dragon King ensured that the counterfeit dragon slaves were all killed, not wanting the same to happen to them. Of course, many of the liberated slaves died in the war, but the rest were able to flee in all directions, including Osmont and the Earth Dragoness. Later on, when the two had returned to the Dragon Mountain, the Earth Dragoness had slowly nurtured back the Supreme Fire Dragon's broken and restless heart, which had worsened after the Battle of Liberation, because of the death of many true dragons that he was unable to save during the war, and his ability to bring the ones that were able to escape back to the Dragon Mountain, and had somehow even gotten him to break his vow to take no other wife after his first one had died, which Theodore knew Lyria had mixed feelings about. Theodore thought it was quite the beautiful story, but he couldn't stop the jealousy that he felt when he thought about the super talent that they had given birth to. If only my parents were like them, I wouldn't, Theodore thought, then sighed with self-pity. However, when he looked back up, his eyes lit up as they collided with Lyria's mischievous gaze. Technically, her entire face was emotionless, albeit filled with noble grace, but Theodore would never mistake the twinkle in his eyes for anything else. His heart bloomed with an indescribable emotion, and he just barely managed to stop himself from smiling. Lyria nonchalantly looked away in the next moment, but even though it caused him a twinge of pain, he understood. They had to keep up a facade in public, and it was all his fault. Theodore sighed once more as the fuzzy feeling in his chest began to fade away. But just as he too was returning his focus to the goddess, he caught sight of something that sent his heart back into the abyss. Flying over to Lyria's direction was a 12-meter-tall silver-scaled dragon, who moved with a domineering swagger that gave off the feeling of immense self-confidence. Of course, it was Argentino. And even as he flew towards Supreme Fire Dragon's VIP section, he was looking right back at Theodore with an expression that looked equal parts curious and cocky. Theodore wasn't a fool, and he was sure that Argentino had somehow detected the minute interaction between him and Lyria. Again, he didn't know how he did it, but Argentino had always been able to notice the relationship between him and Lyria for what it truly was, when everyone else was fooled. It was weird and more than a little frightening. For now, it appeared that Argentino hadn't told anyone else, but there wasn't a moment that Theodore breathed that he didn't feel like a claw was pressed against his throat, and at any moment, it would be all over. But the main reason for Theodore's current inner turmoil was the obvious intentions that Argentino had in flying over to the Supreme Fire Dragon VIP section. He wanted to meet Lyria. Remembering the ghastly things that Argentino had whispered into his ear just over 30 minutes ago, Theodore couldn't help but think the worst. In that moment, rage and jealousy teamed to destroy his rationality, and he almost charged over to Argentino without regard for the consequences. But just as he was unknowingly moving forward, he collided with someone and disrupted both of their flying. Theodore's mind snapped back from the place it had been cornered into and gave the two devious emotions a mighty blow each, causing Theodore to regain control of his actions. But perhaps a little too late. Pow! A huge claw crashed into his face, causing him to spiral backwards with pain. "Watch where you're going, you filthy lizard," came the deep voice of a massive water dragon that was clearly in the spirit beast realm. I feel like cleansing myself in a lake." "What a disgrace," the dragon said as he flew away and vanished into the crowd, but not after causing a wave of laughter that left Theodore in a pile of humiliation. Looking at the abundant laughing faces, along with Argentino who was making his way over to Lyria, Theodore's mind was once more beat back into a corner. Why am I so unlucky? If I had more talent, I could have lived in one of the highest caves on the mountain, enjoying the magical energy in the environment and the potent herbs that grew there. I could have lived with Lyria proudly, letting everybody know that she belonged to me, and beating up everybody who dared to covet her. But instead, my talent is the lowest of the low, condemning me to live in a cave that nearly scrapes the ground. Come to think of it, what is the difference between me and any of those weak creatures in the forest? What is the difference between me and a lizard? Fuck. If only I didn't have such useless parents. Theodore thought with blinding fury. But it was that last thought that doused out his rage in an instant. What did I just? Theodore thought as he opened his eyes wide with intense regret. He had finally said the thought that he had tried his best to bury. Ever since the day that he knew what innate talent was, Theodore had secretly been upset by his parents who did not possess a scrap of talent that they could pass on to him. However, when they had mysteriously died, he promised himself that he was going to forget all about talent and prove his parents proud by making it big without it. He would never blame his dead parents. Alas, that promise that had been deteriorating in the past few years, had finally been utterly broken. But look at the situation, Theodore thought, trying to console himself. How can I take it? I should be allowed to vent a little, right? right? Theodore thought as guilt joined in the battle to wreck apart his mind. Oh goddess, what am I doing? Father, mother, I am sorry. Please forgive me. Stress had apparently joined the tag team match against Theodore's mind, and he was gradually breaking down with tears appearing in his eyes. Equals what a poor boy equals. Came a sudden deep voice within Theodore's head, shocking him greatly. He cautiously looked around, trying to look for the voice that he was somehow sure was talking to him when the voice spoke up once more. Equals with such a trashy body, you are ultimately destined to be a nobody your whole life. What a pity equals. Theodore froze. But although the things that were being said rattled him greatly, he wasn't about to take whatever this faceless being said seriously. The goddess had once warned the dragon race of mind control and had even given an example by revealing a certain group of dragons that had suddenly gained green eyes, a strange green symbol on their foreheads, ferocious power, and boundless evil intent. Of course, they were all killed, but it was still quite the terrifying sight. Apparently, a powerful evil spirit had risen 30 years ago. This was before he was born, and all the dragons with weak minds had been unable to resist against its evil enthrallment, causing them to become possessed or something like that. The strange thing was that all of those that had been forcefully revealed by the goddess were people who were originally not all that talented, but still more talented than him, but had suddenly gained great talent and random upgrades in power from time to time. So it was clear that although they were forced to reveal their cards all at once, the passive power they gained was obtained much earlier. Although Theodore had snorted in disdain when he had heard about it back then, he couldn't help but think what if, before he forcefully calmed his mind with a peace-inducing breathing technique that the goddess had spread out to the dragon race. I am feeling my connection with you fade away by the moment. What is this strange breathing pattern, how miraculous. I would like to thank you for teaching me, but that is not the point of this visit, shall I say? So I would like you to stop it. Theodore had started rejoicing when he heard the first part of the faceless being's words, barely stopping himself from speeding up the breathing technique, which would give adverse effects instead of what he wanted, but when he heard how the unknown man, for he was sure that faceless being was male, had learned the technique in but a single moment, he had panicked. His only consolement was that the voice was gradually fading away and that he would soon be free. But when the faceless being had finally ordered him to stop, his body had frozen up. Without his consent, his body had obeyed the words of the unknown being that was speaking to him in his head. But that wasn't it. No, it got worse. Because when the breathing technique was abruptly broken, a sudden avalanche of emotion had hit him like a sledgehammer and quickly occupied all of his thoughts. It was an emotion that he had been feeling a lot of lately, so it wasn't all that hard for him to identify it. He had felt it when he looked at the 15 peaks of the Dragon Mountain. He had felt it whenever he saw new dragons who were younger than him had surpassed him in cultivation. He had certainly felt it whenever he looked at Argentino. And there were even a few times that he felt it when he looked at Lyria. It was envy. Countless envious thoughts forced its way into his mind as his wings rigidly fought to keep him in the same position. He thought about all of the things he was envious about, even the crystal dragon king and goddess, but the most recurring thought that bounded its way around his mind were thoughts of Argentino. Theodore hated him to the core, and yet, Argentino was all that he aspired to be. Talented, powerful, domineering, intelligent. All these things and more, but he had none of it. Theodore groaned out in pain and anger as his head began to ache. But because his head was bowed and his eyes were shut tight, he wasn't aware of the fact that his eyes had begun to shine green. Good, now the connection between us is even greater than before, do you feel that? The unknown being suddenly pierced through the cloud of turbulent emotions and spoke up in his mind once again. However, the voice was much clearer and louder than before, and there was even an obvious jovialness in the tone that Theodore was sure wasn't there before. Get out of my head! Theodore inwardly screamed, which was already impressive considering his current mental state. However, he wasn't able to stop his body from thrashing around, nor was he even aware of it. But that didn't mean that others were blind. Hey, everyone, look at the lizard. He's going crazy. Ha 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 ha, came the voice of a male dragon, but Theodore was so disorientated that he barely heard it. This seems to be a bad time. What to do, Hey, do you guys think that he's being possessed, said a female dragon, which put an almost comical stop to the laughter. However, the accusation that was being made wasn't funny in the slightest, and the dragons in the surroundings started looking at Theodore's twitching figure with a growing hostility. They had heard of the sinister tales concerning possessed people, and they didn't want a repeat of it. Unfortunately, Theodore's mind was so addled that he was completely unaware. But luckily, there was another entity within his head that wasn't as oblivious, which perhaps wasn't as lucky as it sounded. After all, the same foreign entity within his head was the root cause of the entire situation. Equals a bad time indeed. Alas, I do not have time to give you my gift. But there will be other times, so worry not. Equals. Theodore completely ignored him as he focused on trying to regain control of his mind. Equals if you ever find yourself desiring more power, call out to the demon god of envy with all your here whoop, gotta go. How scary, equals. The compelling voice that was almost singing in Theodore's head suddenly balked before anticlimactically fading into nothingness. Even the avalanche of envious thoughts that was throwing his mind every which way suddenly left him alone, restoring a semblance of peace to his soul. But Theodore was confused. He was sure that the unknown being was gone, but why had it seemed like it had fled? Opening his eyes, he saw the mass of dragons that were looking at him with wary eyes, which was something that he had never seen before, but he would do his best to deal with it later. Over in the distance, he saw the distressed face of Lyria as she looked at him with clear worry, which warmed his heart. However, she seemed to be signaling to him? Ignoring his desire to glare at the embodiment of garbage that called himself Argentino, who had made it to her side, he looked at the direction of Lyria's pointing, and his heart froze. It was the goddess in all her glory, and she was staring right at him. Lowly galaxy, desolate region, Mayanka world, unknown forest. Still year 157. Within an ancient forest that had remained largely unblemished by mortal influence. A large pack of wolves was running towards a specific location with their hackles raised and a cautious light in their eyes. Around 70 minutes ago, a large explosion was heard from the location that they were now running to. At that time, they had fled without a second thought, hiding their cubs back into the den and preparing for any sudden attack. However, nothing had happened in all this time, and the alpha's fear had long ago converted into curiosity with a tinge of greed. In his mind, there was a chance that whatever had occurred in that moment had left dead bodies in its vicinity. Because as a transported wolf experiment that used to live with humans, he wasn't unfamiliar with weapons that make the same sound and destroy all the lives around it. But even if that wasn't the case, there was still a chance of there being something to be gained, right? The explosion had only occurred once and no other sound was heard afterwards, so the danger should have passed, right? So off they went, and here they were. The cubs and weaker members had, of course, been left behind. As they neared the site of the explosion, a large crater that was 4 meters deep and 23 meters wide was revealed, causing the alpha of the pack to be even more wary than he was before. He couldn't really smell much thanks to the dusty and earthy smell that came as a result of the explosion, and neither could he really see anything of value or danger that could attract his attention other than the crater. So hoping to get everything over and done with, the alpha quickly pressed his nose to the ground to scout out any possible dangers or prey. The pack also did the same, and they spent a good minute or so moving around to pick up any scent that would dictate whether they ran to flee or ran to chase. With the whole pack moving as a single unit, it didn't take much longer for them to pick up a scent that they were very familiar with. Blood. Blood. The wolf who found it signaled the rest of the pack with a howl and they all rushed over, thinking that they had found the trail of prey. But as the alpha made his way over whilst doing an instinctive head count, he noticed that 2 wolves had gone missing. He was confused at first, but he quickly summarized that they had gone too far and were taking a while to get back, something he would definitely berate them for later. After all, it would be a hassle if they got killed and endangered the pack. However, when he reached the site of the blood, he immediately realized why the howl that had notified them was so filled with alarm. The blood belonged to one of the wolves in his pack. His hackles raised immediately as fear coursed its way down his spine. Although he was just a wolf, he was a very smart one as a result of the strange and painful things that the humans used to do to him before he escaped. So it wasn't hard for him to speculate that whatever could kill one of his own without him even knowing, was something that he could not contend with. He quickly signaled the pack to be alert before they began to slowly pace their way to where they came from with their eyes scouting for any possible danger. When they exited the vicinity of the crater, the alpha gave one bark to his pack before legging it without any regard as to whether they were following him or not. But of course they did. Roughly 5 minutes later, the pack had gassed out and they were unable to keep up their terrific speed. The alpha could have gone longer, but it was best to remain with the pack for now. Whatever danger was back in that crater should have been unable to keep up with them, but there might be other forms of danger if he abandoned his pack, and that was not something he could easily accept. He ordered his pack to rest, and they quickly dropped to their bellies or sides with their chests huffing and puffing and their tongues lolling out. Obviously, they were quite tired. The alpha's head snapped up to attention when he finally recognized something that made his heart skip a beat. 9. Only 9 left? Were the others all killed? That's right. The group that had once consisted of over 20 wolves had been reduced to a paltry 9. I must flee, the alpha inwardly screamed before dashing off again, abandoning the pack once and for all and only thinking about his own life. At the end of the day he was still an animal, and when it came to soul-stirring events like this, his intelligence was immediately flayed to the bone, and only his instincts would keep him going. 3 minutes later, he had gassed out completely like the wolves that he had abandoned, but even then, he still kept forcing himself to take step after step, fully intent on escaping the calamity that he was sure had befallen the rest of his pack. He didn't even know where he was, but it didn't stop him in the slightest, and he kept on going. However, all of a sudden, he caught sight of something in his peripheral vision that caused his already disordered running to falter. He collapsed to the ground and rolled for a couple of meters, but the terror within his heart forced him to stand up once immediately. He looked towards the direction of the strange thing that he was sure was hiding behind one of the trees, but he saw nothing. Yet instead of calming down, he was even more terrified than before, and it was to the point that he started whimpering. He swiveled his head every which way in an attempt to locate the terrible entity that was seemingly intent on prolonging his torment, but there was nothing to be found. Nothing to see, nothing to hear, and nothing to even smell. But I saw it. It was black, and the alpha was inwardly panicking, but then roughly 10 meters in front of him, something warped into existence like a ghost, and he screamed. It looked like a floating ball of darkness that had multiple wolf heads, of a slightly lighter shade, around its body, and it was around 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. The eyes of the wolf heads were extremely horrifying, and they looked like black holes that wanted to devour everything. On top of that, the alpha could finally smell the thing that had been haunting him all this time, and it was ghastly. It smelled like the dead, and yet unlike the dead. It didn't possess the rotting stench that he was used to associating with dead creatures, but nevertheless, when he caught a whiff of the abnormal entity, the image of that one graveyard that he used to see when he lived with humans kept appearing in his mind, and it frightened him. But nothing, and he meant nothing, was as blood-curdling as the strange energy that was wafting off of the creature like a mantle of evil. He couldn't see it, but he was sure it was there, and its existence completely crippled his desire to flee. He was weak. He was prey. He must not flee, and he must obey. That was all that he could think about. Even up till the moment that his entire body was devoured by one of those heads. 5 minutes later, the alpha stepped out of what used to be his body and was now a dead corpse, and rose to his new height of 1.2 meters tall. His new form looked like his previous one, but it was not only completely black, but also slightly transparent. And yet, despite his groundbreaking changes, his now non-existent heart was completely at peace. A peace that he had never felt before because of his previous daily struggles. There was no fear, no stress, no shock. He didn't feel anything. He looked up and landed his sight on the figure of the creature that had done this to him. There was no hatred, no anger, no terror. Nothing. Equals, you must serve equals. A feminine voice spoke within his mind. It was somewhat like the way humans spoke, but, if something as incomprehensible as darkness itself was able to speak, he reckoned that it would sound just like that. Yes, sire. He responded with his head bowed. The only desire that he now possessed was the will to obey. And nothing else. Lowly Galaxy, Desolate Region, Yamilon World. 6 years later, year 163. The Yamilon World was one of the 2 high worlds in the Desolate Region, and its territory was split by the multiple kingdoms and empires that had erected themselves over time. But really and truly, there were only 3 masters of this world. The Emperor of the Sidon Empire, the Empress of the Afrida Empire, and the Emperor of the Ifadin Empire. All kingdoms and minor empires had already subordinated themselves to one of the 3. They wielded realms 6 strength and owned 1/3 of the world each, granting them boundless resources that they would never be able to finish alone, and yet, despite the vast power that they possessed, it was not enough. The 3 powers were in a turbulent state where they were constantly establishing and dissolving wars with each other all the time, desperately hoping for the day that they could claim the entire world as theirs, and move on to bigger things. After all, as the 3 hegemons of the Yamilon world, they were privy to the deeper secrets in life, and were aware of the law world above their heads. They even knew that there were distinguished factions in the law world, who had long ago created branch factions in this world. Their sole purpose was to poach the mega talents who entered those branch factions into their main factions. All of this information and more had been obtained by their ancestors who had been lucky enough to be recruited in the past, so it was only natural that only a handful of people in this planet knew of the true intentions of those peculiar factions, and why they had never been destroyed since the beginning of their existence. Even a majority of the higher-ups in the branch factions were unaware of the truth, thinking that their respective factions were actually singular existences whose luck and power were of their own doing. Quite laughable. However, the three supreme emperors didn't think so. They spent a majority of their time scheming against each other in hopes that they could grasp the power of the entire world and increase their connection with the Sagothia world, the law world. Even though they knew that their own chances of reaching that world was slim, talk less of arriving there and achieving anything substantial, they still hoped that their future descendants could achieve what they couldn't and attain the utmost glory for their empire. And for that, they would do anything. So they murdered, stole, kidnapped, defamed, betrayed and worse. All for the greater good, they would say. After all, when they grasped the entire world in their hands, couldn't they rewrite history? They could paint the other two empires as sinister, evil cults that were in cahoots with the abyss, and paint their own empire as the righteous faction that had used all their power to save the entire world. Eventually, all the people who knew the truth would die out naturally or be killed secretly, and that rewritten history would be all they could decipher from the past. Of course, they took into account the possibility of someone down the line finding hidden inheritances that carried the true history, so to prevent that, they were already prepared to establish forces or societal constructs that would label anyone that was found with such things as heathens who were attempting to betray the empire, or evil beings who were the escaped descendants of the two evil cults. This war had lasted hundreds of years by now and they were prepared for everything. Eventually, things would come to an end and there would only be one master left. Yamilon World, Ifadin Empire, Graham Forest. The Graham Forest was one of the Ifadin Empire's most famous locations that received all kinds of people from all kinds of places, so it wasn't rare to see multiple groups of people walking in and out every 10 to 30 minutes. However, 70% of these people never dared to tread past its outer region. This was because of the fact that the deeper you went, the more powerful the beasts you encountered became. You could even find Realm 4 beasts in the middle region, which was why out of the remaining 30% of people that visited the forest, 25% dared to travel to the middle region. In the inner region of the Graham Forest, there were 6 powerful Realm 5 beasts with great renown who had divided up the territory, so it wasn't rare for people to come visiting and never be seen again. There were even rumors that a Realm 6 beast had been slumbering within for over 1,000 years, but despite the fact that nobody could confirm it, it was still incredibly daunting. So for this reason, only 5% of the people who entered the forest came to the inner region. It was at a clearing that was not too far from the outer region's border, that a group consisting of 4 badly damaged teenagers dressed in extravagant clothing could be found. Surrounding these teenagers were older men covered in armor from head to toe, but they were divided into 4 different kinds. The most impressive group was the group covered in pure white armor that glowed, clearly containing potent magical power. But judging by the way that they were all huddled around the teenagers with their backs towards them, it was clear that these people were guards, and not the cause of the current dangerous situation. No, that merit went to an even larger group. Surrounding the group of teenagers and their guards were a mass of assassins covered in dark garments and masks. They wielded all sorts of weapons, but the most commonly used ones were a pair of daggers or a crossbow, giving clear indications of their profession. There were over 100 of them and they were all in the 4th realm, or very close to it. Even though the guards were also in the 4th realm and even used much more powerful gear, there were only 36 of them left and that number was rapidly dwindling. If nothing changed then they were finished. Talented as the teenagers they were protecting were, their 3rd realm strength wouldn't be able to perform anything substantial, and they most certainly could not help. "Your Highness," yelled out the strongest guard of them all. He was part of the guards covered in the glowing white armor, and was clearly the leader of them all. He fended off the strike of an assassin with his sword, which was also completely white and glowing, and then cut off his head with an expert maneuver. "You must use the grand displacement bead and escape. There are too many dash." "But what about the others?" screamed out a girl whose beauty was so divine that it could turn any untrained male looking at her into a dullard. She had pure white hair that fell down to her waist, bright white eyes that shimmered like mercury, long white lashes that glittered like diamonds and a feminine body so tasteful that it should have been illegal. She wore a luxurious white dress with intricate silver patterns that somehow remained unblemished despite making it this far into the forest in such a precarious situation, but going off by its bright hue and the potent magical energy it was radiating, it was clear that it was an item even more special than the armor of the White Guards. "If they don't have their own means of escape, then you can only leave alone," shouted back the head guard as he ducked a dagger slashing at his head, only to be impaled by an arrow in his right shoulder. However, he showed impeccable discipline and didn't flinch, managing to dispatch the assassin in front of him with 2 short moves before moving on to the next. "But they're my friends. I can't ab and dash. Your Highness, please. If you don't escape then we will all die here, including your friends. If you alone escape, then you can at least avenge GUH. Huff, huff, swing. You can at least avenge us later on." The head guard had just been impaled by a sly rapier, but using the unrelenting tenacity that had gotten him to this position, he turned around and swung his sword with such ferocity that it split his hidden attacker in half. And then finished his sentence as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the girl who was called Highness was visibly distraught. The grand displacement bead could only work once and only on one person, it wouldn't be able to bring the other 3 girls along with her. But she was the princess of the Ifedan Empire who had been raised with special training, and as such, her mind was sharp. She knew that if she decided to stay here, she wouldn't be able to do anything at all and she would just die along with her friends. But if she escaped, she could inform her imperial father about the situation and seize the opportunity for revenge later on. Gathering her thoughts, she gave a look of pity to her 3 closest friends, burning their image into her memory and vowing to take revenge. The other 3 girls returned her look with scared but brave smiles and encouraged her to flee, breaking her heart even further. But with resolution filling her heart, she raised her delicate wrist to her chest and focused on the twinkling silver bracelet wrapped around it as if she were looking at the time. A moment later, a smooth and tiny dark blue ball appeared out of thin air and she quickly caught it with a flick of her hand. Satisfied, she turned her attention to her guards, and then to the assassins. Although she wasn't able to gain a proof of identity from their appearance, she was sure that they were from the Sidon Empire and she once again vowed to take revenge, but this time in the most ruthless manner. "Your Highness," the head guard yelled out once more, surrounded by 4 assassins with similar strength to his own. His time was coming to an end. Tears pooled in the princess's eyes, filled with grief at the severe losses she was about to sustain, but with furious eyes she began to press down on the small ball in her hand, which was clearly the grand displacement bead, intent on breaking it. However, just as she was about to succeed, a rough and deep voice spoke into her ear. "Oh no you don't." Swish! The princess started before a blinding pain cut her off and the hand containing the bead detached from her body and fell to the ground with a light thud. Her hand had been cut off. She wanted to scream out in pain, but she had been trained better than that and adrenaline was coursing through her veins, yet still, she couldn't stop the pitiful whimper for leaving her lips. The pain of losing one's hand wasn't one that could be easily ignored. However, the princess showed great perseverance and reached for the bead with her other hand. "Do you honestly think dash?" The princess heard the same voice and fear almost petrified her limbs, because deep down, she knew that she wouldn't be able to make it. She was just doing the best that she could so that she didn't feel remorseful in her afterlife. But then suddenly, the voice of her assassin was cut off, and a large amount of liquid splattered against her back. The liquid was crimson in color and its pungent smell quickly began to irritate her nose. It was blood. The princess quickly snatched up her severed hand along with the grand displacement bead before reeling backwards with shock, utterly perplexed by what had just happened. But even though she wanted to find out what had happened, she knew that every millisecond counted and suffering a loss of one could possibly mean death. That was not something she wanted to experience. So she quelled her instinctive desire to look for danger and squeezed the bead within her hand with force, hoping with all her heart that she would have enough time to escape whatever disaster was breathing down her neck safely. But just as the bead was about to shatter, her entire body suddenly locked up and froze in place without her consent. No matter how hard she tried to flex her fingers or any of her other limbs, she could not move. She had lost control of her body completely. Fear assailed her mind and it was slowly causing her to become frantic, but even then she still did her best to retain the stability of her thoughts so that she could find a way to escape. She refused to give up, because that would mean that all would be loss and— "Calm down, little girl," a voice that sounded like it came from the high heavens suddenly spoke out with insurmountable power, caressing her ears like the softest of clouds and dispelling the murky fear within her heart like a divine light. The sound was as ethereal as the northern lights and twinkling stars, and yet was filled with so much might that she could feel it down to the core of her being, and it was at that moment that she was sure that whatever entity was speaking to her must have been God himself, or something of a similar status. The human-shaped golden light that suddenly appeared in the middle of the clearing only cemented her thoughts. "My oh my," the god muttered as it looked around at all the humans that were frozen just like her. "What a terrible situation." It then began to walk towards her and her friends who weren't too far away with graceful, autocratic steps that caused the ground to tremble. But the most terrifying thing about those steps was that each one caused groups of assassins to burst apart into mists of red, soaking the few remaining guards and the earth with blood. For a split idle moment, she reckoned that that was what must have happened to the person who cut off her hand. 113 full-grown men want to slaughter 4 innocent children in cold blood for the sake of currency. What an utter travesty. What an utter disgrace. A humiliation. At that last word, all the remaining assassins burst into blood at once, creating a downpour of blood that soon splattered against the ground with a sickening wet sound. The grass in the vicinity had turned completely crimson, and it was so much so that it looked like they were formed like that. After that, it didn't take long for the pungent smell of blood to become denser, and it was almost unbearable. A nausea-inducing scene. But what really caused her to nearly have a heart attack was the fury within the god's voice that rattled against her bones. It was so horrifying that parts of her mind began to shut down and she nearly lost consciousness then and there. "Ah, sorry my dears," the voice of the god spoke out once more with a sound that she was sure could put even the nightmares from the abyss to sleep, and the mental collapse that she had about to succumb to was quelled immediately. But it didn't completely stop her from feeling fear. That was because, deep down, she knew that the up and down reactions that she was having to this being's voice were absolutely abnormal. The scriptures said nothing about the god's ability to compel or at least influence with his voice, but the sighs of relief coming from all around her let her know that her friends and few remaining guards were experiencing the same thing as her. It was terrifying. But even knowing that, she couldn't feel the full depth of the emotion. No, as the god spoke, such irrelevant thoughts were pushed to the back of her mind and she could only become more and more enraptured. "I am unaccustomed to conversing with mortals and sometimes I forget how susceptible you are," the god said as he covered his face with remorse. Then he let his hand drop to the side and stared up to the sky. And even without facial features, being a human-shaped light and all, the princess felt like she could see a hint of deep wisdom and profundity on his face. It was as if he was looking at something deeper than just a mere green sky. And perhaps he was. The princess reckoned that he was probably looking at the frameworks of the world itself, or at least something like that, whatever that would be. He was the god after all. "Unfortunately, I am unable to stay long. The planet has been improving rapidly in the last few millennia and requires my attention to steer it in the right direction. So that's why the god has been silent for the last few thousand years," the princess thought with wonder. "However, I have indeed neglected the residents of this world for what you would call a long time, and for that I apologize. And as such, to compensate for the chaos that I have let run amok in this world for the last few years, I would like to give you 4 children a powerful blessing," the god said, and finally lowered his head to look at the princess and her 3 friends. Glee filled their hearts at what was said and they were almost unable to stop themselves from shivering. "However, if I were to give out such a blessing for free, the karmic imbalance would destroy you. Which of course, we don't want, do we?" the god said as he folded his arms across his chest with a light chuckle. But the casual charm he exuded was so calming and welcoming that the others actually found themselves laughing along too. They were laughing with a god. "So to counteract that, I will require a price. Just a small one. Big enough so that you won't be wrecked apart by fate, but small enough that you should be able to accomplish it with relative ease." The princess and the other 3 young mistresses from the Ifedan Empire were almost dizzy with anticipation, whereas the guards, even though jealous, were still happy to be able to witness the start of a divine quest. "I want your wombs. I want your wombs," the god said as he spread his arms out with his palms facing the air. It was an awe-inducing pose, but the words coming out of his mouth were so shocking that it left everyone listening dumbstruck. Nothing could have prepared them for the vulgar statement that came out of the god's mouth. However, the princess and the other 3 girls were rather quick-witted and they couldn't help but think of the offer that the god was giving them. He wanted to give them some kind of power in exchange for their wombs? Did the god want to impregnate them? Wouldn't that mean that they would obtain power and children of God? They always knew that one day they would have to find a spouse and continue the bloodlines of their grand noble families. Love was rarely ever involved, and the most opportune candidates were those with the best genes or at least power. This was something that had been practiced amongst the powerful families for millions of years before them, and they had no desire to change that. Each of the 4 girls had already kept an eye on a few males they were interested in for the future, but in the face of this bizarre opportunity, all of those boys had all been thrown to the back of their minds. If the god was true to his words, then they would be granted with his seed. They would give birth to the children of God. How could they be anything less than ecstatic? "Your Holiness," began one of the noble girls as she stepped forward, "it would be my greatest honor to give birth to your children," she said with her hands demurely clasped together and her head bowed. Apparently, they could move again. The other girls rushed forth to say roughly the same, but the god's attention seemed to have been caught by the one who spoke first. "I see. What is your name?" he asked as he gave her an evaluative glance that sent shivers down her spine. "My name is Tina Alström, Your Holiness," she answered with visible glee. Tina Alström was a great beauty descended from one of the 4 greatest noble families in the Ifadin Empire, called the Alström family. She had silken blonde hair, sky-blue eyes, a curvaceous figure that seemed even more enticing than that of the princess, and soft unblemished skin that beckoned the eyes. A great beauty indeed. The god hummed before nodding, causing Tina to feel both shy and proud, and the other 3 girls including the princess to feel jealous. However, what the god said next nearly shocked them silly. "All of you seem to have misunderstood. I do not intend to impregnate any of you at all. In fact, quite the contrary. I am about to take all of the eggs in your womb but one, and nothing in this world would be able to recover them." To that, the girls froze and soon began to pale as the reality of what had just occurred dawned upon them. Had they just proposed to spread their legs for a god who wasn't even interested in the first place? What a blunder! What if he thinks they were promiscuous? What if he— "Relax," the god said with his cloud-like voice. "There is no need to fret. I understand that I wasn't clear in my statement and that it was quite easy to misunderstand, for that I apologize," the god said as he placed a hand on his chest in a sincere manner. "Wow," the princess thought with growing awe, her previous fear nowhere to be found. Courtesy of the god's impeccable voice. Not only is he kind, patient and understanding, he seems to be able to read our mind. As expected from the god. The princess nodded. None of them seemed to be upset about the fact that the amount of children they could give birth to was about to be reduced to 1 for eternity. The god snapped his head to the sky and continued to stare at it for a couple seconds in a pensive manner before looking back at the 4 girls. Clearly, something had changed. "It looks like I don't have as much time as I thought. I must return quickly if I don't want all of my work on this world for the last few years to be reduced to waste. So be fast and tell me if you wish to accept my blessing," he said in a tense manner that seemed to thicken the air, making each breath a bit of a struggle. The girls panicked at the sudden change in the situation and rushed to accept his proposal, unwilling to let the chance of a god's blessing fly away from them. "I accept. Your Holiness, I accept. I accept. This lowly one accepts your grace." Something seemed to change in the god's face, but it only lasted for a moment before it was gone. "Very well then," he said before he disappeared and reappeared in front of Tina Alström with a single flash. The girl let out a short gasp but was silenced when the god placed his right hand on her head. Soon after, golden energy began to seep into her in droves and it didn't take long for her to start screaming. However, the other girls weren't afraid but were instead wildly elated. They all knew that with great increases of power there was almost always a severe pain that came along with it. They had all suffered to such a fate numerous times in the past from legendary treasures that their families had been able to obtain for them and were therefore quite used to it, so for Tina to be screaming like this, it meant that the power she was gaining was like nothing else they had ever seen before. And they were about to receive the same thing. What joy! 2 minutes later, even though the girl had learned to keep her voice, her face was still distorted with pain. However, the black and slimy sludge-looking thing that began to seep out of her pores caused the girls watching to once again gasp with shock. Impurity cleansing. Everybody knew how hard such a thing was to come by after surpassing the body refinement realm, and although they had received unique treasures that had achieved this feat in the past, they were far and in between, and never like this. The amount of impurities being forced out of Tina's body was unheard of. At this point, they were almost panting with anticipation. 3 minutes later, Tina broke through to the next stage and the ordeal was over. However, the princess who was the strongest of them thought she saw Tina's abdomen area glow with a golden light for a split second. However, she reckoned that it was merely the god taking his due and shrugged it off. The god didn't waste any time and moved on to the next girl, then the next, until finally it was her turn. She went through the same thing as the other girls, and when it was almost over, she saw with her spirit sense how all of the egg cells in her womb but one were eradicated in an instant with a golden glow. But just as a sentimental pain was about to overcome her, she saw a golden glow light up within the last remaining egg cell, and saw how it began to change color, becoming something much more powerful than it used to be. And although she didn't know what the effects were, she was sure that the child born from that egg would be extremely gifted. The princess was ecstatic and began to sing countless praises to the god in her heart. But what she didn't know was that even though the same thing happened to the other girls, the resulting glow that lit up on her abdomen was much brighter, and there was a little, extra something, that had been added into that egg cell that the other girls didn't receive. Something that would change the fate of the entire Yamilon world forever. Eridel looked at the 4 girls before him who foolishly believed him to be their god, but truthfully speaking, he didn't look down on them for it at all. Not only was his impersonation of the local god of light impeccable, but the fact that the god had in fact been dead for thousands of years proved to be too great an opening for Eridel to exploit. A few hours ago, he had arrived with the knowledge of the Yamilon world's only god, the god of light, and had already factored its existence into his plans, thanks to Gaia, but who would have thought that when he arrived, he would not be able to detect a single hint of undiluted divinity. This could only mean that even if there was a god in the past, it was either dead, or had left the planet completely. Which was impossible. There was no way for a god to leave the planet unless it became a world sinner and assimilated the entire planet into its divine territory, erasing all life including the world consciousness in the process, which of course, did not happen. Moreover, no amount of hiding or hibernating would be able to conceal divine energy from those who knew what they were looking for. The god was dead. How wonderful! Not only did this make Eridel's plans monumentally easier, but it even provided him with the perfect identity to imposter. Can you believe it? What a benevolent god indeed. But there was one problem. Even a dead god should leave a corpse overflowing with raw divine energy, so how could there be not a single iota to be found? It had confused him for a moment, but it didn't take much of a second later to guess that the corpse had probably been taken by the higher-ups of the Scythia law world, and that it was highly likely that they were the cause of the god's death too. But what did that have to do with Eridel? Nothing. At least not at this moment, so he began the first few steps of his plan, and here he was, facing 4 teenage girls and a horde of knights who looked at him as if he were God himself. Ha! Eridel's avatar shrouded in golden light began to float upwards as the surroundings became brighter and the ambient magical energy became turbulent. All sound ceased to exist, all motion came to a stop, and all attention was on the being who called himself God. Hear me, children of Yamilon. I must leave and return to Aegea as soon as possible to return to my tiring duties, but I have one last thing to say. Eridel said with his arms spread out, seemingly ignorant of the fact that he was phasing out of existence. If you 4 girls give birth to a child exactly 300 years from now, then your days will forever be blessed. You can oblige if you wish, but I will not scorn you if you don't. Eridel said, much to the shock of the people below. There were still more blessings to come, they were thinking. Goodbye now. Before they could even respond, Eridel disappeared in a bright show of light that left them transfixed. Nobody spoke and nobody moved. Above the Yamilon world, a humanoid figure that seemed to be carved from light itself abruptly appeared in shocking fashion, but soon after, the light that formed its body retreated inwards and revealed the devilishly handsome figure of a human male. Long white hair, dizzying golden eyes, peerless clean skin, pure white robes, and an autocratic demeanor that inspired immediate respect. This was of course, Eridel. But to be more specific, Eridel's first avatar, Jonas. And right now he was sporting a wide grin that lit up his entire visage. Perfect. It looks like Lady Luck has been smiling upon me these days. Not even a single hint from the god of light? Ha! What great woe! Is there not a single female in existence that can resist my quintessential looks? A tragedy indeed, Eridel thought as he allowed the lack of gravity to spin his body around. His gift to those 4 girls was a great one indeed, and if it wasn't for the price that he took it would eventually lead to their doom if they didn't somehow pay it back themselves. Nobody could fleece away fortune without paying it back. And whilst his price had looked like a second gift because of the fact that he had obviously augmented their last remaining egg cells, the fact that he had permanently erased the remaining eggs was more than enough to offset that. After all, they could have become individuals who might have amounted into something great, and then they would create their own children and so forth. But not anymore. They had all been wiped out. Quite the price, right? At this moment, Eridel could dispel his avatar and he wouldn't even need to make the return trip back. However, a sudden impulsive thought, which he had no doubt was related to the domineering will of his planetary body, suddenly gripped his thoughts. His own will was much stronger than before and allowed him to possibly ignore it, but the idea that had just popped into mind was too enticing and wasn't even that dangerous. What if, Eridel thought as he caressed his hairless chin. The idea that had come to mind was undoubtedly fate-changing, and if he didn't pay the appropriate price, his next tribulation, which was already looking dicey thanks to the new integral laws and other such things that had been added to his planet, would surely reduce him to dust. But he could deal with it. If his plans on the Yamulon world came to fruition, he wouldn't need to worry too much about tribulations or anything related to it. But I wonder if it will work. Such a thing is. Well, I guess I'll see soon enough. Eridel thought with suppressed excitement before disappearing into the distance in a streak of golden light. Undiluted divine energy is raw divine energy. Diluted divine energy would be the energy that things such as divine treasures and divine inheritances left by a divine being would contain. Aegea is what the residents of the Yamulon world consider their heaven. Central continent, Forest of Dawn, capital city of elves. 4 years later, year 167. Within the central region of the central continent's eastern forest, which had now been named the Forest of Dawn by its residents, a beautiful city which had incorporated the surrounding giant trees into its architecture, was undergoing what seemed to be a civil war. The once ethereal designs of the elven architecture had been soiled by blood and ashes, creating a scene of horror as the elves within continued to clash against each other with strangely carved-out bits of wood that bore suspicious resemblances to swords and spears. Clearly, the elven queen, Titania, had not stopped advancing her race during the past 40 years, and they had even learned how to create weapons with the intent of causing damage. But what was the current situation? And what were those beings with wings on their backs? Forest of Dawn, capital city of elves, shrine of life. Not too far from the elven queen's palace was the tree of life, which still stood domineeringly at the very center of the forest. Its height was so vast that it pierced the clouds and its multicolored leaves were so vibrant that they tantalized the eyes, and just below, the spring of life shimmered with its green liquid and seemed to have greatly increased in size since the beginning of its existence, reaching roughly 10 hectares large. Both of these two treasures of nature were extremely dazzling and it would be hard for anything in the vicinity to match its beauty, but just a few trees away was a splendorous shrine that possessed many intricate carvings that seemed to portray both the tree of life and the spring of life. Its delicate designs and beautiful wooden materials were so eye-catching that it almost rivaled the tree of life in beauty. What was more amazing was that this building was the only one in the entire city that hadn't been sullied by the fires of war. Even the mighty palace was looking a little sorry. But in its defense, this was where the war was the hottest. People were dropping like flies all over the place and it was in total contrast to the tranquility of the shrine. But perhaps, that had something to do with the fact that the very queen who should have been protecting the palace was currently missing. Well, not missing to be exact, but she was certainly not anywhere near the palace. Nay, she was currently within the shrine and was prostrating herself on the ground with her noble head pressed against the floor and her eyes closed. She was completely alone and seemed to be praying quite fervently, but when this was coupled with her divine looks, it made her look like a devout shrine maiden. This continued for 2 more minutes before the peace of the environment was abruptly broken and the queen was no longer alone. Green water that looked suspiciously like the water belonging to the spring of life had suddenly materialized in front of the praying queen like a ghost before it quickly took on the form of a teenage girl. But even then, it hadn't finished its transformation and other colors started to appear on the humanoid-shaped blob of water. Soft white skin with a healthy ruddy glow, pearly white teeth and a delicate pink tongue, light green hair and eyes of the same color, long pointed ears that stood erect from her hair, small hands with pretty green nails that seemed to be grasping a wooden scepter, and finally, a shrine maiden garment with green hakama trousers. A few seconds later the being became solid enough to look no different from an actual elf, and yes, she was indeed carrying a wooden scepter. But considering the fact that the being was obviously formed from water, was it really wood or did it just look like that? Despite the bizarre change in events, the queen hadn't moved in the slightest and it soon became apparent that she had been expecting this. Not wasting time, she immediately paid her respects to the newly arrived teenage girl with her head still pressed against the ground. This lowly one greets the heavenly daughter. The heavenly daughter noncommittally responded with a small nod, but clearly, this was the avatar of the spring of life, the self-proclaimed daughter of Eridel Domicus and the anomaly known as Eridel Domicus. But how had she changed so much? Previously, she looked no different from a 10-year-old humanoid blob of green water with twin tails. But now, even though she still had her twin tails, she now looked like a flesh and blood being. An elf on top of that. Moreover, she seemed to have grown by 6 years in appearance, which considering the fact that she was actually 167 years old was quite deceiving. How was this possible? Heavenly daughter, the queen started cautiously. Are you sure that you don't want me to get involved yet? Our people are dying. I understand that. But when the Fae first rebelled 12 years ago, they didn't even have the chance to cause a single kill before you had already killed over half of them, subdued half of the rest and let the remaining ones flee, including their leader. Sierra responded flatly, but when she spoke about the leader, there was a noticeable hitch in her voice. Even the queen's heart began to race at the mention of the Fae leader. She still remembered the blood-curdling green energy that she had only seen once before, the emotions that it had inspired within her and the chaos it had caused. Who knew that such an event would lead on to cause such problems within her recently established kingdom? Now, our people know what rebellion tastes like, but not of the true repercussions. Sierra continued with a wary look on her face. Of course, they know that you would do worse to them if they were to rebel again. The Fae, the regular elves, are as loyal as can be, but most of them think that if you did not exist, they could easily seize control. This is why I had you stay in this shrine for 2 years, Titania. I wanted them to learn, Sierra said before turning around. I wanted to let them experience the repercussions of war. What it means for your friends and enemies to die all around you. What it means to fear each and every sound you hear and every motion you see. Sierra made a quick swiping motion across her face before sighing. Now they know. Titania trembled for a moment before sighing. At the back of her mind she had always known that her timely interruption of the rebellion 12 years ago would possibly lead to a possibly bad future, especially when the loyal elves that she had saved began to over-rely on her for the protection of the kingdom and began focusing more on the advancement of elven culture. They were filled with blind trust, always thinking that as long as their queen was alive, they would always be protected. Titania clenched her fists with frustration. Now, to learn a painful but valuable lesson, they were dying by the minute. Elves and Fae alike were slaughtering each other, and although it was actually the elves who were overwhelming the Fae, Titania didn't want to see them die either. After all, they were technically elves too. It all began 40 years ago when the world abruptly changed and became multiple times greater than before. The elves called this event, the Second Heavenly Shift, because apparently, the queen had seen something similar to this when she was the only elf in existence. After the Second Heavenly Shift, the trees had grown bigger and radiated more wood elemental essence into the air, the ambient magical energy, which had become flavored with wood, water and life after the Queen, Tree of Life and Sierra converted the territory into a sacred land, greatly increased in quality. Everyone had passively grown stronger and it was like a gift from the heavens. But there was one more thing. When everyone had woken up and saw their peers still alive, they were jubilant with joy. They hugged each other and cried, promising each other to cherish their lives and make the most of it. However, there was suddenly a scream of shock that caught the attention of everyone in the vicinity, and what they found was nothing short of a miracle. In the palace's front garden, people were surrounding a boy of 15 or so years who had stepped out of a bush. Obviously, he had been unlucky enough to be standing near it when the world had gone crazy and had fallen into it when he had lost consciousness, but the strange thing was that, he had wings. Huge butterfly-like wings erected from his back in beautiful colors of green and gold, casually released green-gold sparkles that faded into the air like fireflies, and glowed like a pair of magical treasures that could not be blemished. The boy himself had bright green eyes and blonde hair, the norm for an elf, but the people who were surrounding him and obviously knew him noticed that other than the spectacular wings, the boy had experienced a few other chances that caused him to look different from before. Not only was he quite a bit taller than before and also a lot more handsome, his muscles had also swelled in size despite not doing anything. How bizarre! They knew this boy because he was the most talented youth in his generation and was also born from the Tree of Life. Because of this, he had been allowed free access to the palace and often frequented the place. It didn't take long for people to find out that he was a dragon amongst men and extremely skilled in leadership. The boy had even formed his own organization called Fairy, who tasked themselves with upholding the elven noble heart, maintaining justice, protecting the weak, indulging in cultural arts and more. The organization had obviously started off small, but it had swiftly become a force to be reckoned with when even core refinement, third realm, cultivators began joining, despite the fact that their leader was a 15-year-old boy with no cultivation. It was not that he was untalented or anything, but a rule had passed a few decades ago that youths were only allowed to cultivate when they became 16 years old, so that they could take all the time before then to plan out their future path. It was a rule that had taken place when the Grand Elders had realized that there were too many people being pushed into being warriors, and not enough people to advance other things like building, clothing and entertainment, and the Queen had approved. Who knew that despite having no cultivation that the boy who was named Zalucard would experience such a shocking transformation? Everybody congratulated him and said it must have been a gift from the heavens for creating the Fairy, the organization which had improved the livelihood of many elves and taught them the importance of being more just, elegant and refined. The reason why they thought it was a gift instead of a curse was because everybody knew of the boy's obsession with butterflies, something about them being the embodiment of beauty and elegance or something like that, and thought that the heavens decided to gift him with butterfly wings. Later on, they found out that every single member of Fairy had gained the same boons as Zalucard and had wings of their own. Naturally, it caused quite the scene and there were many people who joined the organization in hopes that they could gain the same blessing, including a few Grand Elders. But alas, there were no more transformations after the first batch and people who joined solely for that purpose began to leave. But not everybody did. A few of the Grand Elders that had joined were able to experience firsthand the benefits of the Fairy organization to their race as a whole and actually decided to stay so that they could advance it, hoping that their race would experience better improvements. Obviously, such a thing attracted more people to join and the Fairy organization experienced a booming rise. As for the original people who had transformed and gained wings, they were named as the first subrace of the elves called the Fae, obviously named after their organization, and received lavish gifts from the Queen herself. The Elven Grand Elders are the elves that were born in the Queen's batch. The other 199 of the first 200 elves that the Tree of Life produces once a month. Regular Elven Elders are just those that are powerful enough to be called so. After that things went pretty smoothly for the Elven race and they were constantly improving every day thanks to the brilliant mind of the Queen and the unique ideals of the Fairy. However, years passed and eventually there came a time where nearly all of the positions of power, disincluding the Grand Elders of course, had been rightfully obtained by the Fae. In year 150, which was 23 years after the second heavenly shift and the birth of the Fae, 37% of the elders in the Elven Kingdom were actually Fae. Naturally, this caused some thoughts to enter a few people's heads, but for the most part, it didn't really matter. Although there were times that a racial joke was made such as the term half-elf half-butterfly, most people considered the Fae as no different from an elf if not an even more elite version, and there was no problem with the Fae obtaining so much power. After all, their power was obtained righteously and fairly. In fact, under Zaculard's lead, the Fae were so noble that there were times that they would willingly give up power to those that deserved it, or sacrifice themselves to protect the weak. As a matter of fact, it was becoming a rising notion that the Fae were peak elven life forms. They all had greater talent than regular elves, greater strength, greater wisdom, greater creative ideas, selfless benevolence, noble hearts, unparalleled elegance, bewitching beauty and an awe-inspiring love and respect for nature. Was this not the very essence of what it meant to be the perfect elf? Was this not what all elves aspired to be? The elves loved the Fae and their adoration for them was increasing by the year, and if it wasn't for the Queen's new rule that prevented Fae from reproducing with elves, in hopes that they could produce more pure-blooded Fae, they would have become the best candidates for marriage, something that always led to the birth of children if not its only purpose. However, they still considered it a huge offense when Zalucard, the progenitor of the Fae, suddenly asked for the Queen's hand in marriage 1 year later, year 151. The concept of marriage had taken place in the Elven Kingdom more than 100 years ago because of the fact that the more powerful people kept on building harems of spouses and the weaker people were utterly unable to find even a drop of love. Obviously, this was quite a bit tragic for those at the bottom, and when these people started running off into situations that would surely end up leaving them dead, like attacking the Beast Kingdom in the southern region of the forest, it was decided that things had to change. For a while, it was debated that the weaker people should either find a harem owner to attach themselves to or become strong enough to own harems themselves. However, the queen, who had knowledge of monogamy and its benefits to society, decided to introduce a majority of its concepts into their society, including adultery. In the memories she had gained, adultery was heavily frowned upon, but it wasn't a crime. However, in the Elven Kingdom, adultery was most certainly a crime, and was punishable by death. It wasn't that the queen had a personal issue about polygamy, but it was the only way to get those who owned harems to give it up and choose only one spouse. She couldn't wait for them to die out of old age like a mortal ruler would, so she had to be extreme in times like this. Later on, she planned to lighten the punishment for adultery and other such things that had been labeled as crimes, but for now, it still remained to be a fatal crime that shouldn't be committed unless you were seeking death. So for Zalucard to ask for the queen's hand in marriage despite the fact that she was already married, was that not asking her to commit adultery? Was that not asking her to die? The concept of divorce had not been introduced, even if some people were gradually coming up with a few rudimentary ideas leading up to it on their own, so there was no other possibility other than Zalucard intending for the queen to disregard Alan and commit adultery with him. Madness. Although the elves wouldn't dare to say anything even if the queen were to break any or every of her own rules, because they loved and revered her that much, until the queen responded, they absolutely wouldn't let Zalucard off. That day, Zalucard almost died, and if it wasn't for some kind of strange power-up consisting of the invasive green energy that felt extremely cold and left the minds of those that were affected by it in disarray, and the swift arrival of the Fae, then he definitely wouldn't have lived to live another day. Leader of the Fairy or not. But instead of running off into seclusion or even fleeing the whole kingdom altogether, Zalucard began to preach to the masses about the benefits of such a union to the entire elven race. Of course, people tried to attack him once again, but this time he was ready and there were elite Fae guards everywhere he went. The elves felt betrayed by this, but going by the nonchalant manner of the guards that surrounded him and the passionate behavior of the Fae that listened to him, it was clear that they were already in the know. Something that caused the beginnings of the first true divide between the Fae and the elves. However, the more the elves reluctantly listened, the more they began to feel like the things he was saying weren't so bad. If Zalucard and the queen were to band together on the highest level possible, who knew what greatness would reign from their combined brilliant minds? The elves couldn't help but have fantasies of such a power couple that would undoubtedly advance their race by miles upon miles. Something that Grand Elder Alan had unfortunately failed to live up to. For those who didn't get it, the concept of suicide doesn't really exist yet. The elves who suffered loveless lives and had suicidal thoughts but not the knowledge of what they're really thinking, simply concluded that the heavens were prompting them to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Speaking of Alan, on the second month of Zalucard's speeches, he was unable to keep his silence and actually came down from the palace to confront him. Originally, he thought that the boy would suffer from the undying loyalty that the elves had for the queen and would only need to wait it out. Sooner or later, the elves would no longer be able to endure the Zalucard's nigh blasphemous tales, and he wouldn't need to anything on his own. But who would have thought that the mere boy of 39 years of age would actually begin to change the minds of the people? He had no doubt that half the reason for his success had to do with the stupid act of handing out his resources to the crowds that came to his speeches. Such an act was too selfless even for a Fae, and even he thought that the boy was one of the most exemplar elves that he had ever seen. However, this boy was coming for his own position and he was not going to allow it. Still, he was a noble elf and wasn't going to start killing on sight. Instead, he was going to give the boy a warning first. But if the boy refused to give up his foolish acts, don't blame him for being ruthless. Such a meeting naturally ended up in disaster. Alan had come to one of the speeches with two grand elders accompanying him, much to the crowd's awe, and proposed that Zalucard ceased his actions of trying to marry the queen or suffer the consequences. The fact that Alan had managed to summon two grand elders to this occasion spoke volumes of how seriously he was taking this situation. Normally, all the grand elders along with the queen spent all their time cultivating or improving the martial techniques, only taking time out on special occasions like the birth of the Fae to make an appearance. Even the grand elders that had stayed in Fairy after finding it satisfactory went back into seclusion after things had settled down and it was unknown when they would reappear. This was because of the fact that as grand elders, they were extremely knowledgeable about the circumstances of the Dawn Forest and even places outside of it such as the Western Forest containing the true dragons, the vast desert in the south with the ridiculously huge elephant, the ex-neighbor snakes who now resided in the center of the continent, and even the jungle in the north that had given birth to the new Monkey King whose 400-meter-tall height nearly rivaled the elephant. Such forces had large territories and powerful forces that they could employ along with terrific ambitions that aimed for the skies, and all of them, including the mellow and calm elephant, were competition. So if the elves wanted to preserve their freedom and grow their influence in this continent for years to come, they had to take every chance that they got to raise their power. However, this caused them to often neglect their surroundings. It was because of this reason that the queen was mostly oblivious to the current situation and hadn't responded to Alan's actions in all this time, something that she would come to dearly regret in future. Zalyakard had refused Alan's demands, and after Alan made a few more desperate attempts to change Zalyakard's mind, because he truly liked the boy and didn't want to see him dead, he ruthlessly attacked him just like he said he would. That was when things all went wrong. A massive brawl between Zalyakard, who at the time was in the mana refinement realm, 2nd realm, and Alan who was in the soul refinement realm, 4th realm, took place. Obviously, no matter how miraculous Zalyakard was, it was impossible to breach the gap of 2 entire realms, so his many guards got involved, and in turn, Alan's 2 accompanying Grand Elders also got involved. The fight lasted quite a long time before a group of Grand Elders who had been informed of the situation came and put a stop to it, but amongst these Grand Elders were those who had joined Fairy, and naturally they were more inclined to take Zalyakard's side. They didn't even bother to take in Alan's account and directly brought him back to the palace where he had to explain himself to the queen herself, who could no longer act aloof. Her husband was out on the streets, beating up a junior in broad daylight. What a humiliation! However, she too realized that she was at fault for letting the situation go on for so long and decided not to punish Alan at all. After all, he was doing this for her. How could she be so heartless as to punish him for it when the situation was still rectifiable? All she did was make him promise not to attack the boy again, then made a public announcement that she would not marry Zalyakard, and that he should completely stop his campaigns or truly pay the consequences. This completely changed the elves' thoughts towards Zalyakard once more, and now they completely despised him. What were we thinking? They would ask themselves, a man who dares to poach the married queen? How insidious! Is this the true face of Zalyakard, the leader of the noble fairy? The Fae were also in on it and fully supported him even now. They must be in cahoots. The whole fairy is a scam. They had completely disregarded all the donations that had been freely given and all the good deeds that fairy had performed. All because of one announcement from the queen. After that, the division between the elves and the Fae began to grow without a visible stop in sight. It wasn't too serious in the beginning. The elves would just shun the Fae from whatever activities that they were doing or skim them out of resources. However, this kind of bullying kept on growing until the Fae weren't even allowed to own any of the nicer buildings or live anywhere close to the queen. They also had to take the more dangerous jobs and many of them ended up dying. Naturally, no matter how intrinsically nice the Fae were, there was no way that they could continue to take this kind of persecution without retaliating, but in the end, they were quite unwilling to give up their noble fairy code which had become an innate trait of their race when they had become the Fae, so all they did was band even closer together and protect each other when needed. Sometimes things got violent, but it wasn't too unbearable. However, when the first Fae to die on the streets in broad daylight ended up being a small child of the 2nd generation, all gloves came off. The Fae had always thought that their children would be fine so long as they didn't stick their head out too much. After all, they were children and children were the future. It was utterly sinister to harm a child, something that the Fae couldn't fathom, so their protection towards them was somewhat lacking. It shouldn't have mattered because everyone loves kids, but who would have thought that the elves would be so cruel? Unfortunately, the Fae were unaware of the fact that when the elf that had killed the child committed the deed, a strange green energy that wasn't too dissimilar to that of their leader had taken control of the man's body. His eyes had filled with green light and a strange symbol had appeared on his forehead. Too bad, all of these markings had disappeared after the deed and the man's consciousness had returned, but before he could even feel remorse for his actions, 5 Fae that had heard the dying screams of the child appeared before him with enraged faces before tearing him apart. This occurred 3 years after the Queen's announcement, year 154, and it marked the beginning of the rebellion. The Fae began to parade around the streets, complaining about the unjust harassment that they had been suffering despite their grand contributions to the elves, and began demanding that the Queen should give back everything that was taken from them and return their honor, or marry Zalyakard and make him king. They came and went with such domineering force that the proud elves that used to pick on them before began to steer out of their way. not wanting to be the next elf to be torn to pieces. So like this, their momentum continued to rise until 1 year later, they actually began to become more violent. They forcefully confiscated homes from elves and took the resources of others. However, even in this chaotic state, the only elves that they harassed were elves that were deemed too devious or useless to society. They still considered themselves the noble fae whose goal was to uplift the quality of all elven life, even if there had been a clear division between the elves and the fae. It was in their very nature after all. However, one day, a certain portion of the group of fae parading the streets began to glow with a green aura, but that mass amount of green aura started to raise a strange feeling of envy on those who were nearby, and they too began to glow with the same green aura. It was like an unholy plague, and at the head of it was Zalucard. Normally, the boy had bright green eyes which weren't too uncommon for an elf or even a fae for that matter, but at that moment, they were glowing with an ominous light that caused those who looked into them to feel ugly emotions rising in their hearts. But on top of that, there was an even more eerie green symbol that was etched onto his forehead, and looking at it was even worse. It didn't take long for the emotions of everyone in the vicinity to become extremely volatile. The noble fae began to scream their protests with spittle flying out of their mouths and wild eyes looking in every direction, and the gentle elves began to throw whatever they could grab at the crowds of fae with similar appearances. Strangely enough, the longer this continued, the more the green aura continued to spread and the more the ambient temperature began to drop. It was completely terrifying, and everyone with a brain should have been screaming and fleeing, or at least becoming vigilant. However, that was not the case. Instead, the people just became more and more wilder to the point that a furious battle was going to take place at any second. None of them were aware of the fact that portions of the green aura that was growing and at an even faster rate, began to be sucked into the strange mark on Zalucard's head. As this continued to go on, the mana within Zalucard's body, which was also green in color, began to rise at a pace that had never been seen before. Even his flesh and blood began to receive the strange green essence, and it could be considered that he was undergoing anatomy refinement. Whoosh! Zalucard's aura burst forth as he broke through the 9th stage of the 2nd realm and entered 1st stage of the 3rd, core refinement realm, and his anatomy refinement officially began at the 1st stage. The only reason that impurities didn't begin to flood out of his veins was because they were directly eradicated by the same energy that was nourishing his body. Other people had to not only endure great pain to achieve what Zalucard had just achieved, but that also had to be lucky too. After all, if all you needed was pain to unlock anatomy refinement, then nearly everybody on the planet would have done so. You needed a suitable enriching force that would preserve your life and help you grow to complete the process, and even then, dying still wasn't out of the question. But here, Zalucard had entered the path of anatomy refinement as easily as inhaling oxygen. If people like Reiko and the Crystal Dragon King heard of what had happened, who knew how many teeth they would have grinded away out of anger. The green energy continued to grow denser and spread further, hypnotizing everyone that was encompassed within and increasing Zalucard's power. Everybody was screaming at each other, not just elf versus fae anymore, with utter animosity, and appeared extremely volatile. But just as the first punch was thrown and Zalucard broke through to the 2nd stage of core refinement, everybody including him froze as a mighty pressure enveloped all their bodies. This was clearly the work of a powerful person's aura, and for some reason it felt very familiar, but their brains were too addled for them to identify who it belonged to. But in the next moment, the green was dispersed like smoke and sanity began to return to the eyes of the elves and fae. Zalucard was the only person who had remained sane the entire time. But even as a smile remained on his face, it looked quite grim. Naturally, he could identify the owner of the domineering aura as the queen. Soon, many people also realized the same thing and immediately dropped to their knees and prostrated themselves, begging for mercy and shooting accusations at Zalucard. This was mostly the elves, but even some of the fae were doing so. They were not fools. They could see Zalucard's abnormal appearance, strange symbol and neon eyes, and knew that everything had to do with him. They felt confused and betrayed, but their noble hearts demanded that they do what was best, and that was to give up Zalucard for punishment. Unfortunately, these people only amounted up to about 26% of the fae. Shockingly, around 60% of them still had a green neon glow in their eyes and were still affected by the green mist. They had turned their envious and ravenous glares towards the queen, who had appeared down the street and was steadily walking closer, and began screaming even more. Some of them even ran towards her with obvious hostile intent, apparently ignorant of the difference in power. Obviously, they didn't get very far. Apart from Zalucard, anyone who had a green glow in their eyes had perished in a single moment. Elf or Fae. Large twisting spears of wood had erupted from the ground and pierced their heads, killing all of them down to the last one with flawless precision. The remaining people didn't even have time to react before those same branches grabbed them and divided them into two groups. The first group were the people who had lost the crazy green light in their eyes and regained their sanity but didn't act subservient to the queen when she appeared, and the other group was just everyone else. The Fae who had prostrated themselves and the elves. Zaliacard was standing at the forefront of the first group, defiantly glaring back at the queen who was staring at him, but then he suddenly smirked and said, "Your Highness, your beauty truly dash. Just leave, Zaliacard. Take those people with you and leave." The queen interrupted him with a cold look in her eyes. Zaliacard's face actually paled, the symbol on his forehead faded away and the ominous glow in his eyes disappeared. "Your Highness, you cannot do this. This was just a Dash." The pressure from before suddenly came back with increased power that nearly sent him crumpling to his knees. "From here on forth, you and your group are exiled, and if you ever come back you will die immediately. The only reason you get to keep your beastly life is because of your grand contributions to the kingdom, something that I thank you for. But I do not have any more patience for your actions anymore, Zaliacard, so leave. You have become a danger to our race." For a moment, Zaliacard just stood there lost, unbelieving of the fact that the queen had effectively offered him a death sentence. After all, everybody knew that it was impossible to survive alone unless you were in the fourth realm, something that was too much of a distant dream for him. The paltry amount of Fae that had been grouped with him were insignificant in the grand scheme of things and wouldn't be able to truly help him. He was doomed. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the Fae that had been spared and then the Fae that were with him, who were looking back at him with mixed parts of fear, anger and dependency. The anger wasn't directed towards him, something he was slightly glad for, but he couldn't bring himself to care too much at the moment. "Let's go," he said before walking towards the gates of the city without turning back once. The queen came back to her senses and lifted her head up to look at the demure figure of the heavenly daughter before her. She wanted to console her, but the plight of her people had her on edge, her muscles and mana thrummed with the need to speed off to stop the war. "Heavenly daughter," the queen began, "may I dash?" "You can go," Sierra interrupted softly. The queen winced and guiltily nodded before standing up and vanishing in the next moment. Outside of the palace, the elves were surrounding the final group of rebels with faces filled with rage. Everyone had suffered in this war, but the winners were the righteous and the losers were the evil. The elves were more than willing to release their rage on the final members of the rebel group, culling them until there were no more left. They brandished their swords and spears and charged forth with overflowing killing intent. The rebel group on the other hand weren't going to just sit there and wait for death, so they too pointed their weapons. Funnily enough, it wasn't just the Fae in the group, there were elves too. These people were actually the members of Fairy who had joined after the birth of the Fae and had been even more furious about the injustice shown towards the Fae than the Fae themselves. It was mainly them that were behind the instigation of this rebellion. They were angry that Zaliacard and the others had been exiled after doing so much, and such emotions kept on rising intensity all these years with no reprieve, and this was the result. But even they would have done anything to reverse the situation. The blood that had been shed this day has been too much. However, they had already jumped onto the tiger and there was nothing they could do about it now. They could only see things to the end, praying for a miracle to happen. Oh, how they wished the queen were here. They thought that her disappearance had been the best thing to happen to them after Zaliacard's exile, barely even hesitating before plotting their rebellion. Utter foolishness. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize this now. The death they had been courting for so long was finally about to accept their advances. The elves and the fairy rebels charged at each other with their faces pale or red from blood loss or adrenaline, their expressions twisted with fear or fury, their veins stretched against their skin and their weapons fiercely gripped. But just as they were about to indulge in the final clash, a sudden change occurred. A mass of large tree branches had suddenly erupted from the ground, wrapping around their waists and wrists and immobilizing every last one of them in a single instant like it was nothing. The people weren't fools, so after a brief moment of confusion, shock and futile resistance, they quickly identified the cause of the strange branches and exclaimed out loud with fear, reverence or plea. "The queen!" They immediately dropped their weapons and tried to prostrate themselves but were restricted by the branches. Strangely enough, that seemed to cause some of them a little bit of fear. They even tried to struggle out of the branch's grip to the point of incurring injuries, fighting its relentless grip just so that they could kneel. Were they attempting to beg for their lives, or did they just respect the queen that much? However, nothing changed, and for some reason the queen didn't appear. The branches were still tightly wrapped around them, but nothing happened next. Yet even considering this, instead of becoming wild or overly agitated, they instead ceased their useless struggle against the branches. Nobody dared to move or make a sound. They were in trouble and they knew it. It was only 5 minutes later that they heard a light pitter-patter sound, something they soon recognized as the sound of soft bare feet slapping against the ground. They quickly lifted up their heads and witnessed the heart-palpitating sight of the queen walking out of the gates of her palace with her all-white eyes glowing like never before. The way she ambled towards them as she idly looked in random directions reminded them of a simple person who was strolling through their garden and admiring flowers. However, when the elves tracked the source of her idle attentions to the piles of blood, ashes, bodies and broken weapons, they couldn't help but feel a chill spread across their spine. Guilt and fear coursed through their hearts, causing them to shiver with nervousness as the soft pitter-pattering of the queen's feet became closer and closer. The sound was soft and light, but it slapped across their ears like the cracking of whips. The tension in the air was so thick that it almost felt tangible, and the strength they were previously so proud of now felt like nothing. It was horrible. Finally, the queen had arrived in front of them and had stopped moving, but at this point they were trembling so badly that they wondered if others could hear the rattling of their bones. The queen hadn't even exhibited her aura in the slightest, but they still felt like the weight of their flesh had increased by many kilograms, and if it weren't for the support of the branches still wrapped around them, some of them would have crumpled to the ground. They silently begged for the queen to give her verdict, hoping to get this over with, but woefully contrary to their pleas, the queen stood silently as she stared at everyone, and this continued for 2 whole torturous minutes that they could have sworn had somehow been multiplied by 10. At this point, whether they had suffered grievous wounds or not, all of them had pale faces and shivering lips. They had long forgotten their past fury with each other and had thrown any thoughts of revenge far, far away. And now, the differences between elf and fae were beginning to fade away. As they continued to tremble and look around to see other people, whether elf or fae, tremble just like them, they began to feel a small sense of companionship that made them feel slightly better. They had reached a strange sort of union through their mutual fear for their future and desperately wished that they could take back everything that they had done. It was at this moment that the queen finally spoke. "People of the Elven Kingdom," she began with a soft tone and tranquil expression. However, not only did her voice spread far and wide like thunder, the piercing light in her eyes that kept getting brighter and brighter betrayed the serenity of her demeanor and gave off an impression of heavenly wrath. "You have completely failed me." The queen gave a demure nod as if it was to be expected, but the listeners on the other hand felt like the temperature had dropped. "Not only have you started a terrible war that has claimed countless lives of your fellow man, but you have even dared to desecrate the palace and undermine my authority in my absence." The queen looked at a few faces in the crowd, faces which swiftly cringed with fright, and then looked at puddles of blood and piles of ashes that stained her castle walls once more. You all have great guts." The queen was indifferent to the increasing heart rates of her people and continued to survey the damage caused by the war. None of the constructions had actually suffered any damage thanks to them being crafted from the world's natural resources, mostly wood, but there were stains everywhere and some of them wouldn't be able to be cleaned. Not with the facilities that the kingdom had, at least. The queen turned back to her people with the same calm expression, but inwardly she was extremely vexed. This whole war had been extremely foolish, and they were all going to have to pay for it. Suddenly, a fae boy of around 20 years suddenly fell limp. He was still held up by the branches wrapped around him, but it was clear that he had fallen unconscious. The queen's attention snapped towards him and immediately noticed how serious his wounds were. If nothing was done then he was sure to die at any moment. She didn't need to look around to know that there were others who weren't too far off from ending up like him, and it took a bit of effort to stop the frustration that she felt from showing on her face. "Fools," she sighed. Suddenly, the branches that were constricting everyone began to glow green and radiated a peaceful yet stifling aura, the kind of stifling feeling that was felt when you were standing next to an extremely potent power source. At first it didn't look like anything special was happening, just green lights and a slightly daunting but all-around peaceful aura. But slowly, it looked like the injuries covering the bodies of the people they were wrapped around were beginning to fade. This was more noticeable on the people whose wounds were more ferocious, like the fellow who had fallen unconscious. The huge gashes on his body caused by the sharp wooden swords were visibly closing. Even his face was looking less like that of a corpse's and had gained a slight, very slight, ruddy hue. They were being supernaturally healed, and all of this had been caused by the queen. Thinking about it, it didn't seem too far-fetched to think of such a thing. After all, not only did she bear a perfect affinity for both the wood and life elements with her mana being formed from the very laws of wood, but she also had a faint comprehension on the corresponding laws, something that was no doubt a result of her mental connection to the tree of life. The laws were not a joke. To be born with the ability to create mana out of law essence was one thing, but to gain the comprehension that would allow you to wield the laws was another thing altogether. It was too hard, especially in this era where knowledge was lacking. Only the combination of the queen's intellect, the memories she inherited from Sierra, and her special connection that she had to the tree of life enabled her to come this far. Thank the heavens. If I hadn't learned how to use my mana externally, many more people would have died this day. The queen thought as she secretly sighed with relief. Before, it wasn't possible to accomplish any of the feats that she had been performing. The understanding that the elves had for magic was too low, and the only thing they were able to do was bolster their physical bodies with their mana or release their aura. However, a few years ago, the queen finally learned how to use her mana outside her body and alter the reality before her. Until this day, only a select few others were able to learn this. After getting healed to a certain extent, the green glow around the branches faded away, and even though most of them hadn't been completely healed, none of them were at the risk of dying, and they were all grateful. However, only a few of them managed to stutter out their gratifications. The rest were still relatively stunned. "Wett the thank why your high highness." The queen raised her hand and silence was once more restored. "For the crime of murdering your fellow man, you all would have usually been sentenced to death. But that is obviously not possible," the queen said. "After all, killing everybody here meant killing 87% of their entire race. How could she possibly do such a thing? We have already experienced so much death, and there is no need for more. So instead, I will have to punish you in a different way. But first," the queen looked at the corpses and stains once more. "Clean all of this up." Then she walked right back into the palace. Lowly galaxy, desolate region, unknown gaseous planet. At last, I have finally completed the formation. Standing upon the core of a pink gaseous planet was Eridel's avatar in all his white-garbed glory, and despite being in such a hazardous location he looked as neat and kept as he always did. As for the planet, it was a rather decent-sized gaseous planet that had yet to become a true world that he had found roughly 1.5 years ago, and was the planet that he had chosen for his crazy experiment. Normally, a gaseous planet had no chance to become a true world. After all, the most crucial criteria to become one was to have the indisputable potential to raise a sapient species, something that was too hard to accomplish in a gaseous world where the heat was unbearable, the pressure was cell-crushing, and the only hard surface in its entire structure was its planetary core. Talk less of a sapient species, even an organism would take Herculean effort to raise in such a planet. Now if you were to add on to the fact that any planet below a special mid-world was unable to form a consciousness, therefore being unable to control its actions, it was too difficult. A few years ago, Eridel had the sudden wild idea to find a planet that had yet to become a true world and convert it into an anomaly. He himself didn't know all of the requirements for something to become an anomaly, but he knew that whatever he wanted to convert must not already have a soul. Obviously that was not a problem, but on top of that, the thing he wanted to convert had to be a strong enough vessel that could absorb an indefinite amount of the soul-attuned magical energy that was native to the Iridius world so that it could become an anomaly. Cleo, the storm cloud above the North Continent, had barely crossed that mark. However, that was not a problem for a planet. So he quickly looked for one and eventually found an ordinary terrestrial planet that was completely composed of rocks. It wasn't bad, but it was way too average for Eridel's tastes, so he went to look for another, and found this pink gaseous one. Such a thing was unexpected, but when Eridel thought about the unique benefits that he could obtain from raising a gaseous planet into an anomaly that could improve and someday become a full-fledged gaseous true world, he was filled with excitement. 95% of his knowledge came from the strange golden orb that had somehow fused into his soul on that fateful day, so he knew how rare it was for a gaseous world to come to fruition. It was so rare that it would be easier to find a faction of 1,000 world sinners, so rare that even in the sea of vast inherited memories, he could only see one. One that had been unable to become a midworld before it had unfortunately walked the path of self-destruction like so many others, unable to reveal a fraction of its secrets. If Eridel could convert a gaseous planet into an anomaly and personally raise it into some kind of subordinate gaseous world, the benefits would be unimaginable. However, in all the time he had spent here, he had yet to do so. It absolutely did not take 1.5 years to convert something into an anomaly, no matter how big it was. As a matter of fact, the process was quite quick. The reason he had spent so much time here was because he had long realized that even if he were successful in converting the planet into an anomaly, there would be no point if his access to it was severely limited. The strength of Eridel's avatar was that of a pseudo-sixth realm because that was the limit of his world's current power, but even with such strength, to fly from the Iridius world to this planet would take 12 years. And that was even if he were to fly non-stop. How could he accept such a thing? Although the lifespan of a mid-world, especially one as unique as him, was extremely vast, to spend 12 years just to visit this planet when he could avoid it was just too wasteful. Provided to him by his inherited memories was two options, and both of them were rune formations. The first option was to set up a teleportation formation on the surface of the planetary core and put the corresponding one somewhere on his planet. The second option was to set up a unique formation that would actually allow the entire planet to move and move the planet next to his, something that, although crazy, had been practiced many times in the past. The only prerequisite was that the planet didn't already have a consciousness. This was because, not only was it not possible to forcefully inscribe any kind of rune onto a conscious world's core, but it was also extremely dangerous to be next to it. A world could not personally defend itself, but it had no problem raising or lowering temperatures to apocalyptic degrees, or summoning a horde of gods. Obviously, Eridel didn't need to care about these issues. However, when he remembered how the runes that he had inscribed onto his own core, something that only he could do as its owner, had become integral laws, he was slightly wary that not only would the rune formation become something more than permanent when the gaseous planet became a sapient life form and obtained control of itself, but he had a slight suspicion that he would lose all control of the formation as well. If he used the world-traveling formation and it became an integral law, that would give birth to a sapient planet that could completely move on its own, something that even he couldn't do. But the problem was that it might run away. Eridel found the thought of a planet running away from him amusing, but he would suffer a major loss if such a thing became a reality. However, the more he thought down this path, the more he realized how much of a treasure trove the gaseous planet that he had truly was. What if he were to purposefully create integral laws? What if he were to make the already unique prospect of a gaseous world even more special? He could create a world that was just as bizarre as him. And of course, it was that thought that nearly left him stunned. Eridel wasn't a fool. However, the idea that his thoughts had spawned for him was too delicate, so he decided to shelve it away. The prospect of an allied world that was just as unique as him was too great to give up, so Eridel decided to take a risk. Not only would he inscribe the world-traveling formation, but he would also add a few other interesting formations that would become useful as integral laws, such as a self-sustainable shield. It was all of this that took 1.5 years to create. After all, he had to physically inscribe the runes across the entire core, unlike when he was inscribing on himself. The other name for a gaseous planet was the gas giant planet. This was because all gaseous planets were huge. To physically have to inscribe runes across a core which alone was 3 or 4 times larger than his home world, the world he was born in, was obviously a monumental task. To complete the formations in just 1.5 years was actually a great achievement. Now, in the current time, he was standing upon the core of the formation with a triumphant yet slightly cautious expression. However, he wasn't truly worried. Even in the absurd event that his conjectures were wrong and the gaseous anomaly made the abnormal decision to disregard him, there were many means that a being like Eridel could use on a disobedient fledgling soul. He didn't want to do such things, but he would if he had to. The only thing that had him cautious was the unknown. Nothing he was doing had been done before, and he would be a fool if he didn't prepare for any change in the situation. He would have liked to activate the world-traveling formation to bring the planet next to his own before converting it into an anomaly, but every formation needed energy to activate, and the only energy he had available was the energy that was forming his avatar. He planned to use this energy to start the anomaly transformation and the Iridius system that was present wherever he was present, to finish the transformation. Where would he find the energy to do so if he wasted it on the formations? The good thing was that the planet would be able to power the formations itself once it became an anomaly and gained sapience. Now, all that was left was to start the transformation. Eridel blew out a long breath of air before a tenacious light appeared in his golden eyes. It is time. The lifespan of low world is roughly 10 billion years, mid-world 30 billion years, high world 100 billion years, and a law world is eternal. In one moment, Eridel had been standing peacefully with a dauntless demeanor that inspired respect, but in the next, he had burst into a tsunami of golden light. It was an extremely mesmerizing and glorious sight that surpassed the northern lights in beauty. However, the domineering aura that it let out was more than enough to make any possible onlooker run far, far away. The golden lights danced above the gaseous planet for a moment before surging downwards and straight into the planet's core. The planet immediately began to tremble as the foreign energy of the likes that it had never felt before forcefully invaded its system. It instinctively made maneuvers to reject the energy, but it was futile. Magical energy was not something that it had the ability to resist. Only entities who were capable of manipulating magic were given the rights to attempt such a thing. Nevertheless, the planet was naturally unaware of this and kept up its useless resistance, relentlessly trying to reject the energy. However, it soon began to feel unnatural changes within itself. Its core seemed to be growing. Even the gases surrounding its core seemed to be mutating a little. They saturated themselves with the foreign invasive energy and used it to evolve. The planet immediately stopped its resistance and instead began to draw the energy within itself. To a planet, in the face of evolution, all other matters become non-entities. In fact, even if an evolution would cause its destruction, a planet still would not hesitate to embrace it. Of course, things began to change when they obtained a soul and learned of pros and cons, but even then, if there was no other option than a self-destructive evolution, then a planet would actually do it. Even Eridel, an ex-human, had been a victim of this relentless desire once upon a time. As the pink planet continued to absorb the magical energy, Eridel was floating high above it in the form of a small twinkling light. This was the only form that he could take now that he had taken the lifeblood of his avatar and given 99% of it away. Now, he could only remain like this. He had no strength in this form and the only thing that it carried was his own consciousness. Not that he cared, he would have given the rest of the energy away if he could, but that would have dispelled his avatar completely and destroyed this split soul that he left within. That too was not a problem, but he needed to remain here so that he could give instructions to the new anomaly if it was a success. This is quite exciting. 5 minutes later. Eridel had been using his spirit sense on the planet the entire and he had witnessed some minuscule yet interesting changes. However, things were about to go wrong. Eridel remembered that in each anomaly transformation before this, all of them had personally absorbed copious amounts of ambient magical energy to complete the process. But where would the gaseous planet find the Iridius world's magical energy up here? Eridel had thought that if he used an entire 99% of his avatar to substitute the possible need for that second absorption, he could overcome it. But he had been too naive. Or rather, he had been hopeful for an exception in an abnormal situation, only to be disappointed. Eridel could see the planet making the motions to wildly absorb ambient magical energy, but it was futile. Magical energy was something generated by planets and could never be found in open space. The only usable essence in space was void energy. Eridel paused. Perhaps. No. What am I thinking? This planet isn't even a low world. It would never be able to manipulate void essence. That shit is just too heavy. Eridel thought with mild annoyance. In the past, Eridel had done his fair share of experiments with void energy, but none of them resulted in anything spectacular, mostly because the amounts he had been able to manipulate were far too inadequate. Void energy was an omnipresent energy that existed all over the universe, and normally, it was something that only rank 7+ beings could use. Eridel was one evolution away from that boundary, however, the gaseous planet was just too far away. The system, Eridel detected the Iridius systems suddenly appear within the gaseous planet. It wasn't too much of a surprise, with so much of Eridel's magical energy flowing through its system it must have been recognized as a native. The only reason those girls back in the Segothia world didn't receive the same treatment was because despite the fact that they had received Eridel's energy, at their core, their mana was still attuned with their own world, and soon, Eridel's energy would be completely assimilated. Unlike the gaseous world which for all intents and purposes was pure. None of this was that much of a surprise. But what was a surprise was the minuscule amounts of void energy that began tracking towards the planet's core. The twinkling light that was Eridel flashed for a moment in apparent surprise. The system. Of course. I was unaware of how long it would take the system to enter a new entity since it hasn't happened before and didn't factor it into any possibilities, but if I had known that it would arrive even before the planet's complete transformation, I wouldn't have needed to worry too much. The system was built to assist its users and in times, especially during breakthroughs, evolutions, or mutations, would take complete control of the essence for the user so that everything could be done to perfection. Now, the system had detected its new host's needs and was taking control of the gaseous planet's core to summon forth void energy in an attempt to complete the anomaly transformation. This is great, Eridel thought with elation. Although the void energy that was being pulled into the core was so minuscule that it resembled rain falling into a sea, Eridel wasn't anxious about it at all. The conversion rate of magical energy to void energy was so stupendous that it was almost unbelievable. The gaseous planet had more than enough. Make no mistake. Void energy is just super-duper magical energy. Eridel could also absorb such things if he wanted to, and it is not exclusive. It is not an affinity and does not possess special properties that magical energy doesn't have. I repeat, void energy is just like magical energy, but instead of being produced by a planetary core, it is being produced by whatever the universe calls its core. Another 5 minutes later, the gaseous planet had reached saturation and began to release pink splendorous lights along with heavenly fanfare that signified the birth of something miraculous. Eridel briefly paused. None of the other anomaly transformations had produced the sounds that the gaseous planet was now making, and it was quite odd. However, he decided that it had to do with the fact that the thing that was being transformed was an entire planet, a gaseous planet even, and took it in stride. The birth of extremely rare things had always been accompanied by seraphic sounds and colorful lights, just like the tree of life that he had forcefully created over 100 years ago. Although anomalies could arguably be considered more precious than the tree of life, there were 6 of them and a 7th one was already on the way. Eridel even had plans for the 8th. The Iridius world had only entered the domain of magic 167 years ago and there were already 7 anomalies, whereas, the Tree of Life was the only world tree on the planet and there was no other tree that even approached its level. Only things like that could receive the warm attention of the universe. Regular anomalies were unable, but apparently, the gaseous planet anomaly did. This just goes to show how powerful it was going to. It's here, Eridel thought as he detected the ghost-like shimmering lights that began to bloom within the planet's core. All anomalies were granted sapient souls at some point in their transformation and it could be considered their second if not most important feature. And now, the gaseous planet was receiving its own. Souls were typically colorless and this one wasn't any different, but its quality was startling and as it grew more complete, its quality only continued to rise. Eventually, it took on the form of a sphere surrounded by swirling gas, which was essentially its physical form. Most souls took on the form of their physical shell, so it wasn't a surprise. However, when the soul gave a magnificent pulse of soul energy that signified its completion, the jolt that it arose in Eridel was a very, very big surprise. It was a contraction within his very soul that even temporarily dizzied his senses, which was very abnormal. After all, other than the time that he had faced the tribulation lights and the time he forcefully awakened his planet's magical energy, Eridel had never felt such a dizzying sensation. But when he peered into his soul to identify the cause, Eridel was so flabbergasted that his little light form started rapidly blinking as if he would die out at any moment. After confirming the thing that he was seeing was really true, Eridel took a good moment to calm himself down. Then, he looked towards the pink planet with a look that he had never given another being in a long, long time. So it really is you, Eridel thought with mixed emotions. Within his soul, one of the 6 unconnected soul mate links had finally changed for the first time. Not only did it gain the snake-like fluidity of a connected soul mate link along with a peach-like color, an odd feeling of complete naivety and innocence could be felt from it if he focused on it. No doubt it was the emotions of the other being it was connected to. As for the being it was connected to? Who else could it be other than the pink gaseous planet? Eridel looked towards the planet that was finishing its anomaly transformation with complex emotions that caused him to marvel. However, love was not one of them. The soul mate link did not make one feel love or any other emotion for that matter. It was the soul mates themselves who were so meant for each other that inevitably fell in love after spending time with each other. However, there were times where one or even both of the soul mates were undeveloped and hadn't yet grown to be the other's ideal partner. It could be as simple as one of them not yet having a specific affinity that they would gain in the future that was compatible with their soul mate's affinity, or perhaps one of them would consume or undergo something that would change their appearance in future to meet their soul mate's ideal but had met the mate before doing so. Most of the time these minor problems were inconsequential because the compatibility that soul mates had with each other were multivaried, e.g. if the man/girl didn't look a certain way yet, their minds could still be compatible enough for them to still bear a strong liking for each other until they reached full compatibility. But, sometimes there were highly unfavorable situations. It would be rare, but there would be times where someone who was already an adult would meet their soul mate when said soul mate had yet to even reach the preliminary years of adolescence, or times where someone who had gone through very severe experiences and gained a grossly unique personality would meet their soul mate who had not yet gone through the things it would take to become the ideal partner. In these situations, the possibility of actually disliking each other actually existed, which, depending on how unlucky one was, could end up becoming tragic. Just think of a situation where somebody had been ordered to assassinate the newborn baby of so-and-so, and actually did so, not knowing that the child who they killed was their soul mate. They would certainly feel the sudden disintegration of the soul mate link, but of course, it would be too late by then. So once again, the soul mate link itself did not force any emotions. And as such, for Eridel, who used to be a human and preferred women who at least looked like one, to suddenly fall in love with a planet which had just gained its soul and didn't even have a defined gender, was impossible. For Eridel to suddenly fall in love with a planet which had just gained its soul and didn't even have a defined gender was impossible. That being said, Eridel would not be oblivious like others who might be put in the same situation. He knew that eventually, this pink planet would become something that satisfied all of his desires, or at least a sixth of them. He didn't know how having multiple soul mates truly worked. Even though there were already a few polygamous soul mate pairings on his planet, none of them had ever met. And although he could infer from their affinities that it was indeed a case of two or more soul mates meeting specific needs of the dominant soul mate, that was only related to power compatibility and didn't necessarily mean that on a carnal or mental level that it would be the same. Perhaps all 6 of his soul mates would meet all of his carnal desires and have a perfect like-mindedness with him. But even as he speculated on it, even he found it unrealistic. If his needs were so narrow that 6 people could be completely compatible with him, what was the point of even having 6 in the first place? It didn't make sense. It would make much more sense to assume that his needs were so broad that 6 different people would fulfill 6 different needs. That was much more exciting. In any case, Eridel was in an extremely jubilant mood. He had found his first soulmate. She, and he was sure that the planet would become a she because that was his only sexual orientation, wasn't ready yet, but the time would come. Eridel threw away his more negative speculations and decided to revel in the absolute joy of finding one's destined partner, the partner who would be with him till the end times and would always support him even if they were separated by multiple dimensions or life and death. This was absolutely something to be celebrated. Eridel even had the wild albeit temporary desire to release many phenomena into the Iridius world, letting the millions of residents know that something truly glorious had occurred. However, he dispersed the foolish thoughts in the next split second. Just thinking of the chaos it would cause, the false history it would create and the possible religions that it might spawn was enough for him to calm down a little bit. Still, he was still excited. This little pink planet of his was his soul mate. Quadrillions upon quadrillions of people all over the universe had the desire for a soul mate, and even if some once in a billion-year, brain-disturbed geniuses in hyper-advanced worlds were able to artificially create a semblance of a soul mate system, all of those flimsy things were filled with flaws and was something only the upper echelons could buy. They didn't come close to the flawless soul mate system that Eridel had created, an all-encompassing concept that worked automatically all over his domain of influence and even became a part of the world's integral laws. Certainly unlike some AI chip that had to be implanted into 2 different people or some chemical injection that only the most wealthy could enjoy. This time, all of them wish for what I have, but will not be able to have it. Eridel inwardly exclaimed with glee. The amount of times that he had wished for even the most basic companionship in those 2,000 years of solitude as he watched the intimate moments of others was too embarrassing to admit. It had been unbearable, but now, everything would change. Eridel once again peered into the soul mate link, but this time his intentions weren't just to passively observe. He wanted to use the link to send his soul mate information about all of the Iridius world's languages along with basic knowledge and common sense. This was all so that he could achieve basic communication with his soul mate and direct her into using the world-traveling formation so that she could move herself near his own planetary body. As he began to do so, he had to admit that the urge to add other things was there. He could add in suggestions of femininity that would allow the planet to think it was a female or suggestions that would make it more subservient. However, although Eridel was almost completely unscrupulous when he dealt with other life forms, he wasn't quite willing to be the same way with his soul mates. They were going to be the 6 women that would ride eternity with him, inseparable from him in a way that the universe had never seen before. How could he bear to willfully play with their minds as if they were tools? That was not the kind of man he aspired to be. He was a chivalrous gentleman, not a controlling sicko. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Eridel inwardly burst out laughing. He would have done just that. Eridel was a calculating person even before he became what he was, and now that he had become a world and his soul had been transformed beyond recognition, controlling the 6 beings who had the ability to influence his decision-making barely even touched his moral boundaries. To him, that was just precaution. However, he truly wanted to give this love thing a good try. The relationships that he had with those 213 women in his past life could definitely not be called love. That was one of the few luxuries that he could not afford. Too expensive and way too vulnerable. But lust? If there was a church of lust, then he would have been Pope. The Supreme Pontiff. Considering the life he lived, he didn't have the fortune to afford love. But lust was really just too cheap. And that was how collecting different kinds of beauties became a pastime of his to beat off the erosion of boredom. But now, everything had changed. Not only had he gained true freedom, but he had even gained incomparable power that would enable him to dash. In any case, honesty is the best policy, and if I don't want to end up in an uncomfortable situation after being asked to explain the reason for certain things in the future, it's best that I don't do anything that I'd need to hide from them. Truthfully, there shouldn't be anything that I need to hide if they're truly my soulmates in every sense of the word, but telling one of them that I'm the reason that they're female in the first place. This is a future that I would rather avoid. Eridel continued to send down various kinds of information down the soulmate link that would especially be beneficial for a planet. Maths, science, languages, life and death, different kinds of animal and plant life, the various cultivation paths, knowledge of the Iridius system and some other stuff. As for knowledge on formations, Eridel was sure that the pink planet would be able to instinctively use the ones inscribed on its body. They had surely become a part of her body like the surrounding gas clouds. She could manipulate them as she wished. But as for other formations? She could learn about them herself if she was interested. Eridel didn't intend to alter her path at all. Other than that, Eridel has also sent down basic information about himself. Not who he was as a person, but what he was. Another planet just like her, but one which was much more evolved. He had also sent her images of the different sceneries on his planet and what a terrestrial world filled with life should look like. However, with those images he had sent down a short message that the 2 of them were fundamentally different and that she should not try to emulate him. It would likely result in complete failure. After this he waited peacefully as she digested the information one by one. It didn't take long and he could see her swiftly analyzing, going through the information, only pausing every now and then. If it was anyone else, talk less of analyzing the information quickly or even slowly, their minds might have directly collapsed. This was because information that Eridel had sent was not small at all and would have been too much for an ordinary soul to handle. Planets on the other hand had always had the strongest souls from birth. But on top of that, even though that the pink gaseous planet was still just a planet and had yet to step into the rankings of a low world, its soul was still as powerful one, if a low world was capable of having a soul, so the amount of information that Eridel had sent was easily being sorted out by her. He couldn't help but admit that he felt a strange feeling of satisfaction as he watched the soulmate link pulse with activity each time she absorbed more information, a feeling that only became more profound when he noticed that her soul was becoming enriched. For a blank slate soul, the best source of nourishment was knowledge. Knowledge bred thoughts and thoughts bred questions, questions sought answers and answers sought proof. It was a cycle that made a soul more active and lively. As Eridel watched, the pink planet's soul became more vibrant as it hummed with hundreds of thoughts. It wasn't quite the millions of thoughts that Eridel could achieve, but it was still very good. Eridel was not only a mid-world with the power of a high world, but his soul had been empowered many times by a strange soul cultivation path that he was very advanced on. They could not be compared. 3 hours later, the pink planet had finally finished absorbing all of the knowledge that Eridel had sent it, and the activity of its soul slowed to a low hum. However, that didn't last long. Without prompt, the pink planet suddenly released its spirit sense for the first time, probing within its own body for a moment before probing into outer space. Eridel had shared a fair bit of information about space, and it was most likely that she was trying to see for herself. After what seemed like a short bout of experimentation, her spirit sense expanded once more and finally enveloped his little avatar. He could feel her spirit sense pulse with fledgling emotions that were reminiscent of confusion, faint recognition, and curiosity. Clearly, she wasn't capable of removing her emotions from her spirit sense yet, but the reason was obvious. As for the specific emotions she was feeling, it was likely that she was able to feel the strange connection between him and the soulmate link but was confused about what it meant. When Eridel had sent information about himself, he had indeed included the fact that he was the one sending her information, something that she would have discovered later on anyways. However, because of this, the knowledge that the sender of the information that had been sent to her was another planet like her completely blocked her from thinking that the strange little light that gave her a familiar feeling was the same as him. The disparity between the two forms was too huge. Eridel had not sent her information about avatars. This was because he didn't want her to think that little lights were the exemplary form when she gained the ability to construct her own avatar. She would likely come in contact with other avatars and the memory of his own should be significant, but not only were first impressions lasting, but the fact that he was her soulmate would also make the first form that he used to appear before her more striking. He'd rather not have her remember this embarrassing form. Unfortunately, his little avatar seemed to be the most interesting thing in the vicinity and she continued to probe. He was sure that she wasn't yet creative enough to come to a reasonable deduction, but prevention was always better than cure. He immediately sent her a message using the soulmate link that small light was something akin to his subordinate that was meant to guide her towards him. However, as he said this he couldn't help but feel a small amount of shame. What kind of stupid lie was that? Eridel sighed. Since when did he have to resort to covering up mistakes like a little boy? How embarrassing. The soulmate link began to pulse a little and Eridel could immediately tell that the pink planet was trying to respond to him. However, no words or even intentful thoughts were coming through. It wasn't a surprise. In truth, the soulmate link was something that took a long time to learn how to utilize. Messaging or sending images to someone psychically was not as easy as it was to do so physically and was actually really hard to do. In fact, the ability to send messages using the soulmate link was something that most could only do when their soulmate bond had been consummated. Not because it was a requirement, but because after consummation, the two souls would completely link together in an unnatural way that caused the intimacy and compatibility between each other to reach the peak. In that state, soulmates can really and truly look at one another and speak without words. It was this special connection that gave them insight needed to better use the functions of the soulmate link. But as the creator of the entire concept, how could Eridel not have any leeways? He created the whole thing, so how could he not use the abilities that didn't need essential conditions? What a joke that would be. But even if he wasn't the creator, Eridel was still extremely versed in things that concerned the soul. It wouldn't take long for someone like him or even Gaia to comprehend some of the functions of soulmate link once they took time to study it. So whilst it was difficult for the pink planet to emulate the things that he did, it was nothing for him to do so. You will learn how to communicate with me at another time. Right now, you and my subordinate need to start moving, Eridel said through the soulmate link. The pink planet's spirit sense pulsed with wonder, fascinated by the workings of, well, everything. As a being who had just gained sapience, all things were interesting and eye-catching, especially when they were interactable like the entity known as Eridel. You should already instinctively know how to move your body. However, before that, you should camouflage yourself. It's time to go, Eridel said. He had installed a powerful camouflaging formation along with the others, but just like the others, they had disappeared when the pink planet had become an anomaly. He assumed that they had fused with the core and become innate functions of the planet. Otherwise, it really would not be funny if they disappeared. However, his worries were not founded, and after the planet went through various emotions, mostly consisting of innocent excitement and curiosity, the planet began to slowly fade away as if it was an illusion, and soon, it had completely disappeared. But just for good measure, Eridel expanded his own spirit sense far and wide in an attempt to detect it. And he did. But only because the pink planet was his soulmate. He could sense her soul, something that would never be able to hide from him, but not her body. Perfect. Then without wasting any time, he began flying towards his planetary body, only pausing to make sure that the pink planet was following him. It would take roughly 12 years, but soon he would be able to meet his soulmate in the flesh, or rather space rock. He couldn't help but admit that he was slightly, very slightly, excited. My first soulmate, Considering the fact that I specialize in the almighty Tao of the booty, she should have a big ass when she creates an avatar, right? Right? Hee hee. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Iridius world, sea between the South Continent and East Continent. 5 years later, year 172. Somewhere between the South Continent and the East Continent, a large road of ice was slowly streaking its way across the sea. It was extremely wide and was long enough that you couldn't see where it originated from. However, going by the identity of the many individuals that stood upon it, it wasn't too hard to guess where they had come from. The aura of cynicism and brutality, the completely blood-red eyes, the sharp teeth and fingernails, the pale skin. All of these traits could only mean one thing. It was the blood fiends from the South Continent. They were the tyrannical race which had claimed half of the continent as their territory and were one of the 2 reasons that had caused the extinction of all humans and beasts on the South Continent. They were led by their progenitor who went by the name of Ghost, or Crying Ghost if you could live to say it, and were very savage. These sinister beings actually used to be regular humans who struggled on a day-to-day basis to obtain the most basic of foods that grew in the forest that they had come from, not even daring to hope for the meat that the beasts liked so much. However, after a dreadful mutation pioneered by Ghost, they had become baleful beings whose diet mainly consisted of blood. Nearly 200 years had passed since the dawn of their conception and they had achieved many grand feats that struck fear across the entire South Continent and would have done so to the rest of the world if communication was possible. Their leader was ruthless, but he was a genius who had been able to fend off the apocalyptic might of the King of Monsters time and time again. Under such a powerful leader, they had obtained enough power and resources that they had fully occupied their half of the continent. However, what was the current situation? A paltry number of 12,000 plus blood fiends stood upon the ever-growing road of ice in a despondent manner as if they were advancing towards their doom. There were no visible injuries, but it was clear from their uncharacteristically rough skin and dry hair that they were in a prominent state of disarray. Perhaps, if the blood fiends weren't so adept at healing themselves using the blood of others, they would have been covered in wounds. How did this happen? Crying Ghost looked at the wavy motions of the sea ahead of him with a calm expression and folded arms. He stood ramrod straight like a spear and radiated a solemn yet domineering aura of a dictator that instilled a feeling of respect and inferiority in those around him, completely unlike the sinister auras of the common blood fiends that were wild and chaotic. However, if one were to truly look into his eyes, they would see the light of a furious, almost rabid fire that aimed to destroy everything. Clearly, despite the fact that he was trying to hide it, he was very, very angry. Ghost looked at the blood fiend towards his left. It was a man with pale blonde hair that was almost white and a lanky body that reached 6 feet 7 inches. His cultivation was also at the soul refinement realm, 4th realm for the enlightened races, and his aura was that of a cold and eternally patient serpent, one that looked like it could strike out at any moment with the prey none the wiser. Currently, this man was crouched down with his hand, which was glowing with a frigid blue light, placed in the water which subsequently froze and increased the size of the giant icy road that had started all the way in the South Continent. "Jean," Ghost called out. His voice was deep and emotionless. The man called Jean withdrew his hand from the sea and swiftly stood up to attention. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp, but there was a submissive tinge to his demeanor that showed his subservience to the blood fiend progenitor. "Yes, sire? You seem to be slowing down again. Do you need more blood?" For a moment, Jean did not respond. Instead, he gave a quick almost imperceptible glance towards the crowd of fiends before looking back at Ghost. Not a single emotion to be found. Then he said, "Sire, I can surely continue for a few more hours before requiring any dash." "Come." Ghost interrupted Jean and waved his hand towards a beautiful female blood fiend who was at the core refinement realm, 3rd realm. She had voluminous black hair and a respectable height of 5 feet 11 inches. The girl, who was already pale just like every other blood fiend, somehow managed to become even more pale as despair bloomed on her face. Still, she didn't make a single sound other than a few pitiful whimpers and made her way over to Ghost without resistance. She had accepted her fate. Everyone had been silent the whole time and it wasn't anything new, but the silence now was positively deafening. They all knew what was going to happen, but they didn't dare to raise attention, deathly afraid of the consequences. When the girl had finally arrived in front of Ghost, blood-colored tears had begun to seep out of her eyes. The tension in the air was so thick that one could have choked on it, but Ghost's mood seemed to have improved. There was a mild smile on his face as he looked at the trembling girl before him, causing her to tremble even more. However, instead of doing anything that the current mood would have suggested, he lifted up his hands and placed them on her cheeks where he began to caress her bloody tears. SSH. Do not cry, girl. What is your name? He whispered as he pressed his forehead upon her own. The girl jerked, sniffled and sobbed before managing to say, Tia. Tia? Why yes. MMH. A good name. Ghost said before placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, then once more pressing his forehead upon her own and staring into her completely red eyes. A good name indeed. Tia. What is it that I said to those that came before you? Hearing this, Tia actually lost the strength in her legs and began to collapse. It was only Ghost who swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and steadied her that stopped her from completely falling. Easy now, Ghost said with an amused smile. There was also a slightly mellifluous tone to his words that depicted his rising mood. A playfulness that wasn't there before. You are a great blood fiend, Tia. Be strong. Ghost said in a soft voice as he gave her a light shake with his hands now wrapped around her arms. Now, Ghost whispered, his lips pressed against her ear. Say it. For a moment, the only sound was the crashing waves of the sea and the piteous sound of Tia cries as she tried her best to inhale oxygen into her lungs. Her lips were quivering intensely but eventually, she still obeyed without question. T those WWH who SSSA sacrifice T themselves F for the greater good O of the B blood fiends, will BB become the S strength of T the blood F fiends E even after DD death. WW we will N not BB lost. O once A blood fiend, A always a B blood fiend. Ghost suddenly grinned widely as his fingers around her arms tightened to unbearable degrees that caused cracking sounds in the girl's arms. Yes. Indeed. Once a blood fiend, always a blood fiend. Ghost practically roared. Then he opened his mouth to reveal terrific shark-like teeth that took a sudden, massive bite out of the girl's neck. KSSSHHHH. Blood spewed out of brutal injury that sprayed the progenitor, Jean, and a few other close-by blood fiends in its crimson liquid. Now, Ghost said as he turned the girl's body around to face Jean, his face returning to its normal calm like nothing had happened. Drink her blood and do not waste her sacrifice. He shoved her body towards Jean who effortlessly caught her, and then returned back to his original position with his arms once again crossed over his chest. But he gave one last look towards Jean. Oh Anne, do not lie to me ever again. Otherwise, you will be the one to be continuing your service in the afterlife. For a while, Ghost felt a little good. His power was unimpeachable and nobody dared to anger him. He could say and do whatever he wanted and everybody had to obey. Even when he was still back on the South Continent, he could order around monsters that had yet to become Fourth Realm greater demons and bully them as he liked as long as they weren't too close to Azura's main territory. Of course, it worked the other way around too, but because the blood fiends were too cunning, Azura mostly left them alone. In the South Continent, Ghost was an emperor. And if it wasn't for Azura who till this day was many times stronger than him, then he would have been Kaiser. Ruler of the entire continent. This had always been his goal and he had full confidence to achieve it. Azura was strong but he was too reclusive. Always training in one way or another and never focusing on increasing the power of his faction or increasing the unity of the monster races. He didn't even have any children. At least, none that he knew of. That was not the way of a ruler. If it wasn't because of that two-headed oaf that somehow always managed to single-handedly thwart his larger-scale attacks on Demon King territories, he was sure that he would have been able to cause chaos within the entire monster race. The crown of Kaiser was practically already in his hands. It was only a matter of time. Sooner or later, more Fourth Realm blood fiends would have emerged and he would have been able to subjugate a few Demon Kings. Under such a combined force, the so-called King of Monsters would have had nowhere to run to. But now, that was all shambles. The muscles in Ghost's arms bulged as he furiously clenched his fists, his mood once more plummeting. That damned tree, he inwardly roared as he gnashed his teeth. Everything had been close to perfect. Azura and the oaf would have been dead and the continent would have been his to claim. But then one day, everything had gone completely wrong. And what was worse was that out of the three main problems that resulted in his current dilemma, one of them had actually spawned and grown under his very own nose. 41 years ago, year 131, 4 years after the Fourth Realm blockade was removed, other than him, there were only 3 other Fiend Lords. Fiend Lords is the title that the Blood Fiends gave the Fourth Realm beings of their race. Out of those 3 Fiend Lords, one of them was a woman and she was named Cyndia. When it came to blood fiend names, it was popular for them to have a syllable in their names that rhymed with in or ended with ia. For example, Jean and Tia. However, at the same time, their names were usually short, so it was uncommon to have both sounds in their name. Eventually, it became an unspoken rule that only those of noble association could name their children with both syllables. It didn't mean that others couldn't, but if someone of common birth or worse, impure-blooded birth, was to have such a name, then it was like a commoner or a slave wearing noble garments. The first would be ridiculed as a poser and the latter might get killed. Cyndia, who could be considered a primordial blood fiend, one of the first few thousand blood fiends that had transformed with Ghost over 100 years ago, was actually the one to start this trend. This was because, not only was she the strongest of the fiend lords, but she was actually one of the most beautiful ones as well. On top of that, she had a relatively kind heart that was rather uncharacteristic for powerful blood fiends. And even if it wasn't a trait that was much appreciated in the blood fiend race, it still helped her gain a lot more supporters than the other two fiend lords. She was also the closest being to their progenitor. Blood fiends were certainly not a race that were prone to loving emotions, but many still speculated that Cyndia would have ended up giving birth to the first of their progenitors' true children. It was the only possible pairing that would have resulted in the most talented children. That was Cyndia. On a strangely cold day, strange because it was almost always hot in the South Continent, a special feat that had never occurred before in blood fiend history had taken place for the first time. A demon king had been subjugated. Ghost still didn't know how it happened, but somehow, Cyndia had managed to beguile a demon king onto their side. Even till today, such a thing had never happened again and the secrets of its possibility were completely unknown. Of course, he had asked back then, but the only answer he had received was that it was because the demon king had been enchanted by her beauty. At first, he hadn't believed it and almost punished her on the spot, but when he realized the identity of the demon king who had betrayed his race, he couldn't help but begin to believe it. All monsters were lustful, especially demon kings. But this demon king in particular. It was to a different level. This demon king was named Balak and was the ruler of a powerful monster race known as the Blitzorgs. The Blitzorg race was one of the few monster races that bore uncanny resemblances to a beast race, and in this case it was the wolves. They looked like giant wolves with black fur that had interesting purple patterns, and they all had purple eyes and purple claws. On top of that, they possessed the daunting ability to wield lightning that was for some reason purple in color. The lightning was much more powerful than regular lightning and possessed corrosive powers that wouldn't relent if you didn't purge it out of your system. They were truly a powerful species. But instead of being known for their impressive strength, they were more known for their ruler, who was unanimously known as the most beautiful man on the continent. And also known as the most lustful man on the continent. That was Balak. Balak had been notorious for the amount of powerful and prestiged women that he slept with, some who had even been the lovers of other powerful people that had brought him a lot of ire, and some who were just regular humanoid monsters with a bit of beauty. And it didn't end with just demons. Ghost was absolutely sure that the beast had slept with some of his blood fiends because he had already found out about them and killed them, or at least, those that he knew of. When they begged for their lives and pleaded for forgiveness, they all said the same thing. They all claimed that Balak had forced himself upon them and they had been unwilling but had been unable to resist. However, not only did Ghost not believe it, but even if it were true, he still would have killed them. It was an absolute disgrace to have the reputable females in his race sleep with a dog. But on the contrary, if he could trade one female of his race for the entire aid of Balak and the Blitzorg race, then he would have absolutely no qualms. Even if it were Cyndia, he was more than willing. He was quite hypocritical in that sense, but he was sure that anyone with a functioning brain would have done the same. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this decision would be his first major mistake. A little time after the shocking deal passed and Balak had made numerous secretive visits to the Blood Fiend territory to visit Cyndia. Sometimes Ghost was there and he would see the man sneaking in and out like a thief, and he would smile with glee, anticipating the day that he wrested complete control of the continent. But even back then, there had always been one question in his mind that had constantly bugged him. Why? Why had a prominent demon king like Balak, who had countless women throwing themselves at him, decide to betray his entire race for just a single female? The reason Ghost had been able to stand toe-to-toe with Azura despite the vast difference in power was because he was extremely in tune with reality. He understood people and how to exploit them. He spent a lot of time researching his enemies, and he used that knowledge to poke where it hurt, but not enough that it would cause an all-out war that would undoubtedly lose. He always had control and didn't like it when things didn't make sense. Balak betraying the monster race for Cyndia did not make sense. On top of that, there had even been rumors that the man had finally been punished by Azura for sleeping with the lovers of demon kings, causing the beast to completely end his sexual adventures. A surprising, but not so surprising amount of women all over the monster side of the continent had lamented the loss. Ghost was even sure that the spike in female blood fiend disappearances in that time period was related to this, especially when a few had been found in the Blitzorg territory. So apparently, Balak had stopped visiting females around the continent, causing a few of the desperate ones to actually disregard everything to go and visit him. Wonderful. But Ghost didn't believe for a second that a man like Balak would decide to go completely celibate because of a so-called warning from Azura, unless he had been castrated. But wasn't he still visiting Cyndia all the time? If he had lost his manhood, what would be doing with Cyndia in all those visits? Talking about trees? Gazing at the stars? Ludicrous. No, Ghost was sure that for some bizarre reason, Balak had decided to sleep with only Cyndia and nobody else. But how could that possibly be? It didn't make sense. Was there something special about the girl's vagina that had ravished the man's senses? He had to know. So one day, he made the decision to sneak up on Cyndia's abode when Balak visited and spy on them. It was tricky because the skill set that he had couldn't help him with things like stealth, so the best he could do was hide in the shadows from a distance and suppress his aura. Luckily he had been able to do so, but what he saw had left him flabbergasted for a long time. They were laughing and talking as if. He couldn't put a name to it, but it was extremely weird. Never in his life had he seen Cyndia, or any other female blood fiend for that matter, act the way she had done that day. But, he also saw the effect that it had on the Blitzorg king. The way the man smiled, the way the man laughed. It was odd. He had a light in his eyes that was completely absent of the coldness and cruelty that everybody on the continent harbored. Even Cyndia's eyes were the same, but at the time he wasn't focusing on Cyndia but more on Balak. In that moment, a new world had opened to him. If he was able to learn how Cyndia had been able to make the man appear so weak, then that would be another great power in his arsenal. He continued to watch them, and yes, they had sex. That too was quite interesting because he was able to see various positions that were supposedly increasing the pleasure. This was something that he had to admit that he overlooked. He knew sex was pleasurable because he had indulged in it before, but he had never focused on increasing the pleasure. Sex, if not used to create offspring, was just a pastime that he barely focused on. But looking at the two bodies rubbing against each other and the faces of absolute rapture and lack of self-awareness, he could see merit in pleasuring somebody so extensively that they lost control of themselves. His desire to learn such techniques only grew when he remembered the surprising desperation that females all over the continent had exhibited when Balak had stopped having sex with them. The only extra abnormal thing that he saw was the two different colored flickers of lightning that flashed around the scene. Purple and white. Purple and white. The purple lightning belonged to Balak and the white lightning belonged to Cyndia. Cyndia was one of the few blood fiends, at this time, who had been able to awaken an element, which of course, was the lightning element. He hadn't seen it when it happened, but apparently, she had been struck multiple times by a lightning storm and somehow absorbed its essence to become the powerful fiend she was today. The lightning was regular and white, unlike Balak's, but Ghost always found it novel that since the normal characteristic of lightning was to purify, it was directly opposite to that of Balak's, whose lightning was extremely corruptive. He had seen them spar once, and although Balak's lightning was powerful, the two different lightning attacks would mostly cancel each other out. Ghost reckoned that if the corruptive purple lightning wasn't running on demonic energy, it would have been completely even with the white lightning. Fascinating. But fascinating as it all was, he couldn't understand why they would both summon their respective lightnings around their bodies when they were having sex. Sex was for pleasure, no? He found it quite counterproductive to injure each other in the midst of it. However, not only were they not injuring each other, but their respective lightning bolts actually seemed to be gently mingling with each other. He didn't understand it back then, and even as he fled the South Continent, he still didn't understand the mysterious connection that Cyndia and Balak had, but he wished. Oh, how he wished that he hadn't underestimated it. A few months after Ghost had peaked for the first time, year 132 by now, Cyndia had suddenly begun to visit Balak at his Demon King territory where all the Blitzorgs lived. It was a surprise to Ghost and definitely a worry. He had tried to stop her the first time, but she had told him that she wanted to investigate the territory and its alleged secret locations that could be used in their war against Azura and the rest of the monsters. And to that, he could no longer disagree. After all, he was unable to go there himself. That was because over time, both sides had developed rudimentary methods to detect each other in case of invasion. The methods were faulty and almost never worked on weaker invaders, but if Ghost, the blood fiend progenitor himself, were to ever invade the core of Demon King territories, Babunda would be there waiting for him. For this reason, he needed a capable spy who could investigate the Blitzorg territory and bring back trustworthy news. So who else other than Cyndia, who for some reason was able to use Balak to mask her presence, was better for the job? Back then he had thought that Balak's ability to mask Cyndia's presence had something to do with their mutual affinity for lightning, especially after the strange things he had seen concerning the two, but now? He wasn't so sure. Later on, her visits began to last longer and longer, causing Ghost's blood to boil multiple times over. But not only did he have to suppress his anger, but he had to also put on a pleasant smile to hide it. Aggravating. However, it couldn't be helped. The support provided by both Cyndia and Balak was not something that he could give up. But he was not a fool. He could tell the control that he had over the entire situation was diminishing at an alarming rate and he had to do something about it. But before he could even begin to plot, Cyndia had disappeared into the Blitzorg territory and did not reappear for a whole year. It was an absolute slap to his face and a grand undermining of his authority that he could no longer ignore. However, before he could release his fury upon her, he caught sight of a shocking sight that would begin the spell of doom that would send him and his people fleeing from the continent. It was a child. And obviously, since it was clearly the child of Cyndia and the anger-inducing beast standing next to her, it was a devil child. That was not a derogatory term. The child was quite literally a devil, the hybrid race created by the rare union of blood fiends and monsters, abominations that neither side cared for. They were enslaved no matter what side of the continent they resided in, and their lives were quite terrible. Unfortunately for them, due to their inability to manipulate and kind of essence, they were rarely ever able to obtain the strength required to change their fate. But that did not mean they were weak, in fact, quite the contrary. The devils had a special ability to absorb the blood of foes that they had personally killed and use that blood to increase the perfection of their bodies. Strength and beauty. So long as they kept killing, their bodies would eventually become literal treasures with immeasurable physical strength that could crush any foe. It was like anatomy refinement, but easier. However, just like the strange ability that seemed to have come from a fusion of the blood fiend race's ability to easily siphon blood and the monster race's ability to absorb killing essence from foes they had personally killed, the devil race seemed to also have a fusion of their personality traits. Chaotic evil plus lawful evil. Not only were they extreme lovers of death and destruction like the monster race, but they were also cunning and cruel like the blood fiends. They were, without a doubt, the most evil race to ever exist on the Iridius planet. They didn't look it, in fact they looked like multiple times more handsome/beautiful versions of the human race that had long ago been exterminated from the South Continent, the only difference being that they all had red eyes, not the completely red eyes like the fiends, just regular but beautiful red-colored irises, but they were more heinous than the ugliest of monsters. Fortunately for everyone else, they were being heavily suppressed by the two races that had concept them, and there had never been a devil that had managed to gain any significant level of strength. But that would soon change. The child within Cyndia's hands was obviously a devil. It had their trademark red eyes that were different from the blood fiends, but what snatched Ghost's attention was the two tiny horns on each side of the kid's head, barely peeking out of his short hair. The horns were crimson like blood in color and possessed a strangely enchanting allure the more you looked at it. Very, very similar to the horns that separated a regular monster/greater demon from a demon king. Ghost immediately knew that the kid was trouble. Of the 87 demon kings, many of them had given birth to plenty of children, and although they had much more talent than others of their specific species, none of them were as talented as the demon kings themselves, and none of them inherited the demon king horns. But apparently, the son of Balak, who wasn't even a monster but instead a devil, was an exception. On top of that, instead of them being purple and jagged like his father's, they were red and smooth. It was too soon to see what shape they would take, so maybe they would gain the same shape as his father's later on, but they were certainly not the same color. Demon king horns were different from greater demon horns. The first thing was that if someone was a demon king, a monster who possessed the divine demon physique, then no matter what realm you were in, you would always have the horns. They were something that you were born with, unlike the greater demon horns that only grew out when a monster entered the fourth realm and became a greater demon. The second difference between Demon King horns and greater demon horns was that the former were always on the side of your head and the latter on your forehead. On top of that, the former's color and shape varied depending on the owner, but the latter was always black and curved upwards. However, there were two exceptions to this. The first was when a demon king became a greater demon, instead of getting the regular black greater demon horns, they gained a second pair of demon king horns that matched their first pair placed upon their forehead. The second exception was for those monsters whose constitution was too strange. The elementals and wraiths, for example. Such beings were privileged to have custom-fit horns that matched their bodies. And finally, the last difference between Demon King horns and regular greater demon horns was that the former granted the owner the ability to absorb and manipulate demonic energy to even greater extents. Very useful. So for a devil to possess Demon King horns, it could be imagined how it affected Ghost, who prided himself on always being aware of everything. He had immediately questioned the system for answers, hoping that he wouldn't once again be denied like the time he tried to inquire about Cyndia and Balak, and to his surprise, he was successful. The system told him that the child was something called a paragon devil. A perfect and complete fusion of a monster and a blood fiend, something that shocked him greatly. But when he tried to ask about its powers, he was expectedly denied. No matter, in that moment, just hearing the term perfect devil was enough. He wanted to slaughter the child before it could do something that he would regret and unhesitatingly demanded that Cyndia hand the child over. However, not only did she not do so, but she made it extremely clear that she would join with Balak to fight him if he attempted to harm her child. The nerve! Even remembering the scene was enough to cause his blood to boil, especially after knowing what happened after, how he had to back down and actually make concessions. It wasn't that he was scared to fight them. If he wanted to, he could beat the two of them silly even if he didn't use his bloodline suppression over Cyndia. He was the progenitor of all blood fiends and that came with unparalleled might. He could have even used his rights as a progenitor to forcefully compel Cyndia to do as he wished, but looking at their faces in that moment, the look of fury that they had never once shown him before, he knew that if he were to truly compel Cyndia to kill the child, talk less of losing all of Cyndia's trust in him and perhaps creating a snake that would stab him in the back at the worst moment, his ties with Balak and the Blitzorgs would have been irreconcilably destroyed. In the end, he decided to let it continue its existence so long as he could monitor it once a week and make sure that it never obtained a drop of strength. His helplessness over the situation was infuriating and caused him to itch every time he remembered it, but the him back then was not the him now. The him now would have destroyed the child at all costs, no matter the consequences. But the him back then was stumped by surprise. Everybody despised the devils, even their parents. They had an innate repulsion for the creatures that were even more sinful than them, and it was very common for them to not accidentally kill them on a whim. But what was the situation? Cyndia and Balak had almost attacked him on the spot just for saying that he wanted to kill their devil child. He knew how that sounded, and if it was a blood fiend or at least a monster, he would understand, but it was a devil. He had to understand. The mystery between Cyndia and Balak was becoming too strange and it caused him endless bouts of disorientation and fury, but the thought of comprehending and harnessing their secrets were just too sweet. It was fine, he had said back then to console himself. Sooner or later he would strip them of their secrets and kill them off along with their child after they had become useless, and then he would continue on his path to becoming the South Continent Kaiser undaunted. He was already half the ruler of the continent. What was truly the worst that could happen? It shouldn't be so great that he couldn't eventually suppress it, even if he had to make temporary concessions to an opportunistic Azura in the process. In all his life, he had encountered many ups and downs. Hadn't he once been called the Crying Ghost because of the way he used to act? Hadn't he been chased all around the continent by Azura? Hadn't he suffered many betrayals from the humans, beasts and monsters that he naively used to trust? But look at him now. Look at them now. Two of those races were now extinct and the last one trembling when they heard his name. I will be Kaiser. Come fate, try and stop me. He had said back then. I will be Kaiser. Come fate, try and stop me. He had said back then. What a joke. Fast forward 18 years, year 151, and his entire plan had fallen to complete and utter ruin. At the time that he and the rest of the continent had least expected it, Cyndia, Balak and their child, which was named Sinbad, had launched a swift and brutal rebellion along with a majority of the devils on the continent before fleeing to a place where nobody could find them. It was a massive slap to the face to both Ghost and Azura, but Ghost found the slap especially hot. This was because, not only had he been the one to pseudo-raise the child which he knew he should have killed from the day he found it, labeling him a fool, but now, even though he knew exactly where they had run to, there was nothing he could do about it. They had given him a vicious slap and the only thing he could do was grit his teeth with rage. If this was not first-degree humiliation, he didn't know what was. But this was because of two reasons. The first reason was also the reason that they had even been able to rebel in the first place. 2 years before this, year 149, for the first time in many, many years, a beast had once more appeared on the continent. It was a huge and terrifying flying beast of the likes they had never seen before, and when it casually flapped its wings in the air, it let out billowing waves of green energy that neither he or Azura had seen before. It was like regular mana created by magical energy, but it also possessed certain characteristics of demonic energy that left everybody flabbergasted. On top of that, the energy seemed to cause commotions in his emotions which caused him fright. The only reason they knew that it was a beast instead of a monster was first and foremost because of the lack of horns that every fourth realm monster should have, and Azura's personal admittance that the giant green bird was absolutely not a monster. Perhaps a successful beast and monster hybrid, but it was definitely not a pure monster. The beast had been able to speak and had domineeringly let the continent know of its intentions of taking over. Which at the time was a laugh, but before they could even let out that laugh, hundreds of thousands of beings all over the continent began to glow with a similar green aura which was accompanied by a green symbol on their foreheads. They then pledged their loyalty to the strange beast with perfect synchrony before rallying under its command. Since then, the beast had made many attacks on the monster side of the continent using its steadily growing army and its own personal might which actually trumped Ghost's and Azura's own, but not combined. Ghost could have left Azura and the monsters to die, but he knew that if he did so, he would have been the one to face the onslaught next, and at that time, he too would be alone. So both leaders had to team up for the first time ever just to face off the threat. It was 2 years after that, in the midst of a violent battle, that devils led by Sinbad and his parents, had struck them from the back at the worst moment before fleeing, and if it wasn't for Babunda and some of his own people, Ghost and Azura really might have died that day. It could be imagined how furious they were. He and Azura had both sent out orders to find and kill all the devils but preserve the life of their leaders, Cynthia, Balak and Sinbad, if possible so that they could be tortured. Of the two of them, Ghost was by far the more enraged. This was because, not only had been betrayed at the worst moment, but since Balak was definitely done for, his one alliance with the Demon King and all of his subjects had been destroyed. All the things he had to put up with had been for nothing. Oh the rage, oh the woe. The despair and the desire for revenge. These emotions had coursed through his veins like a second current of energy and he had to satiate them. But unfortunately, when news that the devils could not be found reached his ears, he knew that he would be gnawing on the bone of frustration for a very long time. If the devils could not be found anywhere in the continent, then there were probably only 3 places where they could be. The first was the afterlife. Although the chance was slim to none, it was possible that a terrifying monster or group of monsters had found them and reduced them to ashes. The reason why only a monster was a culprit was because only they had the capability to reduce someone to ash after death. Of course, a blood fiend with fire powers or powers that could flawlessly hide a corpse could have done it, but he knew all of the beings who had said powers along with enough strength to slaughter all of the devils despite having to face both Cynthia and Balak, and none of them would have dared to hide such information from him. The second place that could have gone to was beyond the sea. It was rare, but sometimes, there would be someone or a group of someones who were brave enough to traverse the seas and look for foreign land. Thanks to the system, they knew that there were other continents other than the South one, and it gave a few people who were living hopeless lives, hope. The last place the devils could have fled to was the Forest of Bloody Origin. The Forest of Bloody Origin was actually in the South continent and wasn't even a hidden location. However, out of the few places on the continent that he didn't dare to enter, this was definitely one of them. Considering his history with the place, this certainly shouldn't have been the case at all. After all, the name Forest of Bloody Origin mainly came from the fact that it was the very same forest that the Blood Fiends had originated from. The Blood Fiends had been concept in this forest, and in their early years they had liked to visit it from time to time. But that all changed with the arrival of an extremely sinister tree with blood-colored leaves that had almost taken his life. It was also because of this tree that the Blood Fiend race didn't have as many Fourth Realm members as the monster races. Those without knowledge would say that it was natural for the monster races to have more Fourth Realm beings because they had the unfair ability to absorb power from slain enemies, but the truth was, the Blood Fiend's ability to efficiently absorb power from blood wasn't all that inferior. The real reason that the Blood Fiend race was so inferior was because of that calamitous day in the Forest of Bloody Origin that had ruined their forces and delivered them an unforgettable lesson. But he had a sneaking feeling that the very devils he had been looking for were in that very same forest.